If it's not red, it's off. And we will start with our SRC members and then go to our other staff that are helping support today. So we'll start right here.
I'm Heather Herman. I'm a genetic counselor by profession and live in Middle Tennessee.
I'm Amy Massengill, and I teach biology at MTSU, mostly anatomy and physiology.
I am Leslie Clifton. I am a middle school science teacher, 6th grade, and I've just finished my 34th year at my school.
Congratulations.
Yay.
I'm Jennifer Hamlin. I'm a former Tennessee elected school board member, and I'm currently with Insperity as a business advisor.
I'm Joe DeWeese. I'm professor of biochemistry and director of undergraduate research for Freed-Hardeman University.
I'm Mike Steele. I'm an executive principal here in Nashville, Tennessee at Stratford STEM High School.
Nisha Powers. I'm the president of a small civil engineering firm in Memphis, Tennessee.
Hi, I'm Jody Rump, and I'm a dentist in Memphis, Tennessee.
Great, thank you so much. A couple points of order before we get started. As I mentioned, this is live stream, so there may be individuals watching us. It is open to the public. We don't currently have any members of the public here, but just be aware that they may show up. And then I am going to let our other staff members who are here to assist us introduce themselves, and we will start here with our two Standards Development Committee co-chairs.
I'm Dr. Kelly Moore, and I work at Tennessee Tech in Curriculum and Instruction. I work with the pre-service teachers, so teacher preparation for middle and high school science teachers. And prior to that, I was a high school science teacher, biology and chemistry for a little over 10 years.
Hi, I'm Andrea Berry, and I'm K through 12 science and STEM supervisor for Knox County School District.
I'm Brian Kane with the Tennessee Department of Education. I was a classroom teacher for 15 years, always secondary. Biology was my undergraduate, but I developed a passion for teaching physics and chemistry along the way as well. I'm honored to be here. My primary role today is just going to be to understand the recommendations that you all make, because one of my roles at the department is to offer an interpretation of the standards. So it is helpful to be here to hear your thoughts and understand your intents with recommendations that you make. Thank you all.
Okay, I am trying to awkwardly just kill some time until the state board executive director comes, which I think she just walked in. So I'll give her a moment to put her stuff down, and then she is going to give a little welcome to you all.
Right on time. I'm sure some of you all can appreciate it. I have 2 toddlers and an infant at home, and my husband just took a new job. He's traveling 4 days a week, so we are still learning our rhythms. And then you get hit by a train, and so I apologize for being late. Sarah Morrison, I'm the executive director at the State Board of Education. I met some of you on the opening call a few weeks ago, but it's great to see you in person. And as I'm sure Catherine has told you, you're going to be busy today and tomorrow. It's really exciting work, and we are so grateful to all of you with all that you have going on, all the responsibilities that you're juggling personally, professionally, that you're able to carve this time out to serve our state in this way, because I don't have to tell you that are educators and others of you that know kind of how the standards work. This is the foundation for so much of what we do in education for science for our students in Tennessee. So the standards really form the foundation for assessments, for curriculum choices, for textbooks, instructional decisions. I mean, this is the foundation that we're setting for our students in terms of science education, and we depend on all of you to come to the table and look at the input that's been given from the public feedback, from the educator teams that have been working, and you all are the last stop before they come to the board. We'll sit in the same room here in a few weeks and vote on your recommendation on these standards. And so please know the board members take this work very seriously. They depend heavily on you and the expertise that you bring, each of you, and your individual perspectives to the recommendation that you'll make. So you're in good hands with Catherine and Erica and the others that are going to be with you today to present some of this information. I'm available for questions if you have any questions as you go, but I just want you to know how much we appreciate this work. And thank you for taking the time, because I know you've got many things pulling you in many directions, as we all do these days, but just grateful that you all are here today. And I'll be here for part of the morning and turn it back over to Catherine to officially get things going.
Great.
Thanks.
And on that note, we all have two other state board members here supporting us today, Erica and Elizabeth. And then, just in case I didn't say it, we do like to have it on the record. My title is Deputy Director of Academic Policy with the State Board. And with that, we are going to hand it over to Maria from Scantron. One of the really important steps in our process that's laid out in state statute is our public feedback surveys. And that we get on this second round, we got about 10,000 individual pieces of feedback. And so we really rely on Scantron to help us analyze all that data and put it into the nice, pretty reports that you have. And so she's just going to come up and overview some of the main highlights of the results from the survey.
Thank you. Hi, good morning, everyone. Really a pleasure to be here this morning, and we were very privileged to be a part of this study that the state has been doing in terms of the science academic standards. So this is going to be a very high-level overview of the reports that were assembled are obviously drilled down into much greater detail. So please stop me at any time if you have any questions. Oh, I just thought I'd put a funny in there just about how complicated teachers' lives are. One of my daughters, I have 3 daughters. My youngest daughter is a special ed teacher, so I really appreciate all that goes on in education. So just a little bit of the agenda for this presentation. We'll go through the background, the survey objectives, methodology, how we approach the analysis, and then just the report layouts, which you probably all are already familiar with. So just a little bit of background. The round 1 of the state academic standards for science started in August of 2021. It's hard to believe that is nearly a year ago. At that time, the Education Advisory Panel reviewed the outcomes of the first round of survey, made some recommendations, revisions, I understand, and then we launched the second round of the survey right at the tail end of January. You can see it was a pretty short window there, just about 5 weeks or so. So the objectives here were to collect public feedback on the K through 12 science standards, and then take a look at the outcomes, kind of quantify, what we were seeing there, and then report the recommendations and any interpretations of the data to the Department of Education. Oh, pardon me, I'm sorry.
How do you all communicate, and with what parties do you communicate that survey is available? Just curious how that gets disseminated.
Go ahead, Catherine.
I'll take that. It is the role of the state board to share out all of that. So we post it in multiple newsletters that go out. We post it on all of our social media, so Facebook, our website, our Twitter. We get it sent out to all of the superintendents so that they will then hopefully disseminate it within their districts. And the department also assisted in sharing it out in multiple of their newsletters. So that is kind of how it gets shared out. We also do press releases. So sometimes different news organizations will pick it up and share that in their various media formats.
Thank you. Yep. Did you have a question?
Yes, I also have a question to Catherine. So do you have any data on the school districts and the counties that are represented in this?
Yeah, we do not collect that level of data. So no, I can't say specifically what districts or counties are represented.
In part because it's individuals who are responding. They're not responding necessarily on behalf of their district. Just, we've got public, legislators, educators, parents.
We choose to focus on kind of what role they play in education versus geographic location.
So Catherine,
Yeah.
is that one of the questions in the survey? Is that how you're getting that feedback?
Yeah,
About which
so-
category they fall into?
Correct. So they have to self-identify whether they are a Tennessee resident or not, because we only keep data from Tennessee residents. So technically, I guess someone out of the state could access this survey, but if they say that no, they don't reside in Tennessee, that data gets thrown out. And then the other question that they have to answer before entering the survey is what role do they fall under? And those are listed in your report, and they include teacher, parent, state employee,
Higher education.
higher education. I think just like community member is one of them. So,
Yeah, I think one of the reasons I'm asking the question about where that source of information is coming from is because, so in my business, and I'll probably say that a lot during this meeting, just because that's the only reference I have,
Yep.
is not in the education side, but in the private sector, when we're talking about projects and getting public feedback for infrastructure projects, and we have public meetings, or seek public feedback electronically, we usually ask for information about address and very specific identifiers that are all held confidential and cannot be released to the public, because the information remains anonymous. But I do, to your point about saying we ask if they're residents of Tennessee or not, and they mark, so anybody, anywhere could fill out the survey with information that may not represent Tennesseans. That may be a concern about not getting that information. Because I usually say if you submit it anonymously, this is just, again, in my world, I'm putting it in the trash. So unless you can identify yourself, then this can't be valid because anybody could be doing that, and we can't have that. So just something to think about, and I don't know, I know you all have done this for many, many ages, months, years, whatever your history is, but that's just something that always felt kind of funky to me when
yeah.
it can't be sourced.
We do appreciate that feedback, and we are constantly starting on the next subject. And so it's thoughts like that that are super helpful and can help improve the state board processes. And that's definitely something that I will bring back to the state board and think about, hey, should we try to include some of that in our upcoming social studies survey? So thank you.
I'm just thinking, because I think this is a really important thing to talk about too. You know, I think there's a line you're trying to walk to in terms of the feeling of confidentiality too, and we can talk with some of our legislators who are supportive of this process, and you know, there's always a dance you're kind of trying to make there in terms of how much information to collect as part of the survey. I think the other thing to say too is that this is where the educator teams and your all's role are so important, because the public information is one source of input in terms of the final standards, and that's where we really rely on you to source through, you know, the educator teams even more so in sort of greater detail, you know, what feedback really is relevant and helpful, and you know, what needs to be set aside, because you know, even if we know exactly where they're all coming from, some points are going to be more helpful than others, and that's where, again, your all's perspective, our educator teams are really kind of our guiding lights in terms of what to do with the information that comes through the surveys, if that's helpful too. Like we're relying on your opinion, you know, to look through some of that survey information and tell us what you think is most relevant. But like Catherine said, the feedback is great, and I think we'll continue to think about how we can improve the data collection process along with our partners in Scantron.
Okay, so moving on, just a note about the survey design. So this might be addressing some of the questions you just spoke to. Obviously, it was K through 12 science academic standards. The response options were to keep, move, change, or remove. There was an open response field, which we just cleared up as well. Respondents had the ability to respond at any point, any domain in the survey, from even just the title of a standard to, or the title of a domain to the standards. There's a lot of flexible navigation, so if you just wanted to speak to third grade curriculum, you could do that and exit and be done with it. And then Catherine just spoke to the demographics that were collected. So in terms of how we looked at the data that came out of the survey, there is aggregate data that gives information about K through 12 just overall. And then the grade bands were broken down, so the K through 5, 6 through 8, and then the high school courses, I guess 9 through 12. Also, we broke things down by the demographic and response options, so who responded to what, who said to keep, move. And then also the standards that had the highest move, change, or remove percentages by grade were highlighted at the front end of the report. The back end of the report has everything that was introduced into the survey and received in terms of data. So just again, kind of starts very broad and narrows down as you progress through these reports. Which I just spoke to, so I will go to the next slide. So again, this is just a high-level overview. This is responses by grade course, and I think visuals for some of us are better than just numbers, and this just gives you an idea of the concentration of responses: 6, 7, 8, Bio 1, Chem 1, followed by third grade and kindergarten. So just the concentration of the public response to each of the grade levels and/or courses. And this is the round 2 data, which.
I have a quick
Oh,
question.
pardon me.
On the previous slide.
Sure.
What do you attribute that to, possibly where the highs and lows are?
I'm going to defer to the educators on that in regard to, I asked this question, I think those of you who were here back in October when we met, or, I said, why is everybody so, would you like to comment on why junior high seems to be?
I'm not used to. I want one of these for my office. Okay, so this is just purely a guess, but K through 5, they teach multiple subject areas often, and when you start getting into middle school, you have more concentrated. That teacher just teaches science, so there's a real investment, and sometimes it's unfortunately sometimes it's the first time that students get a real depth of science. So I think there's an investment on what they teach and what some of their favorite things are and what some of their feedback is for that. I don't know if Kelly.
Yeah, I would like to add that, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, that's a grade band. And so we have certain concepts that's taught in that grade band, but we have some decision over what's taught in 6th grade, what's taught in 7th grade, what's taught in 8th grade. Whereas something like your high school courses, biology is biology. Chemistry is chemistry. There's not a whole lot of moving around actual concepts that are being taught by those teachers. But if I'm a 6th grade science teacher, I'm very interested in what standards are being moved out of my grade band and what standards are being moved into my grade band, because what you teach and what your favorite things are to teach and what you have experience with is kind of really important to your livelihood as a teacher, so you kind of have a little bit more skin in the game. So I think that middle school teachers would be more interested in responding to this survey, just because of those things that would directly impact them as kind of personally as a teacher.
Again, we don't have quantitative on that. That's just our guess.
Just our guess.
No, but it sounds like a good argument.
I will add just one other point to that. I do know that at least one district did a district-wide middle school PD on science and completed the survey together. So at least one district has a pretty purposeful response. So that may also be then why we see a little bit higher, could contribute to the higher numbers in middle school.
So, and try to repeat back what I think I'm hearing, and I feel like I'm doing a lot of talking, y'all. I'm sorry. It seems like maybe those grades are sort of like a transitional period. So you have kind of the formative years where you're just basics and general and distributed between different subjects. And then you have the more intense in the high school of very specific subjects, but that this is more going from here to there, is more transitional and therefore requiring more guidance. Is that kind of what I'm hearing? No? A little bit.
It's a little bit. I think it's a little bit more. I think it's a little bit more flexible. The middle school has a little bit more reflects in what's being taught in each grade band, each course in middle school, where maybe, elementary, they are focused more on ELA and math a lot of times. And so any science is typically maybe embedded into some of those kind of instructional parameters anyway.
So-
And then middle school, they are teaching specifically science, but it is. If I'm a high school biology teacher, I know I'm just teaching biology. But if I'm an 8th grade science teacher, those biology standards, those life science standards may be shifted around when standards are revised or rewritten. So I'm kind of interested in having some feedback on that.
And not to put Leslie on the spot, but
Oh,
she
that's what I
is
was
a middle school science teacher. So do you have any direct input on why we may see this higher response in the middle school level?
I agree with what Andrea said about teachers having ownership on the standards. I too did the survey and put my information in. And it is a big deal when your standards change. So it's part of what we heard, our livelihood. What you're going to be planning to do throughout the school year is guided by these standards. So teachers want to be able to have that input, and thank you for letting us do that. It's not been that way my entire career, so yay. I agree with, I think it's my supposition, I guess, for this. I sort of agree with what they're saying, so.
I'm just going to step in and give you a concrete example. So if I really love teaching the periodic table and chemistry, but it was moved to a different grade level, but I really love it, I'm going to have a lot to say about that. So whether that is the right motivation to be talking, to be speaking about that, I may want it for my purposes and back in my grade level. Does that make sense? So there's going to be a lot of conversation about what I want to teach in my grade level. And I think the idea there is also to think about that these teachers are very invested in their classrooms. That's why they're so great, and we love that. But also, we've got to take that bigger view of 6 through 8. What is the best progression overall?
I have that very same example that occurred the last standard change. They moved energy into my whole band for 6th grade is now energy. I teach everything having to do with energy from large energy for the entire earth all the way down to your personal energy source. So my whole standards changed in the last standard. We lost moon phases and tides, which was one of my very favorite things to teach. We had all sorts of body movements and manipulatives that they would make and keep in their science journals. So I was like, "Wah, I don't like that." But now I've changed with the past standards, and I've got all kinds of things in my little toolbox now for kids. But I do agree. I think that was a perfect example. I too had that same example.
And I do too. When I was in
Yes.
Another thing for us to think about is when we look at certifications for middle school. So our middle school are not always certified. So there's like a 712 biology or a 712 chemistry. And then sometimes you have an endorsement, which is an endorsement I have, which is K8. But depending on the content knowledge sometimes of the teacher, and you may agree to this too, I don't know, there may be misconceptions on what the standard means because of the content knowledge too. So just because it's within that particular grade band, you have just different certifications and different content knowledge levels. Does that make sense?
All of that makes
Whereas
sense on some level.
whereas a high school biology person,
Right.
they are biology certified. They're probably not commenting on the chemistry standards. Does that make sense?
But to the point that someone made about ELA and math having more emphasis in K through 5 and less in science, and us getting limited feedback because of that, that's a little concerning to me because I think there should be emphasis on science starting from K through 5. So I just worry that that isn't at a heightened level.
I am a former social studies teacher, so I feel that too at the K-5 level. I taught middle school, and there was information that my students were supposed to have learned in social studies in K through 5 that they didn't have. And I think that unfortunately, that's going to take more of a mind shift at like a large level of education versus something that like we as a committee can address. Like we can do our best to promote science education and know how important it is and how many of our students moving forward are going to go into careers that require science knowledge. But that to highly value science and social studies at a K-5 level is going to take, like, I think, a very large mind shift across the state and honestly across the U.S., unfortunately.
But isn't there a role that standards plays in that?
Yes, but ultimately, like, our K-5 teachers are going to determine, like, what do they think is most important, because we all, as a former teacher, and I think the other teachers in this room can speak to that, there is never enough time. And you have to make decisions. And when you're teaching all 4 subjects, I think unfortunately the reality is many of those teachers are going to dive more into math and ELA than science and social studies. I don't know if, Sarah, if you have any thoughts on that too.
So, I'm a former high school English teacher, so again, this is not my area either, and I would love our colleagues to comment too. I think Catherine's right. I mean, it's more of a mind shift. And also, as I mentioned at the start, so much rides on the standards, because you're right, the standards are foundational. But decisions at the state level about what gets assessed also drives focus and time on these subjects. So social studies and science are not assessed in the same way in the early grades, and so therefore I think that's one of the reasons that those early grade teachers are more focused on math and ELA. And it's trade-offs. I mean, there's only so much time in the day, but I think one thing you could consider as a committee, as part of your report and the recommendation that goes to the board, is saying, look, we were disappointed in the number of responses that we got in K-5, and we think this is something that as a state we need to think about in terms of how do we, ensure proper emphasis of science education in the early grades, and what conversations need to have, because Catherine's right, that's not something we can solve in the next couple of weeks as part of this committee, but it's certainly something that we can draw attention to in terms of concern and again, think about ways that could be addressed more broadly.
That makes sense. Yeah, I kept trying to get justification for why that was, but I just wasn't satisfied with any of what I was hearing because I still wasn't getting why we weren't getting it there. But I appreciate your comment that the feedback that we're providing, although it can't contribute directly maybe to those numbers, that there's an overall discussion that we can make recommendations to, and that should be considered.
Absolutely.
Because if we're assessing, that's a really key point. Thank you for pointing that out. If we're assessing on 2 things and not the other 2 things, and one that's really dear to me and one that's really dear to Catherine, something feels amiss. And I'm sorry to belabor that.
Happening, but in terms of universal benchmarks and screeners, and there's a lot of emphasis, and rightly so, on math and ELA in early grades. So it's how do we help educators who are already, I mean, it is probably a bigger approach that needs to be taken to ensure that science has the proper role in those early grades without detracting from the focus that needs to happen on math and ELA. So it's definitely something that you all should think about as a committee in terms of how it's represented in your final report.
And like I said, Sarah alluded to this, but you guys are, in addition to revising the standards, you are welcome to provide if you want to write a full report, you can, or you can just provide like a 1 or 2 pager on like things you want to have the state board and the Department of Ed think about moving forward. So you could like include that in like, we have determined as a group that like a focus on science in K-5 is important, and then like provide reasons why, and we can make sure that that is shared with both the state board and the department as a whole.
Catherine, real quick, Brian has something he wants to share too.
I'm happy to. So I have in my notes now, under your name, Dr. Powers, I have ally to elementary science education. So I appreciate that you're speaking up, because this is near and dear to me as well. I think it would be to speak to where we are with elementary science and the importance of the revisions today. There's a survey that's conducted every 4 years called the National Survey of Science and Mathematics Educators. And one of the things that is consistently pointed out and emerges in this survey is that self-reporting elementary teachers will say we're not confident with our content knowledge. And the reason we're less likely to teach science is that we're less confident with that content knowledge. So I think one of the things that we can do today as a measured step, and to your point of the importance of the standards, is to give a consistent vision and a coherent vision for the standards. And it will be introduced later, we try to use the framework for K-12 science education as a benchmark, because what that does is it then presents a very clear progression of science learning that then can support the science educators themselves and allow us to build supports in for teachers, as long as we know where we're going from A to B to C to D, to set this understanding. Ultimately, if we're ending up where students understand chemical reactions, back in kindergarten, we want them to see that you can take things apart and rearrange them and connect them in new ways. So it's kind of this, what are the pieces that lay out in order? And so that's, I think, the move that we can make today is to ensure coherence, and we can ensure coherence by aligning to the framework. So that will be introduced later.
Just to add, in reading these, one of the things that made the most sense, and I think it goes back to the points made earlier, reading through the 6th through 8th grade standards, you see more move this to 7, move this to 8, move this to, so that, to me, it shows that investment that's being talked about in terms of, well, I feel like this should be here, I owned this and now I don't own this, that kind of thing. So I definitely see where probably a lot of comments came from that type of thing, which makes me think, and I'm sure we'll get to this later, and I'll let Maria get back up, but one of the things that's been on my mind is what did we move around in the mid-session part of this versus what the standards look like last year, because that might help us get some perspective on this survey as far as what's been changed. So
Yes, and Andrea and Kelly will be digging into that in their presentation.
All right, moving on. Well, you're probably really not going to like this next slide then, because this is just this just shows who had the most chatter. So we just sort of looked at the numbers on the number of comments that we got back, and you can see where the concentration is. Although it looks like high school biology, chemistry had a lot of vocalization going on there. So, and just threw out a couple of shout outs there. Just from the round one, we noticed at the 8th grade level, 92% increase just in the number of comments. Again, this is not anything scientific here reporting, but just an observation. And then, clearly in Bio 1 and Chem 1, extreme number of additional comments. So, teachers represented a high percentage of the respondents to the second round of survey, and clearly they were using the opportunity to be vocal about their thoughts and feelings. Yes?
Looking at these responses to the science standards in the first round of data and the second round that's been reported, do you know the reason for for higher education employees dropping to 0% and other community members dropping to 0%, or is that just kind of by chance?
My assumption is that they just, either decided not to be a part of the second round, or they were much less represented in round 2. Teachers, I think on this slide it shows the difference. 80% round 1 were teachers, 92% in round 2. So there's just a shift in the demographics there. So this is just a table. Again, these are all in the reports, but the big aggregate look at the second round of data. And again, my observation here was just pointing out that teachers really jumped up in terms of the number of respondents there. And then this is just the overall count. So we mentioned earlier, broken down by the response options. And you'll see this, it's very consistent throughout the aggregate look, the grade bands, and then the individual grades in terms of the agreement or keep response option. Definitely the vast majority of all of the responses here. So I'll just look at the grade band from K through 5. Again, just quick highlights here. Looking at our overall agree with the standards or keep the standards. Again, these look very similar, but this is just you can get an idea of where the, areas in terms of either move or change or remove the standard. They very much are in the minority, although represented. It's not zero. And then this is just a breakdown of the individual respondents and the roles that they identified with, as Catherine mentioned. So in some cases there were, like in this case, there are no higher education employees. So again, and common and overtones, we just picked out, some of the common comments that we saw and the associated category of move, change, or remove. So again, these are, throughout this whole survey, these are very consistent in terms of ambiguity and too vague, and we need more detail. And so again, I defer to the educators in terms of what guidance they need in terms of assembling their curriculum to align with the standards. And do they have enough information to do that? And again, 6 through 8, very similar look here. Vast majority of agreement to keep the standards as they were presented in the survey, with a little bit more movement here in terms of change or move. So, and again, by role, we see a very high percentage of teachers here in the 6 through 8 band, which is kind of aligns with the other charts that we saw earlier. So they're definitely vast majority of respondents here, and we have a number of demographics that did not respond here. So could be that group that you said they all got together and all right. Same tones here in terms of associated, lots of movement here, move to higher grade, move to lower grade. So I thought that was, that was really interesting. Not appropriate for middle school to advanced. So again, just, it's wonderful that individuals can have a voice here and be able to at least articulate their feelings about the individual topics within this grade level, or these grade levels. And very similar, we're always in the lower 70s in terms of keep the standards as they are. Lots of change here, though, a little bit more represented in 9 through 12, but I think that goes to that Bio 1 and Chemistry 1. Those two courses seem to have a lot of opinions about. Again, these, no details. Oh.
Yeah, I just want to add one piece of context why, particularly in Bio 1, we might be seeing so many responses is the only state-tested subject in social study and science at the high school level. So Bio 1 teachers may have a particular interest because all of their students have to take the end of course exam for Bio 1.
Well, that helps. Again, just a breakdown by role. Roles represented a little bit better in the high school courses here. So we had a few more individuals who came in with other roles like higher ed, district employees here. We didn't see in the lower grades. And not too much feedback here in terms of comments and overtones, but again, just an opportunity to pick out some of the more common comments that were available. But in your reports, you have them all, and you have them in the format in which they were entered. So we did not edit any of the comments into for grammar or spelling or anything like that. So please keep that in mind. So just overall observations, see, as we've said over and over, teachers represent the majority of respondents. There's overall agreement with the Tennessee Academic Science Standards as they were presented in round 2. As we mentioned, the recommendations to move or remove standards have associated comments, and then again, highlights with the middle grades, bio and chemistry in terms of receiving the most responses. So again, just overview. And that is our high-level overview. Do you have any questions for me? Thank you so much. Really, again, privileged to be a part of this study and appreciate all that everybody's doing to educate our future scientists. So,
Thank you very much, Maria. We appreciate it. In a moment, we are going to dive into our next presentation. Does anyone feel the need for a break quite yet, or are we good to power through the next presentation? Great. And then I realized I forgot to do that this morning, but as we are an official state committee, I do need to establish quorum before you guys start actually doing business. So I'm just going to do roll call quickly for that. Leslie Clifton,
Yes, here.
Joe Deweese,
Here.
Jennifer Hamblin,
Here.
Heather Herman,
here.
Amy Massengill,
Here.
Nisha Powers,
Here.
Jody Rump,
Here.
Michael Steele.
Here.
We have 8 present, and we do have a quorum, and I will pass it off to Andrea and Kelly.
Hi, everyone. We are so honored to be here and super excited. So thank you so much for your commitment to making sure we have the best standards in the nation. And thank you for being here today. So we kind of already talked about who is in the room, but I do want to just go into a little bit more about me since I'm standing in front of you with supposed to have some background and expertise. So I'm Andrea Berry. I'm with Knox County Schools, K through 12 science supervisors. We have over 90 schools in our district, over 50 elementary schools, so it's a lot to oversee. But my heart and where I started was in elementary school and middle school teaching science. So I've taught science standards, the previous science standards, in K through 8 in the classroom with students, and then did some work at college level with Carson Newman University. So that's a little bit about me. I have students that are learning science in the classroom, and children that are learning science as students in the classroom, and just wanted you to know that. I also was honored to be part of this process the last go-round. So I've actually been through every committee that has been with what is in front of you. Whatever that brings to the table, I can certainly give you reasoning usually why we went a certain way or what we did. And so I come to you with that experience today. So I'm going to let Kelly introduce herself.
I'm Kelly Moore, and I work with teacher preparation currently. And so the standards for me, I feel like I have a lot of kind of entry points and interest in what our standards are for lots of reasons. And one is eventually the standards and the expectations for science education in Tennessee really filters down to the higher education level where we're involved with teacher preparation. So we really use that as guidance for how we are preparing our teachers to enter the classroom. I taught high school science for about 10 years. I'm dual certified in biology and chemistry. So I was really lucky. At the time I didn't feel like it because I always had like multiple preps. And just kind of taught the overflow, like I was the flex teacher. And so some years I would teach more biology, some years I'd teach more physical science, some years I'd teach more chemistry. And it was like a little bit of everything from the inclusion classes to, our highest level seniors. And so that experience now I really value because I feel like that really gives me a broad perspective on the different types of classrooms that teachers encounter and what science looks like in the high school classroom from a teacher perspective. I'm also a mom, so we have 4 kids. One will be 15, our oldest will be 15 next month, 15, 13, 10, and 8. So I feel like as a parent, I really have an interest in what my children are doing in their classrooms as far as education goes. And I also provide a lot through my roles. We have a lot of grant projects that I'm involved with, so I provide a lot of professional development for teachers. So eventually, the standards are a foundation, and so that's going to inform the kind of professional development and the kind of training that teachers are getting as in-service teachers as well. So this experience is really, really critical, and I love that there's so many different perspectives in the room, because one thing that we really value in science is this idea of sense making and that everybody brings their own perspectives, their own past experiences with the natural world. Everybody brings that to the table to make sense of the world around us and to learn science. And so that collaborative effort, that social impact, lots of people with lots of different perspectives, scientists, engineers across the board, coming together to learn and research science. That's what happens in the real world. So I feel like this is a really good representation of that, where we have lots of different perspectives coming together to really make the best set of standards that we can have for our students in Tennessee. So today, we're going to discuss, is this your slide or my slide? Okay. We're going to discuss the purpose, the process, and the guide to the state standards. So what do we have so far? How have we gotten here, and what kind of guidance have we used to get the set of standards as they currently are? We're going to give you an overview of the key revisions of the standards. So what changes, what shifts have been made from this set of standards from the last set of standards. And then the anatomy and the breakdown of the standards. So we're going to make sure that everybody kind of understands the format of the standards, where everything comes from, and the importance of that vertical alignment and that coherent set of standards from K through 12th grade. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to take a look at our science value statement. I know we've already heard from some of you like what your values are as far as education and science goes. But we want you to take a moment to read the value statement that is on the front of the standards. And if you don't have that, Andrea's got some extra copies.
So this should be in the front of your very first page. So this is the first page that every one who looks at our standards document sees currently. And this is based off of our National Science Foundation, basically their view, and we adapted it to Tennessee. So if you'll just take a moment to read this quietly, highlight words that resonate with you, points that resonate with you, what makes you wonder, and what do you notice about the document. So we're going to take about 3 minutes to do that.
Okay, so it looks like we're kind of wrapping up with that. So we would like you to kind of share out. So what are some things that you notice about this? What resonates with you? What do you see that makes you feel like, yeah, that really is something that we want to make sure that we have in Tennessee?
I think with the rise in the internet and usage of social media and sites where kids are needing to determine what is truly true and what is not true, I feel like this supports the idea of being a positive thinker and to integrate what you know is true scientifically versus what is being created virtually for you to believe. I feel like this is a positive statement in that direction. One of the ones that I highlighted and put an exclamation point was towards the bottom. It's the fourth one from the bottom. To think critically and analyze and interpret your data to make a conclusion that is free from bias. And I believe that is so important in our world today with our kids. I feel like from every age, from kindergarten through high school to college, our kids are being inundated with bias. And they need to be able to be strong in their beliefs and their thoughts and to think what is truly correct in this situation. Am I seeing something that is not logical? So I feel like that's a good support. And yay, these are wonderful points, I thought. So
I think that's a good value statement too, to just make it clear that this is for everybody. It's not just for students that are going to be entering a STEM career. That's an important skill for everyone to have just as a citizen.
Sorry, can you hear me? Sorry. I also noticed, similar to what you're saying, is the coherent connections, the idea that these broad concepts and big ideas are then applied more personally within the classroom. So making sure that these are those overarching themes that can then be utilized appropriately at that local level. And I think recognizing the really important aspects of scientific investigations and equipment and tools, making sure that those aspects of things are relevant and available. And then, again, the current scientific understanding, I also was pleased to see the evidence are free from bias.
Thank you. And so again, what I'm hearing you say is that we want to make sure that we are communicating that we want all classrooms to be equipped with what they need to teach science. And then also that K-12. So we're looking at that broad picture, right? So they're progressing all the way through.
I'm going to piggyback on what Leslie said. I really glommed on to point number 2 under the declarations, the skillful applications of reading, writing, listening, and speaking. I'm a scientist who has children who are going into journalism and performing arts. So here and here, right? You know, completely, my kids are 20 and 17 and completely different than what I do. And I was that annoying student in 7th grade who kept saying, when am I going to use this? You know, and really like drove my teachers crazy. And I think it sounds odd coming from a biology professor, but I'm actually more concerned about science standards for those kids who are not going into science. Even though I want the ones, because the ones who are going to come to me are going to be taking AP Bio and chemistry and A&P and AP environmental science and so forth, because they know they're coming to me to be a biology major. I'm actually a little more concerned about those who don't care. My girls don't ever want to take another science class ever again. And that's fine. That's fine. That's them. And so I'm encouraged, and that's kind of where I'm piggybacking on you, I'm encouraged at the number of, let's make sure that we put these standards in, it's more a learning the scientific method without even realizing you're learning the scientific method. and using how can my daughter who's going to be a journalist, how can she use these scientific principles when she doesn't even realize she's using them? Is that making sense?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so focus on the skills and like scientific literacy, being able to communicate in a scientific way, being able to read something and use your scientific thinking skills to interpret it and analyze it. And I agree, we want to make it accessible to every student. So it needs to be accessible for students who have diverse interests, but students who also have maybe diverse abilities, diverse backgrounds. So we want to make sure that the standards are broad enough that they will apply to every student in Tennessee.
And I think this might even go back to what Nisha, what Nisha was asking originally about the huge arc in the middle school, because by the time you get into those high school courses that are set, there's not a lot of wiggle room there. Biology hasn't changed. Watson and Crick still discovered DNA back, and so forth. And I think that's why we see so many middle school teachers wanting to make sure because that's truly more concepts rather than I need to learn the name of all the muscles in the body. I need to learn I need to learn what chemicals mix with what chemicals and don't blow up in my face, and that sort of thing. So I think it even addresses her question about why we saw so many middle school responses.
I agree.
I also latched a little bit onto concept 2 there at the bottom, or declaration 2 at the bottom. In particular, the part about associated mathematical principles. So having taught at the graduate level, pharmacy students, and now at the undergraduate level, one of the weakest points we saw along the way in a lot of cases was their ability to take math and then apply it over in the discipline in different areas of science. And just that ability to say, okay, I do need to have some, and some of it's how we've set up our undergraduate prereqs and our graduate prereqs. Some of it has to do with having the right courses in place, but there's an underlying foundation there that happens in the K through 12 years that is, there's connections that we feel like were not being made, so that those students were ready then at the undergraduate and graduate level for that. So I think there's something to be said for helping students see that and maybe it goes back more toward the K through 5 experience, and that is some of these things have to overlap and mesh together. And I know we all like to have, just as I do, our neat, tidy discipline over here, and that's over there. But sometimes we have to show how they flow together and integrate, and I think that's a key thing here. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Joe. I was gonna say preach, but I echo everything y'all are saying, except I just used a different bullet that said similar things, which is the last which said integrate science, mathematics, technology, and engineering, which thank you for putting in engineering, to solve problems and guide everyday decisions. And then almost like it was storytelling, because the next one just I think is equally as important, consider trade-offs among solutions. And just the cost benefit analysis that we go through in our work constantly about infrastructure, roads, whatever it is, can you do this for this much money? No, you can't. So then what do you give up? And understanding that you can't have everything, but how do you make sure you have the things that are most important? All of that, I just feel like, and I wanted to go into journalism. And my dad said, you can do journalism after you get your engineering degree, and that's going to give you a great foundation. And he is exactly right, because what it taught me more than engineering was how to analyze. And so everything looks like a problem that's got to be solved, and how do you get to a solution that has a balanced trade-off. So then to come back to the point of the K through 5, I have done, as all of us probably have, gone into classrooms, talked to kids about our profession and how do you get them interested in STEM. And I can just tell you, if I walk into a high school classroom, I've already lost that. Like they've already made up their minds about what they're going to do or not do, really. And to your children's kind of desires, the more artistic or liberal arts kind of coursework seems to be somewhat trending, because we're losing engineering students all the time. the enrollment rate is way down. So if you don't talk to them at K through 5 and get them excited about these subjects, I'm just concerned about those folks, as you all said, that are not in the science field, Amy, and don't have these skill sets that are so necessary for just everyday functioning so your brain can think through things and get to an endpoint.
To make you feel happier, Nisha, I will just, this will hone in for you, and Michael might be able to also mention this. STEM is being incorporated from K in the last standards, and then in these strong standards for that we're looking at, it is being incorporated in our elementary schools. Yay.
Awesome.
I know I have a 23-year-old or 24-year-old and a 30-year-old. So they got a little bit of it when they were in school, but it didn't start until middle school, maybe 5th grade. Now it's starting in kindergarten. So yay, our kids are being introduced to those kinds of concepts. And a pat on the back for the K-5 teachers. They are trying to use, also, this is a hopefully a comforting thought, our standards include academic vocabulary. And so our teachers now have words that they know they need to incorporate versus just looking at, okay, this standard and how am I going to get a book that talks about this standard to read in front of the class or to do a unit on. So they are now seeing words to use through the standards that are being supported with the standards. So that's a positive that it is happening, I promise.
That's awesome.
And that I know it's hard for you to see because you're not there,
Right.
but it is occurring. So good for
Yeah, I just see the end product of what wasn't probably
Right.
now.
Yes, you probably are.
So that's the challenge.
Exactly.
And that's really ultimately, you're educating them for life and for workplace preparedness. And so that's where I see the disconnect.
So I love how passionate you all are because we are also passionate. So I think we're in great company today that we can subscribe to the fact that this value statement really represents some of the work that we're going to do. But I want to take you to these guiding principles. And some of these guiding principles you're going to see lifted out of this statement. And so I want to go over this because these guiding principles are going to come up later in something we call our framework. And they guide that framework. So we're going to go over each one of these. We believe that students are naturally curious. They are born investigators. They already have the ability to make sense of the world. We have to just keep fostering that ability and giving them ability to and skills to make sense of their world. Understanding is developed over time. There's a progression to understanding science. And there's a sophistication of that progression that happens as well. And understanding that. The next one is focus on our core ideas and scientific literacy for our world. So once again, that kind of lifted out of this statement as well. We want all of our students to be able to discuss and make decisions based on science and engineering. And then science requires both knowledge and practice. We're in a world where knowledge is a commodity. We can Google most things. We need to know whether it's accurate or not, right? And we need to put that and pair that with the practice and the skill of being a scientist or having those skills, even for all of our students. And then connecting students' interest and experiences. So making this personal to our students. Science is in their life, and how do we connect that to their life? And then, of course, promoting equity. We have to have strong standards for equity because we want our students to be able to have these equitable access that any other state would have, that any other student would have in our state. So these principles guided our framework, and were lifted out of you'll see some of it, of course, referenced in our value statement. And we just wanted you to know what was at the backbone of where we start before we start getting into the nitty gritty of how these standards came to be.
Andre, can I ask you a question? And if this is a bad time for this question,
Sure.
tell me to put it off. Because this is something that I jotted down and the equity made me think of it. because I've never been in K-12 before, when you get into, and I guess it's mostly high school, when you get into different levels of, you have honors, advanced honors, how do the standards change? Is it just there are fewer of them, more of them, or is that way too much of a question to even?
No, our standards are our standards, even for
Okay.
honors classes
Okay.
or our college prep classes or our regular classes.
So how do teachers, obviously there has to be some change if you're
So
talking
that's
about it.
probably more of a curriculum guidance
Okay.
change versus a standards piece.
Okay, very good.
Yes.
Thank you. That's
So,
fine.
and the standards, I mean, I can speak to our district. So sometimes our honors classes go beyond the scope of the standards a little bit because they can, and
So
the
the standards
students
is
are
a
prepared
minimum
to that.
that everyone's
The
going to
stu-
meet.
The
and then
standards, yes.
the
for
honors and
equity
advanced honors
purposes.
might go beyond that.
Yes,
Great,
yes.
that's what I needed. Thank you.
Okay, so we want to give you a little bit of history to bring you up to speed for where we are in the standards and kind of where we've been. So as an undergraduate, I have a little bit of a kind of personal history here with the standards as well. So I'll kind of tell you from my perspective what some of these documents are and what the standards look like as a pre-service teacher, classroom teacher, and now university faculty. In the early 80s, the Reagan administration came out with a nation at risk, and so it came to the forefront that maybe we were falling behind a little bit in some of our STEM fields and that we needed to make that a little bit more of a focus. And so out of that, we had a couple of documents. The first one, and this is Project 2061, produced these documents, and Science for All Americans was put together as kind of a baseline, like what does everybody need to know, again, to be that contributing citizen, to be able to make decisions, kind of what's the baseline that we want everybody to know when they come out of their K-12 education. And from that document, we got the benchmarks. So the benchmarks kind of took all of that information, like what we want students to know when they come out of 12th grade, and put it in a sequence that was developmentally appropriate. So what should students be learning in their elementary years? What should students be learning in their middle school years? What should students be learning in their high school years? And from that, kind of our first modern set of science standards for K-12 came out in 1999. So as a beginning teacher, these were the standards that I was familiar with. Then in 2010, we got the Tennessee Diploma Project. We had a shift to kind of a standardization across the board for all disciplines. The standards needed to kind of look the same for everybody. So we see some similar patterns in the standards. We had SPIs, we had checks for understanding, kind of a different layout for the standards in 2010. So we had a new set of standards in Tennessee. The standards kind of shifted. We had content standards, but then we had some inquiry and practice standards that were kind of separate from that were supposed to be embedded throughout the other standards, but they were written separately. And then we have our newest document, and you guys have a copy of this available on your table, the Framework for Science Education. And so this was put out by the NRC, and it is kind of our best research right now that we have for what are the foundational, I guess, concepts of science. So what does everybody need to know? Like what's going to give everyone a good foundation to be career ready, to be college ready, whatever students are going to pursue post-secondary, what do they need to know from the field of science? But then this goes further than that, and it lays it out like the benchmark document. It lays it out on grade band levels. Okay, so what do students learn K2? What do students learn 3-5? What do they learn 6-8? And then what do they learn in their high school years through the 9-12 courses? And so this document is our best research on what is important, kind of what are those foundational pieces of science that students need to know, and then how do they developmentally appropriately learn them throughout the course of their K-12 curriculum. So this document is what guided our 2016 standards. So our standards were rewritten again in 2016. So we had new standards in 1999, brand new standards in 2010, brand new standards written from scratch in 2016. And so what what this process is doing, we took those standards from 2016, we did use those as a basis, and we are revising those. So we're making some changes based on those, but we're still going back to that framework. So the framework for K-12 science education, we still identify that as the best research that we have to guide this process. Someone has kind of already done the work for us to lay out what's developmentally appropriate across the board. And so that is our document that's kind of guiding this process.
So let's look at the framework. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Yes.
I was going to ask just a question about this that I think I've briefly touched on before, but I wanted to just ask it on the record about how this guidance was selected, how it's being used in comparison to, or why, you know, the justification for that. And then I'm going to just walk back for a minute at the beginning of y'all's presentation and say, because you were saying who's in the room, I think was the slide that was up. Just to give me context for this work, how do you all, very capable, based on what you told us about how you came to the table, but how are you appointed? Are you part of the board? I just want to understand context about your roles.
I can speak to that a little bit. So currently no one present in this room actually serves on the State Board of Education. We have State Board staff members, which include me, Erica, and Elizabeth. We have Andrea and Kelly, who were selected from a pool of applicants to serve on the Educator Advisory Team and Standards Development Committee, which is administratively underneath the State Board, but is not directly tied to the State Board of Education. And then we have Brian, who is here to represent the Department of Education.
Okay, you lost me somewhere there. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
I got the staff part.
Yeah.
Andrea and Kelly were appointed.
I think this next slide is going to help you with both of those questions.
Great.
So
Thank you.
if I don't answer you within the next 3 slides, I'm going to come back and check. How's that?
Okay.
So I was going to skip this little part and come back to it, but because of your question, I'm going to go ahead and answer that for clarity in the room. This quote I thought was so perfect from Sir Isaac Newton, because what's in front of you is truly us standing on the shoulder of giants. And this is a part of that. And so are the previous standards committees. So let's talk about the standards in front of you and the process that they've gone through back up to 2014. So I will tell you personally, in 2014, I applied to be part of the committee, that first committee, and was selected and State Board approved by the board to help lead that process. And then, oh, sorry, State Board doesn't give approval. I don't know, so sorry. In 2014, I just was in the room and they were there. And so, but in the public review went out. So the green boxes is where you're gonna see public review on the current standards in front of you, okay? So, as to my role, I worked in 2014 with the State Department and State Board in the same process. And then those went to public review. And then you will see that then we revised, and then it went to public review again. And then those are our, I was part of this role the last time. And then their State Board approved. And Catherine, you can check everything up there to make sure it's all correct.
Yes, that flow chart is correct.
Good.
So this current standards review process, how it happens today, was established in state statute in 2014, I believe. And so this is now our second time going through this process, which is public feedback survey, number 1, educator teams, standards development team, public feedback, number 2, and then the SRC, and then it goes to the State Board for approval. The educator teams, so the educator advisory teams, and then the standards development committee, These are made up of educators who have filled out the state board's application to serve on these teams and are selected from a committee of individuals, including myself, my manager, content experts from the department, aka Brian, to serve on this committee, but they are not approved by the actual state board members. You guys as the SRC are very well aware that you guys are appointed by either the governor, the speaker of the house, or the lieutenant governor. And once again, those don't go through state board member approval either. The only time the actual state board members are involved specifically in this process is when they approve your recommendations.
Okay.
Does that kind of help clear up for you, Nisha?
Yes, so really, it's not, it's like applying for a job.
Yeah. Yep.
So is it compensated, is it?
Our educator teams, individuals are compensated for their work.
So it was a competitive application process.
Yes.
Filling out that application wasn't just who are you, what do you
It
do.
wasn't easy.
There
No.
were content questions, like there were like essay questions on there about give an example of a standard and explain this about it. And
The 3 dimensions.
it was a lot of work. I remember that application because it was a lot of work. Like we had to really be committed and want to do this to even be in the pool to be appointed for those committees. And then from the Standard Development Committee, the SDC, Andrea and I were both selected by our colleagues on those committees to come forward as the chair of that committee and be here with you today. So we were selected from our colleagues.
Yes, so that puts us right where we are today, which is the last box. And thank you, Catherine, for any muddy points. I may have muddied that up.
No problem.
So, and then the other important thing I think we need to see is what's in front of you right now. Look how many times that public has reviewed, and we've looked at public feedback as well. So that's a really important part of this process, and I really admire that part of this process. So let's now move into the framework. So what is it? Where did it come from? Like Kelly said when she showed you the timeline, in science, we've had some type of guidance because we do believe in the research, we believe in the outcomes. And so this is the National Research Council's framework. It's put together by the National Academy of Science, Math, Engineering, and they came together basically in layman terms. They came together and said, what is working? What does our research say? How are students learning science? What are our outcomes of the past 15 years? And how do we need to really be thinking about science? What's changed in our world? And that's really the great thing about science and engineering is we look at the evolution of thinking and change in science in our world. So then they've written and put together based off of research, based off of teachers, based off of things that have happened in the classroom, based off of outcomes. That is what this framework is. So this framework is not standards. This framework is just a guidance to say, hey, here's the outcomes that we need in our world to have scientifically literate citizens, right? Because that was one of the main goals of this, is for us to have our students that were able to talk, think, write, and be able to know everyday science. And be able to use those skills or practices as a contributing citizen. And then to give states guidance on, hey, here's what the framework says, here's what our research says, you build your standards, but here is our guidance for that. And we're actually going to take you through how we did that. But if you look through even the table of contents, you will see that there's something called 3 dimensions. And we're going to unpack that a little bit before we get into how did we develop a standard looking at grade band endpoints and using this framework, okay? So first thing I'm going to ask you to do, we're going to have a little science fun or a little education fun today. Leslie's going to love this. Is you've got some cards on your table. Look, she knew. I didn't even have to say it. You've got some cards on your table. And I want you to look at the side that has, you've got one side that has a bunch of questions. Don't look at that side. look at the side that has like engage in argument, construct explanations. There's some little boxes in there. And I want you to sort these cards however you want to sort them. I just want you to look at the fronts of those cards, and I want you to sort them however you want to sort them. And you can group them any way you want, any logic you want. There's actually not a wrong way to do it. So about 60 more seconds to group your cards how you want to group them or order them or however you want to sort those cards. And you guys are in the perfect number to partner up. So I want you to turn to your elbow partner, that's what we call it, and tell them how you viewed these cards. How did you sort the cards? Okay, that was fun. I loved. That's okay. So enjoyable to watch your thinking and how some of you did a linear pattern, some of you grouped them. Great discussion. We're gonna learn a little bit more about these cards, and then see if you can figure something out about the cards as we learn a little bit more.
And they can move them around, right? We're not committed.
You can move them around. You're not committed. There's lots of ways you could do this. You're doing a great job. Oh, I'm so glad we're going to talk about it. Okay, so we're going to move into explaining when we're still thinking about this framework because this is the guidance for our work. And part of the framework is that there's 3 dimensions to the framework. Okay, and that sounds so sci-fi, right? Ooh, we needed music. That's exciting. Okay, so there's 3 dimensions to the framework, and these are the 3 dimensions. And we're going to talk about what each of these mean. So first, you've got our content, and that's something we've always had guidance in. We've always had standards with content, right? Content is content. And content, one thing we've learned through the framework is content alone, just memorizing the facts, just knowing the content, can't stand alone as to really be transformative learning for our students, right? To get those outcomes that we wanted in our guided principles. So content is what students need to know. Not curriculum, but just the content. Then we have our practices. Our practices are what students do in science. And then we've got our cross-cutting concepts. And we're going to go into each one of these a little bit more, but our cross-cutting concepts are how you think about science, really, okay? And so if we have three-dimensional standards, then we've included pieces of all three of these, okay? So let's unpack that a little bit. Here's our content. We have life science, earth and space science, physical science, and engineering and technology, which was somewhat new for a standard for engineering. I know you're excited. These are our content. This is what students need to know. Within each one of these, we also have breakdowns. And these breakdowns are specific breakdowns to that discipline. So physical science has PS. What do you think the PS stands for? Oh, yeah, they're so good. Yes, physical science want matter and its interactions, motion and stability, energy, waves, and their applications. So that's the four groups that we call those the core ideas, okay? So the main core ideas. So these are our disciplines and our core ideas. This is what students need to know. Then we've got, where some of you may have seen in the comments, SEP, Science and Engineering Practice. And at this point, at this round, in most classrooms, teachers know what SEPs are. They know what Science and Engineering Practices are. But I'm going to back up a little bit and tell you where our guidance was before this book. So before this, we had a lot of emphasis on the scientific method. I'm going to tell you a personal story. I'm almost embarrassed to admit this. I'm sorry, students, that I did this to, but I made them memorize all the parts to the scientific method. And then we would get into lab, and they would have their lab sheet, and they never knew what to put when it came to conclusion, right? They never knew what to put when it came to the scientific question. What exactly do I write when it was the process? So when it came to the lab sheet, they knew the parts, but they couldn't transfer it to the practice. So the emphasis now is where we're shifting to is science and engineering practices. We have to teach our kids the practice that happens on all those steps in the scientific method, okay? So it's not that the scientific method is bad. It's just standing alone. There's not any practices in there. We've got to teach our students how to do science, what they do, so that they're able to do those parts, right? So take a second to look at these science and engineering practices, and you're going to see some words that you have probably seen before if you've reviewed these standards. How many of you recognize some of these words that you've seen in the standards? Quite a few, right? So you see developing and use a model, asking questions, construct an explanation, analyzing, interpreting data, engaging in argument from evidence. All of that wording is in our standards purposefully because this is a dimension that we want our students to know. We want them to know these practices. Now, just because a standard requires you to develop and use a model doesn't mean you can't do the other practices. Of course you can. That's best practice in the classroom, okay? But these practices are part of the guiding work to get us where we are. And while I didn't see a lot of reviews like this time, I did see reviews in the past that were like, well, you're using developing and using a model a lot. Well, I get it. If you didn't understand that was a science and engineering practice, there's only 8, and we've got to attach a practice to those standards. And so there was just a lack of understanding of what the practices were. And so now we didn't see as many of those comments on developing and using a model. What is that? An example of developing and using a model can be a three-dimensional model, but it has to require thinking. Like, I will tell you, I used to do cell models. If it just repurposes exactly what's on a textbook, it's not a model. It's an art project. If it requires deeper thinking of why processes happen or how, why you may have used the parts of that model that you are and how they represent the structure and function, then that's deeper thinking. It's not just regurgitating what's on the textbook. So developing and using a model doesn't always have to be 3D. It can be an explanatory model where students draw a picture of what they think is happening in a phenomenon or a problem. So those are just some examples of what that practice is. Also, we know, and I know all of you know this from being in the room, engaging in an argument from evidence, an argument doesn't mean a debate. An argument doesn't mean one side's right and one side's wrong. An argument is a scientific argument is what we mean by that. And I've really enjoyed seeing the past 4 years when these standards have been in the classroom, our evolution as a state and understanding as a state of what these practices are, that a scientific argument needs to have evidence, that we need to really support that. And then see how all of that pairs with our content. So we're pairing it now with our content. Joe, did you have a question?
Yeah, just on that. So to what extent are educators trained in understanding this basis for these standards? Like, is that part of continuing education, or just what kind of preparation do they get to understand the conceptual basis of this as it then applies in the standards?
Well, I'm going to speak to my part and then I'm going to throw it out to the colleagues. When our standards first rolled out 4 years ago, the State Department actually did some amazing training across the state. Any teacher could go. It was some great training on these 3 dimensions, gave them lessons on how to use it in the classroom. As a local education leader, it is my obligation to make sure I provide that for my teachers as well. And I will say that we have a great national community in science that really supports a lot of that learning in PD as well also. Did you, my colleagues want to, Ryan or anybody else?
Would this be a place where we can recommend that the
Well-
department provide training?
Well, yeah, I don't know.
That was going to be my recommendation. That just to make sure, because reading the statements and now it does make more sense as I reflect upon having read through the standards a few times now. Definitely seeing these phrases, but understanding the conceptual basis of each of those, I think, is really critical, because in some cases, engaging in argument from evidence, there were some of the standards I felt like were written in such a way where in my view in science, we ought to be open to going where the evidence leads. The standard was written in such a way where this is the conclusion we want you to come to. And I feel like we need to back up from that a little bit and say, let's explore the evidence for this particular thing, rather than let's find evidence in favor of this argument, because that's, to me, that goes against the scientific method, which is to let the evidence dictate what's actually perceived to be true, rather than here's a concept, now prove it from the evidence, right?
So 2 parts. As you were thinking, I was like, wow, that is real. That's science. That is what you're describing. Also with the standards, especially K-8 and maybe even into high school, they're just figuring out basic concepts. So figuring out the evidence to support those basic concepts is probably where that standards limitation's meant to be. But I see how you're looking at the bigger picture. Yeah.
To speak to what you're saying, Joe, if I was introduced to these strange words when the standards came out with phenomena, cross-cutting concepts, my eyes were like, whoa, what are you talking about? I don't understand. And the state did a great job of training our leaders in my system to teach us as teachers what they wanted us to understand that we were going to introduce to our students. One of the words that will make you feel better is once our kids have learned the concept, then they are introduced to a phenomena. Here's what happened. We see a picture of a child. There's a kickball over to the side. The child's empty ice cream cone. Ice cream's on the ground. So now what has happened? What occurred in this situation? And they're using their knowledge to look at a situation and apply science to it. So that is occurring, and teachers are receiving that training, and kids are able to apply. Oh, I learned this about energy. Elastic potential energy. When the ball hit It became kinetic energy when it hit the ice cream cone and it hit the ground and the sun is shining and it's going to melt that ice cream. So all of that is being applied from what they've learned is the concept. So it's occurring. I know you don't see that with the standard happening, but the way it is being presented as for the science and engineering practices being applied to the different standards, it's occurring. It is. It really is. And it's giving teachers that guidance.
And we're on a journey,
So,
right?
yes.
I mean, like,
Yes.
nobody's arrived. I mean, anywhere. So it is definitely a journey that we're all on, and how to do this effectively and get the right outcome. So,
Andrea,
yes.
I just realized there was part of a question. I think I asked two questions, and so one got answered about how you all came to be in this role, but the other part was just why this was selected versus maybe other alternatives or options, why this framework was selected or how it was selected. And I was kind of waiting for that to show up somewhere on this, but I
So-
haven't seen it.
This is the only guidance that's out there as far as a collaborative effort from the Academies of Science and Math and teachers and education. This is a collaborative effort work, and it didn't just start with this. It started where the timeline that Kelly talked to you about, and has evolved to this. So I don't know of anything else out there with this amount of research on science education
And I was just going to ask, are other states also using this
Yeah.
document? You spoke about the national group
Yeah,
that you communicate with.
yes, 100%. And you may be able to speak more to that because Brian works with other state supervisors, but all states have guidance. Again, these are not standards. Some states have, NGSS standards. We have Tennessee specific standards. And all of those standards are based off of this. And the reason that we have this is Kelly may really love teaching circuits in kindergarten, which would be inappropriate. But I really want to teach it in 4th grade.
Well, I love my snap circuit kits.
But I don't care that you love your snap circuit kits. I love it in 4th grade. And so the reason for having this is it is kind of our true north. It gave us guidance on when we didn't have those conversations because it was clearly outlined definitively, scientifically. Here's where the grade band endpoint is. We don't need to debate that because we've committed to following guidance.
We could have done this work. I mean, maybe we couldn't have, but hypothetically, like a group of people in Tennessee could have done this work, but we already have it. And I think the prior documents that we had National Science Education Standards. There was a document called the NSES way back when. We had the benchmarks. This is kind of just the most current research and information that we have in this field. And I know for Andrea and myself, like we're very involved in the National Science Teaching Association. We're involved in some kind of bigger, broader science education groups. And like when we look at this book and we look at the names of the people that contributed to this book, they're like our celebrities kind of. You know what I mean? Like they are
That's
the
true.
names. They are the people that are doing the research. They are the people that are revered and respected in the field of science education. And so this is just, it's the best that we have. There really isn't an alternative unless we want to think that we can do this on our own and honestly.
Well, and one of the goals
Very
of the
on it.
framework is to prepare our students to be scientifically literate and able to, if they want to choose post-secondary opportunities, we want that equity of them being in the same place that, everybody else is as far as expectations. And when you don't have a bar of something like this, then your expectation can certainly drop. And we that would be an injustice to our students.
So I definitely didn't mean to go to that extreme.
Okay.
My question was, why? I mean, there had to have been a process that said, hey, guys, we're in Tennessee and we're looking to make sure we have the proper framework that our established standards can follow. And somebody said, this is the only thing that's available, and so this is what we're going to use. And so that's what we used. I have to always go back and go, well, how did you all get here? Why did we choose that? That's just where my brain goes. And so I just don't I'm not saying this to say it's not good.
Right.
'Cause I don't really know.
You're an engineer.
Yeah,
Asking
so
why.
it's more about saying, why did we choose this? And here's kind of the point of it too. The questions were asked, how is it used in other states and whatnot? And to some people, that's really important that it's used universally. To me, I wonder if that is the best thing, because Tennessee, I mean, education is specific to states for a reason.
Absolutely. And this
And
is
so-
not specific. This
Right.
is general content. This is not your standards. So your ability to add in, you'll see in our standards, the tennis, it promotes you doing that at your state level. So there's definitely a promotion of that within here to make sure that you are covering what your students need for Tennessee for science as well.
But I would just be concerned about following a framework that is universally used across the United States, because how we do things in Tennessee is not necessarily how it's done in other states. And there's desires of Tennesseans to have things the Tennessee way. So,
Sure.
And so the standards are, if everything is based on that framework, then it's important why we got that framework. And then it's important that that represents, to the point of the value statement that we talked about before, that it's specific to this state.
Right, and that value statement came from in here as well, just so that all those connections are together. Not written explicitly from here, but the guiding principles from the value statement that I went over are chapter 2 of here. So, I can only say that in research and science education, we are going to go with what nationally I think the research is showing us to be the most relevant, most up to date, and this is it. So I guess that is our biggest why, unless anybody else from State Board or you want to say anything about that. Brian didn't pick it either, but I know that he knows the work really well. So. Yeah.
So I think an important thing to consider as we think about how science works is that science works based on consensus. And the way that something that is unique to science versus other disciplines is that there has been a significant amount of research for a number of years with respect to how students actually learn science. This has real manifestations. For instance, we know that you don't want to take a lower elementary student and expect them to reason about things that are invisible. So for that reason, when we talk about the human body, we keep it to external features. So that's the type of research that we're talking about here. We don't want to ask a kindergarten student to try to envision what lungs might be, because their sense of an organism is just what the external appearance of the organism might be. So science is based on consensus. There's a large amount of research that's gone into science education. I think the reason that we see a limited number of sources, and instead of seeing a large number of selections of documents that might be similar to the framework, and we see just a framework, is because this represents consensus itself within the science education community about how students learn science. So the idea that there would be competing variations to this document would suggest that there wasn't consensus about how students actually learn science. So I think this is a consensus document about how students learn science rather than competing variations about how students learn science. When we look at historically, we've had a progression of documents that led up to this. So American Academy of Sciences kind of began this work with the Project 2061, which was mentioned earlier. Some of the ideas that you see, and I love the science education history. I didn't bring my whole library of these documents, but I would be happy to kind of bring those tomorrow. And you can see a lot of the ideas that have moved in or out over time with respect to what students learn and how we think about it. But I think the key idea here is, because science is a consensus field, this would be consensus about how students learn science. So I hope that helps the context for you.
Look how much higher this is when he's up here. There we go. Okay, did that answer your question, you feel like, or?
I may come back to this, but I think for now we'll just.
Yeah, okay.
may I say something, please? We spent most of the morning talking about what ifs. 68% of the teachers on this survey that we were shared with want to keep the biology standards, and we haven't even started discussing biology standards. When are we going to start discussing the standards and actually doing this work? Because I'm confused. I feel like a lot of this stuff should have been shared out with those folks. We're not represented, to my knowledge, by any elementary science teachers, and we spent 45 minutes talking about elementary science. I'm starting to get frustrated because I don't know what's going on here.
So I think the purpose that we're trying to tell you is how we got to where we are with the standards and what the 3 dimensions of those standards are, because a lot of that information as far as feedback is asking for things like SEPs or that it's too vague. And so if we didn't explain to you, I think our purpose is just to explain to how we got where we are so that you understand, so that when we can look at those results, we have just knowledge going into those results. That's our purpose right now.
Okay.
And also just to provide some context, unfortunately, this timeline has been crunched shorter. Originally, this group was supposed to meet for the first time in April, and then we would have been able to have subsequent meetings, but the state board was tied to the timeline of the governor, lieutenant governor, and speaker of the House making their appointments, some of which we didn't get until about 2-3 weeks ago. And these have to be on first reading with the state board at our July meeting so that the subsequent steps of this process, like textbook adoptions and implementation, aren't messed up. So unfortunately, due to circumstances outside of the state board's control, we weren't able to meet until now.
Okay, thank you.
And to the other point is not everybody is educators. We want to make sure everybody has the understanding to move forward with approval or disapproval of that.
Listen, I'm just wondering what I can contribute to this discussion. I love everybody's passion, but I'm not a scientist. I want to hear what Leslie has to say. She's been doing it for 30 years in the same school. I want to hear what she has to say about standards. I want to hear what our engineer and our dentist have to say about what they expect to see coming out of high school. I want to hear what our other folks have to say, and it seems like we're spending all morning trying to explain what we're doing here. Well, I thought we all understood what we were doing here via emails and earlier meetings. And so that's all. I just want to make sure that I'm here to contribute to the good cause.
Okay. Well, on that note, I'm just going to briefly explain cross-cutting concepts, and then we'll move forward. So the cross-cutting concepts is the 3rd dimension, and that's how students think about science. So when we think about, let's look at number 6, structure and function. For me to understand interdependence amongst plants and animals, I need to understand that there's structures and functions of both plants and animals and how they work together. But that can also be applied to physical science, structure and function. Understanding the structure and function of parts in a system may help me understand that science concept more. So you're going to see frequency of these words as well also used. And then we will kind of model for you how we looked at those grade band endpoints and got to the standards themselves.
Okay, so within our disciplines, so physical science, life science, earth and space science, and our engineering and technology standards, each of those is broken down into core ideas. So for example, this is an example that we're giving you just to kind of show that progression over the grade bands. Physical science has 4 disciplinary core ideas. And so we're going to take a look. We're just kind of starting with that first one, PS1, which is matter and its interactions. We're going to see this a lot in the chemistry standards. And those core ideas are then, it's like a hierarchy. They're broken down into component ideas. And so PS1, matter and its interactions, has 3 component ideas. A, structure and property of matter. B, chemical reactions, and C, nuclear processes. So we want to show you the progression across the grade bands for that component idea A, so structure and properties of matter. So really quickly, this is what the framework says, so the grade band endpoint for PS 1A, and then you can find the associated standards for kindergarten in our Tennessee standards. So we put that in kindergarten, and you'll notice that the alignment here. Okay, so for example, we're talking about solids, liquids, and gases, so different phases. We're talking about how things can be broken down and put back together, so every parts and wholes, okay? And you will see that mirrored in the standards. For grade 5, so this is for from grade 3 to grade 5, the framework gives us a grade band endpoint, and then we have some associated standards that go with that. So Matterance Interactions, we're talking here more about models of solids, liquids, and gases. So maybe kind of what's going on at that particle level a little bit more with solids and liquids and gases. And we're talking about some effects. So if we increase the pressure or increase the volume, like what do some of those physical changes look like when we're talking about matter? But we're not talking about any kind of calculation. So there's no math there. We're just talking about the basics. Then we get into the math in high school. Okay, so by the end of grade 8, those standards are in 7th grade. And then high school, this would feed into chemistry. Okay, and our guiding question, and each of our component ideas kind of has a guiding question. And for A, PS1A, it's how do particles combine to form the variety of matter one observes? And so that question is continually being answered all the way from kindergarten all the way to high school. But you're going to have different answers based on the developmental level that your students are at. Okay, and I think we see that in everyday life. As parents, your kids ask questions. And when they're 5, for some questions, you give them a different answer than when they're 17, right? So developmentally appropriate, how are they answering that kind of overall question?
Okay, and so what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and take you to some of the changes that we made. So we talked about where the standards started, the process they've been through now. We talked about the major buckets of the 3 dimensions, and that's what those cards are for you. As you saw the phenomenon or the problem, that's probably more of your curriculum that you bring in. Where the other 2 sets of cards, you see green set and a kind of a bluish purple. It's the argument there, whether that's blue or purple. Those are 2 of our dimensions. That's the cross-cutting concepts and our science and engineering practices. And the importance of knowing that for this work is you will see that in some of the feedback, teachers may be confused about the reasoning why those dimensions are in the work. So overall, we're going to talk about our changes through each grade band, and we're going to be done in 5 minutes, and then the floor is your all's. So overall, the amount of standards kind of reduced. We kept in mind, you will see in kindergarten and in 1st grade, it did go up a little bit. But that's because, like what Kelly just talked to you about, there's a grade band endpoint at 2nd grade. And 2nd grade used to have a whole lot more standards than it does, and there was a lot of complaints about that. So we've reduced that a little bit and spread that wealth in that grade band. Everywhere else, you see more of a reduction and increased relevance and increased coherence. That's what we went into this with. We wanted to make sure that we were continuing to be coherent of the progressions that Kelly just modeled for you. So, and then we had a better understanding of the framework this time around. So understanding where some of our pieces were that were missing and how we needed to make sure we filled in those gaps. And of course, using some public feedback just based off of what was working and what was not working. And then eliminated content that went beyond the scope. I will say, last time we recommended these standards and did the revisions for this time, last time we still had content beyond the scope, and probably because we didn't always use this as our true north, we tried. But, some people are like, no, I really want this to stay in middle school. I really want this to stay in elementary. And so when we do that, that kind of changes those progressions that lay out. Elementary overall, we stuck with what our main considerations were. Here's an example of of our standard that's in the classroom right now, explaining the cycle of water on Earth. It does not have a practice. It is not 3-dimensional. And it does not really get to student thinking. and it did not always follow the framework. So that's one we kind of missed, and public feedback called that out and said, this is pretty low level, and so we had to make some changes. Looking in 8th grade, same thing, aligning to the framework. Overall, there were not many changes to the standards K through 8 overall, not many at all. And but what we did do is, like I said, these 3 things: making sure it's aligned to the framework better, made sure that we filled in the gaps, and it made sense to do that. And then reduced or consolidated some standards that were just beyond the scope. Here's an example of one of those that went from 2 standards to 1 standard. There's a lot of IEs in there for the length, but these 2 standards were basically saying something similar. And so why have the 2 separate standards on that when it would be more efficient to have the consolidated standard?
For the high school courses, we actually only had 4 courses that had revisions, and what we did was we pulled numbers of students that were taking courses, and we really focused our efforts on the courses that more students across the state are being enrolled in at the high school level. And so the courses that we created some revisions for were biology, chemistry, and physical science. And then physics. In physics, you're going to kind of see 5 courses that you're looking at today because we actually split physics into 2 different courses. So here's kind of an overview for Biology 1. We made some revisions for clarity and specificity and closer alignment to the K-12 framework. And then we tried to give it a more equitable distribution among the component ideas. So we wanted to make sure that all 4 of our life science disciplinary core ideas were being addressed equitably in Biology 1. For Chemistry 1, we removed the PS2 and PS4 standards because those disciplinary core ideas, they don't really fit with chemistry. So when you think about your physical science can kind of be split into roughly chemistry and physics. And of course, there's some overlap there. But chemistry really focuses more on matter and its interactions primarily, and then some energy topics as well. And so we took out PS2 and PS4. Some of these were revised, again, for clarity and specificity, and then they were reordered a little bit just to enhance sequential coherence, not saying that teachers have to teach them in any certain order, but we did kind of reorder those just to kind of make a little bit more sense. And then the number of standards was reduced from 25 to 23. So we were trying to kind of pare down and really focus in on the concepts. For physical science, this one was heavily revised. We took out several standards that were just duplicates. So they were things that were being taught in chemistry and physical science, and we felt like that was probably unnecessary. So we pared those standards down, and I want you to keep in mind that the standards are a baseline. So districts and schools and teachers can always go above the standards, but this is our kind of benchmark for all students. So every physical science class that you might have at a school, and lots of schools may teach physical science different ways. It may be everybody takes physical science as an introduction to chemistry and physics, and you have to take that before you move on. Some schools, physical science may be optional. Okay, so we kind of have to think about some of those things as we're looking at these standards. So we did reduce from 36 standards all the way down to 21 for physical science, which makes it a lot more kind of accessible to all students and meet the needs of all the schools and teachers that are out there. And then again, you'll notice our distribution, we did go kind of more for an equitable distribution among those DCIs as well. Physics 1 and Physics 2, this is kind of a yes.
Go back just to that
Okay.
slide if you don't mind. So that's a pretty big reduction. I know in the earlier ones you mentioned reducing 1 or 2, and that's great to consolidate, but where did that reduction mostly end up? In what area?
Well, you can see I kind of listed them out here. 9 of the standards were actually duplicated. The content was duplicated in Chemistry 1. There was a significant amount of overlap in Chemistry 1.
Okay.
2 of the standards, there was a significant amount of overlap in 8th grade. And then we had 1 standard each in Biology 1 and Physics, that there was a significant amount of overlap as well.
And
So
just to let you know, Chemistry 1, 8th grade, and Biology 1 are all required courses, so every student in Tennessee is going to have those courses anyway. the 9, 10, 11, 12 standards that were duplicative, the students will, all students in Tennessee will receive anyway.
Physics, we actually didn't change any of the standards, so the standards are all the same, but we did split those. And our rationale was that really there was just way too much content to be covered in a high school physics course and make it accessible to all students. So even your AP physics courses don't quite cover all the topics that we had in our Tennessee physics course. So we just split that into Physics 1 and Physics 2. So Physics 1 is an introductory physics course, focuses more on mechanics and energy, and we reduced that amount of content so that all students, it would be accessible to all students. Physics 1 can be one of the graduation requirements for students, so that is a course that they can take to meet one of their science graduation requirements. So we wanted to make sure that that was actually an option for all students to have maybe that choice of physics for that requirement. Physics 2 builds on those concepts addressed in Physics 1, so you wouldn't just jump in and take Physics 2 necessarily. You want to take Physics 1 and Physics 2, and then plus additional physics concepts like nuclear energy, electricity, magnetism, and waves. And so we just really just kind of split those right down the middle in a way that made sense.
So that, you'll be happy to know that we are now concluded, but we just wanted to make sure that you knew how we got here, the journey the standards had made in front of you, and some familiarity with the 3 dimensions, so that maybe some of your thinking has changed. You used to think something, and now your thinking may have changed on some of these ideas of where we are. We're here as a resource for you, and I'm going to turn it back over to Catherine.
Would it be possible to get this PowerPoint, or have we gotten it already? Maybe we have it already.
I have, it's not been shared, but I, as soon as I talk to you, I will go ahead and email it out to all of you. I do appreciate your patience with this. We do think it's really important that you have some of the context for how the revisions got to where they are today, and kind of like how science educators approach this work, because not everyone may have the context for that. That being said, we are now into your work time, and there are no more presentations today or tomorrow. It is all work time for you. We have a couple options. If you want to, as a group, decide to take a break, that is fine. Or if you want to push through the next hour, we are going to have lunch at some point between 12 and 12:30 when you guys reach a natural pausing point. My recommendation to you for next steps, as noted on the agenda, is to appoint a chair for this committee and kind of outline how you want to progress through the courses. So, okay, so let's go ahead. We will take a 3 to 5 minute restroom break and then come back and get our chair appointed. We are just working out some technical things, and we will be right back to it in a moment. Okay, we are going to come back and move forward. So my first recommendation to all of you is to appoint a chair. That just makes the voting process a little bit simpler when there is one person to kind of direct things with voting. So is there anyone that would like to self-nominate or nominate one of your committee members to be chair? Like I said, the biggest responsibility is asking for a motion and a second when you officially vote on things. Okay.
I'm going to bow out. I am currently caring for a 9-month-old grandson who has lymphoma, and he is in his second treatment. So my job affords me the ability to be able to live with him this summer. I just feel like I have a whole lot on my plate. I'm sorry. I had spoken to Jade, and I'm sorry, I'm not sticking with that. I had spoken to Jade, and I had asked that to not be considered for that reason.
Yeah, not a problem.
I'm sorry, but thank you.
So, and the good news is there aren't really any responsibilities after this committee is done with their work. It's really a in the moment responsibility. So, Mike, you had self-nominated. Oh, you were going to nominate Leslie. Okay, never mind. Anyone else who might be interested?
I would like to make a nomination to nominate Joe.
Joe, do you have any major philosophical opposal to this?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, like I said, it's really just a matter of asking for the motion and the second on the votes.
Jennifer got me on that one. So.
I will also be the one tracking all the votes, so you don't even have to worry about that. I got you covered. In terms of the votes, you do not need to make a vote on every individual change you make. My recommendation is once you go through a course or a grade level to say, hey, do we approve the changes we've made, and then do the vote that way by course/grade level. With that, I would say typically these committees start with kindergarten and move forward. But once again, you guys can choose to do it differently. If you say, hey, we want to dig into middle school because that has the most feedback, that's also an option. So this time now is for you guys to discuss. The only thing I ask, make sure you turn on your mic when you do say something so that anyone who is watching or watches the recording can hear you, and I'm here to answer questions. Yes, Jody.
Hi, I have some questions about some housekeeping stuff real quick.
Yes.
So the first round standards are not reflective in the 133-page document.
Correct.
Okay, the 133-page document is reflective of the second round.
Correct.
So if there's standards that are missing from the first round to the 133 or the second round, there's standards that have several standards throughout all the bands that are missing. Is that just a clerical error, or what is that? Because I've read all of these and I want to make sure that I know going into this what exactly, if there's one that's left out, there wasn't one in the first round, but it's in the final round. I just want to make sure that if it was left out on purpose or if it was changed, just so I know for my knowledge.
So if there is a standard that's in the currently existing standards, but isn't in that 133-page document I sent you, that is because the educator teams chose to get rid of that standard
From the first round.
from the first round.
If there's ones in the 133 but not in the first round, they can add or delete.
That means that they added it.
Okay.
These have all been checked and double checked.
Okay.
So that 133-page document is absolutely correct. It's been checked by both of these people.
Okay.
It's been checked by Brian.
Right,
So
I was just working, just from my
Yeah.
knowledge, and I make sure I'm making the right decisions, that the 133-page document has stuff in there that the first round doesn't. First round has stuff in there that's not in the 133.
Yeah, but
Verbiage is very different.
the 133-page
numbering.
document is the one that you guys should be working off of.
Okay.
And that is what we have pulled up here on the computer as well. Other questions I can answer? Yes, Jennifer.
So I may have missed it, I'm sorry if I did, but just two clarifications. So we can't recommend any type of new standards. We're voting on what we're being given.
You can add standards if you want to.
Okay, we can. Okay.
You can delete standards if you want to. You can change standards if you want to. You technically have full authority to do what you want with these standards.
Because they're going to be reviewed and voted on based on what we submit you.
Whatever you submit to me, they will be sent in that format to the state board for approval. The state board only makes non-substantive changes.
Okay. The second thing, I don't see anything in regards to special education.
So special education does not have separate standards. Those students are taught the same standards as all other students with accommodations. Remember, these are standards, not curriculum.
Right.
And so therefore standards are not represented, supports are not represented in standards. Those are curricular level decisions
Right.
made at the district, school, and teacher level.
The reason I asked that, I had my one of our 8th grade science teachers had texted back and said, ask them, because when it comes to if you have a special ed student who can attempt some of the coursework, they are getting mixed messages as far as, do we utilize the standards put forth for those students, or we just basically wing it?
Unless I believe Brian may actually know this a bit better than me, but from my experience as a social studies teacher, the only students that are tested on different quote standards, which is really just a reduced list of standards, is students with severe disabilities. Otherwise, and so those are students who are often not in the general education classroom anyway. But the vast majority of your special education students should be taught these standards with accommodations and are tested on these exact standards with their testing accommodations. Does that make sense?
It does, and I have a personal experience with this, so I think there's opportunities to share within the network of this, because my daughter was special ed autistic, and she was able to take some coursework in high school and some not. The teacher's response would be, well, we have to teach her to the standards regardless, even if she has accommodations. Then you would have other teachers who would be, I don't think we have to worry about standards with her because of the IEP. So there's not that unified consensus of, oh, this is how we handle special ed students, the standards of the curriculum. So there's that disconnect that leads me to go, okay, common sense, you got the standards and you test, but there's still not a clear path for special ed students.
Yeah.
We have some opportunities.
It sounds like Brian might have some insight.
So while the standards are the same, there are implementation options to districts that they can choose to select. So one implementation option is an extended scheduling for biology, where rather than teaching biology in a single course, then you can choose as a district to implement biology extended scheduling 1 and extended scheduling 2. Students would take the EOC at the end of the extended scheduling 2. That's for students who do not have an IEP. Students with an IEP have another option, which is to take a biology A, biology B combination. For students who take the biology A, B combination, that negates a third lab science requirement, and those students are then able to take the EOC at the end of the biology B. They don't have an extra science requirement stacked on top, and that is, again, that's for students with IEP. How districts implement those options is a district decision, but there are pathways for implementation.
We also, just one more suggestion, you may have a special ed student, if they're blessed enough to even take any kind of science work, that they can't even do the option 2. They can't do that. But there's so many strengths in science. There's so many strengths that an autistic student can learn from. And no matter the standard, no matter the curriculum, and we're missing the boat. We're not putting that out there. My daughter has a strength in science to where she can't tie her shoe, or she can't do English, or she can't do math. But our standards are focused on the majority of students, and I would just like to see something for the special ed students.
Alternatives, so for a 1% population, there are alternative standards. That also includes an alternative assessment.
And that's what I was referring to. Those are typically implemented with students with severe disabilities who are not able to be in the general education classroom.
Catherine,
Yes.
so quick questions about just procedurally.
Yep.
Joe, your chair. Can you make motions and? Okay, so I just didn't know if we're following Robert's Rules of Order or if we're doing.
Generally, Robert's Rule of Order, we don't have to be militant about it, but generally, that is best practices.
We will have order.
What was that? Oh, right.
The most important thing is with the votes, having a motion, a second, and then we will do a roll call vote just to make sure that there's no confusion on the approval for the official votes. Like I said, within the courses, as you're like talking and making decisions, you can do like a general voice consensus if you want.
So, one of the things when we had asked for information about previous meetings, just as go-bys, and we got the video link for the 4-hour session, it was important to me that we actually have, every board I've ever served on has a record of minutes that are documented in paper and in writing. And I think we would be remiss if we didn't have that. So who is responsible for making sure that there's a formal document that reflects our meeting minutes?
Yes. So we, as the state board, under state statute, it is allowed that the video recording may serve as minutes. I did not share the document with you, but for the actual official roll call votes, I will have that timed to where in the video those votes happened. And that is how the state board typically does minutes for our board meetings, is the video, recorded video serves as the minutes.
So the state board, when they come into the meeting after the first, let's say we've had a first meeting, or go to the second meeting, and they have to approve minutes during that meeting, they are using the video as their minutes?
The video and then the list of votes with the timestamp to the video is what they're approving.
Okay. Can we have something in writing that people can reference?
Yes.
I think that maybe nobody else minds.
Yeah, I mean, I would recommend that one of you guys serve as like the quote secretary to write those minutes.
No, I think it needs to be a staff person.
Okay.
That I'm making a recommendation that staff do that. I think it's important. because sending somebody a video link to be able to reflect what was discussed and deliberated today versus sending a document that has 3 or 4 pages that shows that is, because it was, I'll just tell you from my perspective, when I got your email link
Yeah.
with a 4-hour video to watch to get context for what we're trying to do today so that I can be prepared and not be ineffective, that was almost useless because
Okay.
I didn't have 4 hours to sit and listen to a video. So I think it's incumbent upon the staff to provide that support to this group.
Okay, I can do that.
So we have made a motion to have a staff member help us keep minutes, and is everybody in favor of that?
Second it first.
Ask for a second for that.
Second?
All right, we have a second. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, aye.
Great, okay.
If that's possible, that would be.
Yes,
that'd be
we
good.
can do that.
Thank you.
How else can I be helpful before you dig into the work?
Okay, so I'm following up on Jody's earlier question about first round, second round. I just want one quick, and I'm sorry, Michael, just one quick rundown of where it went from survey 1 to survey 2 to what Jody called 133, or what does she call the 133 page document. There's a percentage, like 20% that was quoted, like if it had 20% of comments or something, it was included or not.
Yeah, so the public feedback surveys do not directly impact the standards document.
Oh,
That is you, with the first round of public feedback, the educator teams considered that feedback when they were creating their recommendations to you all for revisions. And you are considering the second round of public feedback when creating your revisions and recommendations to the state board. But there's no like, oh, if 20% of the respondents in the public feedback survey don't want the standard, it automatically gets deleted. That's not a process that exists.
well, I'm just gonna go back here and try to quote if I can find it. There was a 20% number that was quoted, which is where I got that from. And I'm not gonna be able to find it quickly.
I think you're referring to the 9 through 12, where it talks about the change or remove standard. The following tables display the standards with the highest percentages, approximately 20% or greater of responses. Is that what you mean?
Yes, where? Every section. Yeah, I thought it was in every section, but where is that and why am I missing? I'm just overlooking it.
I just see it page 6 of the 9 through 12.
Okay.
It is on everyone. It's on
Yeah.
page 6 of K through 5 too, as well.
That's what I was asking about. What is that 20%? Yeah, I see it now.
Let me
So it
just
says, the
pull it up
column
for
header
myself.
response action refers to recommendation from respondents to move, change, or remove standard. The following tables display the standards with the highest percentages,
Yeah.
approximately 20%
So
are
this-
graded.
Right, so this is just like pulled out information for your sake of these are the standards with the highest response action of remove or change so that you know which standards the most people want removed or changed. It doesn't mean that we automatically took action on that. This is, oh, you guys, when you're considering this, can say, okay, kindergarten PS4, 20% or more of the respondents want it moved or removed, and so you can then take that into consideration as you're making your revisions. But there was no like automatic action based on that. Does that make sense?
Except for on the top of page 7. And if it is, it said, the December SD committee agreed to add the phrase, and they did add that. So they have made in the comment area a comment if there was a change that was truly made. Like, for instance, that one.
Okay.
That was the first
So
one.
that,
Yeah.
that one
So-
came about, there were some, errors in the standards when they were first posted, to the public feedback for the second round, and they got fixed, but, yeah. It was just that wording was inadvertently missed when they were first posted, and this is just saying, hey, it got added back in based on the original recommendation of the Standards Development Committee.
I'm guessing they did that so you don't have the one disgruntled parent
Yes.
who has made some comment, one, didn't like the chemistry teacher, and so I'm guessing that's why they said, let's just, if 20% said this, then that's probably, legitimate, right?
Yeah.
Chairman, I'm asking for the floor for a moment. Before we get into, this is just a suggestion, based upon my experience of being a board member and traveling the state of Tennessee in education for 20 years, when we go to consider these changes, look at, your majority of your feedback came from the teachers for a reason. Look at the teacher's response versus who else, because they're the ones we're entrusting with our children and what to do. They're on the front line. They're living this, they're experiencing it. So I would just, when we start looking at them, consider where the teachers were. And I'll yield the floor.
All right. The floor has been yielded. I would like to entertain a brief discussion on best approach to this. We have multiple documents and multiple ways we can handle this. My first suggestion, and I'm open to discussion on this, would be to start in grade level order, start with grade K and start working our way up. And of course, we'll take a break as we get to lunch and things like that. But thoughts, comments on the progression? Are we okay in general with starting with K and moving up?
I agree.
Agree.
I agree, but have a question,
Please,
as
go
you
ahead.
might not be surprised, but can we come back to one after you've gone to like if you get to grade 3 and you realize, oh, there's something I would like to amend?
You can absolutely go back to them.
Okay.
Because another option, math went through multiple grades before they went and did like their official votes. Like you could even wait till the end of day tomorrow to do all your official votes at the same time. One other quick question that I want to present to you all is, Nisha, I totally understand your request for having written minutes. We, as a state board staff, do not have specific content experts on our staff. That's where we rely on our expert educator teams and our department support. So my question is, technically the motion was for a state board staff member to keep minutes. Would this committee be open to either department staff or one of the state standards development chair committee chairs keeping the minutes?
They are both shaking their heads no.
I'm happy to make revisions, but I'm not.
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
You do a transcript based on the video that we're recording this all day. Just make a transcript and make that public or make that to us. Is that something that would be helpful so nobody can, because they're going to be a whole bunch of notes and it's going to be hard for anybody without that background to do it.
Yeah, and that's my concern is I just don't think I have the science knowledge to like accurately represent what you guys are discussing. And so I don't want to misinterpret something that you guys are saying because I have never been a science teacher. I have never worked in a STEM field. So I can work to create a transcript and pull out, and then I can just like delete unnecessary information from the transcript to create a condensed transcript after the fact if you guys feel okay with that option.
All right, so it's been offered that a transcript could be produced based upon the video. Any discussion regarding that? Questions, comments?
Yeah, I think I'm good with that if we're highlighting where the motions are made and the deliberations to make sure that
Absolutely, yeah, I can.
the ums and the uhs are not important.
Correct,
that,
yeah.
Because
I can focus in on the actual content
when
in the
court recorder
transcript.
does it, you get all that, and I don't want that. I'm just looking for the key points.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Okay, I hear no major objections to using video to create a transcript. Any further discussion? All right, with that, we're going to move forward from that. Let's, any other comments from the board or anything else we need to know? Catherine, take that as a no. Are you good?
I am good if
Okay,
y'all are good.
All right, I think we're good. So
Okay.
I think in general, we want to start with kindergarten. I think the question is, how do we want to proceed in terms of actually diving into the standards? We have multiple documents. One is we have the actual standards document updated as it is. We also have both first and second round comments that have been provided for us. And so I'm open to suggestions on the best approach to this. I do have one question, and maybe this is for Brian, I'm not sure who this goes to. In terms of the actual document itself and the formatting, who is actually editing that as we go? Where is that? Somewhere over there. Okay, that's it. Okay. Okay, I don't know whose screen we're looking at. I asked that because there are nitpicky things along the way about, hey, there's spacing here. Can we put a space in between this? And so as we go, those are really minor things, but it might just help, improve the flow. We can work on any language, obviously, as we go. Okay, so we have clarity on that. Any suggestions on kind of the approach as we go through each of these grades, how you all would like to approach it? Keisha, go ahead.
The question I have is just about the document, since you've said, as you pointed out, there is the 133 pager that I think they've got up on the screen.
Right.
My question is to maybe Brian, I'm not sure, maybe the Board of Education folks, but we're making this recommendation to the board.
Mm-hmm.
And is this the document that goes before the board for their approval?
Yes, this document, as well as if you guys as a committee want to provide a 1 or 2 pager with additional context, or like we said, you wanted something somewhere on the record that we encourage more of a focus of science in K-5, that would be in that additional document. But it is this document that is pulled up on your screen, in which we will be making live edits, that will then go to the state board for their approval, and then this is the document that gets posted online, gets shared with districts, teachers work off of. This becomes the official standards document.
So after we make edits today, there's no second checking by the committee?
If you guys want to have someone double check it, that is an option. I will personally go through it to copy edit it, and Brian will be going through it just to confirm all content is correct and accurate.
Higher learning, all lowercase.
Okay. Jody, that addressed your question?
It does, and I'm thinking about how your question is how there's multiple documents and so many different things. Would it be beneficial if some of us focused on having the pages open with the teacher comments, since those are so incredibly important, and then some of us are looking at, like, here's the standard, here's what the teachers are saying, because flipping back and forth, I'm sure you guys have found, is really arduous, and if it would help if everything was on the same page, but it's not. So would it be helpful if we kind of did that, maybe?
I think so.
to prevent-
I think that's fair. I think what I was going to suggest is that as we look at each grade level, 2 things. One is if there's any particular standard or revision that you noticed, maybe a comment or something that you wanted to bring attention to, make sure you have that noted and ready. And what I suggest we do is we can just start kind of going through the standards as they're listed in the 133-page document. And if there are suggestions for edits or rephrasing or anything else that we feel like needs to be done, let's discuss that kind of as we go through them.
I would be happy to volunteer to be the person who is taking the teacher comments
Yes.
and interjecting as we reach that
That'd be great.
particular. Does that sound good?
That'd be
And then
great.
when we
Thank
get
you.
to a certain standard, I can go, oh, here's what I've got. Because some of them will just be able to just boom, 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 and then there's others where there's 12 different teachers who have.
That's right.
that
Multiple
good?
comments.
Okay.
That's I'm good with that.
And may I clarify, these are only teacher comments?
Oh, I meant anything.
Okay, that's what I'm
I meant-
asking.
I meant
I was
anything.
thinking, maybe,
No,
okay.
no, no, no,
The
because I
Gotcha.
don't know if it's a
Good.
teacher.
Okay,
yeah.
that's right.
Right,
That's
right,
what I was
The
wondering. So,
comments technically could be from anyone, but as
Any
we know, the
comment.
Right, I was
majority
just-
of
yeah, I'm
most
sorry.
comments
I just-
No, no,
By
it's
reading
okay.
them, I knew most
I
of them were
understand.
teachers,
Yes,
but
I
no,
understand.
any in the
Yes.
book.
And
Any
beginning
in the
with,
book.
Joe, beginning with kindergarten is pretty, gonna be a good beginning. It's small and simple.
Yeah, I think that'll give us a little
So,
practice as
yes.
to the
Well,
best
and
way
I think
to
it's
do that.
important to go
Yeah, and are the comments in round 1 and 2 all consolidated on 2? Or do we need to have round 1 open and round 2 open?
All I have
That's a
is
good
what is
question.
in our notebook.
Okay.
So what is
I
in
have
our
round
notebook
1 with me.
represents
Yeah, I
round
have mine
two.
on my computer, but I don't know.
Do you want to go by round 2?
Well, if, I guess.
I
if
thought
you-
that round 1 had already been taken into consideration. by
I mean, that's
people
what I'm asking.
before
I just wanted to
us.
make sure that anybody
Correct.
wanted to take into, yeah.
I would recommend not going back to round 1 because that was fully taken into consideration by the 2 educator committees.
Okay.
And also there's going to be a lot of irrelevant information because those represent the standards as they currently exist, not the standards as you have before you in this
Right.
document on the screen.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I did look at I had it a little longer than, because I had asked Catherine for it before I got to send it to y'all. And there are some things that I would like to see discussed or brought forward. So when it gets to that point, I'll just reference them kind of like
I don't
Amy's
have, I
doing.
don't think there's any objection to that. So yeah, if you've read through the first ones and there's something you want to bring back up, I don't see any reason not to. But for our focus, we'll try to stick mainly with the second round as far as our comments now. But if anybody sees anything that they want to bring back up, that's fine. We'll take as a general approach that we will go through, revise, and I think we're open to come back to it. So if we want to wait on taking a final vote till either the end of the day today and the end of the day tomorrow, or just the end of the day tomorrow, I'm okay with either of those approaches. So
I like the vote at the end of
I do
the
too.
process,
End
so
of the
that this
process,
is more
that's fine.
deliberative.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're stopping and starting and stopping and
well,
starting.
and it gives you a moment to pause and think about it. You may wake up in the middle of the night with some thought on how to improve it. So that's okay too.
This is going to drive the sticklers in the room crazy, but are you okay with my not asking you for permission to speak every single time I
yes.
have to interject?
Yeah, you do. That's like one of the real. Y'all don't need to do that. It's really
Yes,
is.
please.
It's the focus on the.
Because that will extend things, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Like I said, the
Catherine, a
most
little bit of
important
typing
thing is
right
when we do the votes.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. We'll be a little more official then. But so let's go ahead and open our discussion. Let me ask Catherine really quickly. Time frame for lunch? You said around 12:30ish, something like that.
Yeah, they're gonna come bring it in around. They've started bringing it in, but you guys, when you come to a natural breaking point,
Sure.
And I think we can get through kindergarten.
I think we can
It's
get through
short.
kindergarten. So yes. So let's open the discussion on kindergarten. We have. I am on the document, page 23 of the 133-page document. Starts the academic standards for kindergarten. There's a little bit of front matter before that, which we're not going to be concerned with at the moment. So I'm on page 23. I don't know. Can y'all advance? What computer are we looking at? Is the one up there? Okay. Can we advance that to page 23? That'll get us to the kindergarten academic standards. So we have K, PS1, PS4. There's an LS1, LS3, and then there's some earth science standards and ETS standards. So that's pages 23 and 24. I'll open the floor for discussion if there are comments about any of the responses to these, anything that you found pertinent. We'll go ahead and open that up.
There's no feedback for PS1.
Okay. At least
For what
none.
that's worth.
None with 20% or greater.
None with 20% or greater.
I feel like I noticed something, and maybe this is in the back of it. Let me jump back here to the back real quick. Seems like there was a comment somewhere.
Page 7. Page 7. in
Page
the
29, I
notebook.
think what you're looking at, 29?
Oh,
Page 7 in the notebook, sorry. The comment that is made,
yes.
it says something about moving
Moving first to
ETS2 to first grade, and I believe that's probably a good move. If you
Okay.
look, ETS2, you all on the bottom of 24 on our 133 document.
Appropriate
Use
tools.
appropriate tools if you think about a kindergartner, that's a whole lot to ask a kindergartner. Magnifying glass, rain gauge, they don't, I mean, basic scale. If you move that to first grade, that does make sense, especially with math, with them using scales with different blocks that weigh different amounts.
Yeah.
I think that might be a good move.
Can I ask in terms of the wording, maybe our experts could help us with this. When we have things parenthetically, is this like an e.g., like a for example type?
Yeah, it's just an
parenthetic?
option. It's just
Okay, give me
examples.
options.
You're an educator, I'm a scientist.
Right.
My brain wants to go in order from top to bottom.
Yes.
Yes.
Is that?
Okay,
I
I'm sorry. I
no,
was
that's
only
okay.
looking at the ones
She was
that
just
had
looking at the
comments.
there. Yeah.
No,
So
but there,
only the
but
ones
there
that
are
had
more.
comments.
There are more that have comments.
There's
before that.
comments on page
There's
29.
comments
Oh,
on
dear.
4.1.
No wonder.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure because
You're
jumping
good.
around.
I didn't see
will-
those comments.
Okay,
I was
okay.
excited about.
That's why I
moving
said
over
there's,
there.
there's nothing on PS1, so I thought,
Gotcha.
could we just
Amy,
take
are
that
you
group
looking at,
and-
did you see the
PS
comments on page
4.1.
29 on overall comments by grade and it says KPS1? Did you see that? There's like 2 sections for comments.
Yeah, that's what I was looking.
That's what you're looking
there.
for?
Yeah, that's
No.
Which document are you
Thank
in,
you
Jody?
so much.
Same document.
Okay.
The standards?
In
second
the-
This
round?
is second round, and this is instead of having a 20% cutoff, this is all of it.
Oh, this is
all-
everything.
Yes.
That's right.
Okay.
So it's all the comments.
Wow. What
So
is-
are we looking at all the comments?
Okay, we can.
I think it's a summary. Is it more of a summary?
It
Yeah,
says,
it's more, because they talked about specific items, and then if they had like open comments, you know,
Catherine.
they could add.
We have- The difference in the comments starting on page 6 and then starting on page 29. So the one starting on page 6 is the 20% or greater. Is the one starting on 29 literally every single comment?
Oh, okay.
Y'all, I don't think we can get through it if we do every single comment.
The other ones have literally every single comment.
I truly
Okay, so
don't think
which
we can do that in 2 days.
I just didn't, we just, I don't.
No,
think
yeah,
we
yeah,
read
yeah,
that
yeah, I'm
way,
glad you
So
pointed
you
out.
saw all of those. I didn't see all of
I'm
them.
glad you pointed out. I just don't think
yeah,
that we'll.
I tried to read through several of those, and I have some marked. And so if you have some that you note and you want to bring up, that's fine. We as a practice, will not try to go through all of those just because of the scope of it and our time. I guess I was going to ask just the general question. I know this. I thought this was brought up somewhere in here, but maybe I missed it. But this KPS 1.1, plan and conduct an investigation. I now appreciate, thanks to our presentation earlier, the language here, right? So I understand the language of that. I guess I'm wondering, anybody with K experience, is that an appropriate request of kindergarten students? I guess I don't have a good perspective on that, so I'll open that for comment.
I can give you our feedback as we talked about that at each committee.
That'd be great.
So the idea here for our kindergarten classrooms is that the teacher would model that with them. So I've worked with kindergartners who could plan and conduct eventually. That may be an endpoint. But the idea here is that they're doing experiments and that they're part of the thinking process of that experiment. They're not just executing it.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah,
what
no,
the
that's
plan
fine.
and conduct stands for there. It looks very different in kindergarten than it would,
Right.
sophisticated into biology or something.
Right.
They're not writing down their methods and materials.
That's right. The phrasing using patterns, and I'm sorry to be just specific on
So
this.
that phrasing comes from our cross-cutting concepts,
Does it?
patterns, finding commonalities,
Okay.
that's the scientific thinking, the patterns piece.
Okay. All right. I'm just in my mind. That's not where I took it as far as finding patterns to classify materials, but I just want to make sure. I figured that was part of the language you were using there, but. Just
And
wanted
if
to-
some of the language is different between the document we're looking at and then the standards, that's cool, that's okay? Like patterns is in the standard, but it's not, in the 130, in the big document, but it's not on the standard, so that's fine. It doesn't have to be exact, or what's the exactness of the,
The final
Right.
product is the one you're seeing in front of you, is
Okay.
the 133 page. That's the
Right.
final standards document.
But you're asking if they don't reconcile.
right, I'm just saying, I'm looking at the second round and making sure that what we were told by Catherine, that these are exactly the same. Is there differences between second round and this, or?
There's a chance that there may be some small typographical errors as
Okay.
all of the standards had to be hand typed out to go into the survey.
Okay.
Are you saying it's different in the survey document?
No, I'm just looking at the standards on page 19 of the actual standard, and then I'm reading this as well. I just was making sure if it's supposed to be exact or if it's
Wait,
supposed to.
Where,
Give us an example.
what's the second?
let me come take a look.
On page 19 here.
The standards that-
The notebook.
in the notebook.
Oh, okay. And that's- yes, absolutely.
Moving or changing or
This-
keeping.
Right.
I don't have,
Oh,
oh, is she
right.
in
All
here?
technical areas have been,
Is she in here?
So then this is different than this, could be different than this.
Yeah.
not in like
Right.
procedures.
I
Just type it
assumed,
out.
We don't know.
I didn't assume,
So it
I
can be.
assumed that was just a,
The big dog right here.
I assumed this was just a recap. I assumed it wasn't a word for word in the big, huge document where it says standard. I assumed it was just kind of a,
So, like I said.
not word for word. Yeah, it was just,
This was based off of like the rough work of the committees. This document, which is what's on the screen, has been fully cleaned.
Right.
And edited already.
Right.
Which is why you might be seeing some of those minor changes. But like the major content of the standard is not going to be different.
Right.
Does that make sense? Okay, because the standards in this notebook had not been cleaned. This document has been cleaned already once.
And these are the things that the survey was based on. These in the notebook are
Yeah.
these standards that are listed.
Exactly how they were listed on.
And so the survey people saw these standards.
Yeah.
Now, the standards that we're seeing in this free document, this 133, this is what will go for approval.
Correct.
That will be approved by the state's board and legislature, whoever approves, and this will be in the hands of our teachers.
Correct.
Is that making sense?
Yeah.
I think?
Yes.
Okay.
So if there,
If there's an error
there's a
in
major
this
error,
book,
yeah.
but not in this,
Right.
then you don't have to worry about it.
Right.
Because this is now what's going to move forward.
That's the Bible.
Sounds like a plan.
this is the Bible.
We all
Yep,
say
I got it. I got it.
Did the
I'm-
Bible just happen recently? Like, did you not have it when you did the second round? Comments to us?
We did not have time to do all of the cleaning for the survey. We did the cleaning for this document.
Right, but
Yeah.
this document, did you not have it available when you sent us the second round
I
of
did
comments?
not.
Okay,
Which is why you received this like a week or so later.
okay.
Hey, Joe, real quick.
You good? Yes, go ahead.
The progressions for all of the science and engineering practices, like plan and conduct investigation, are on page 60 of that book, and that gives guidance with how to do that at each grade level. So even though the practice name is the same, it gives the guidance. So on any of these that may feel like beyond the scope of that age, it is
grade level specific
it
guidance.
gives a grade level specific.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Okay. All right. So as we get into kindergarten here, there's only a couple with comments on pages 6 and 7, unless I'm missing anything else. So those are the comments of 20% or greater. Anybody have anything with regard to kindergarten? So PS1, no other comments. What about PS4? There's one comment.
Well, and it wasn't even a comment, but there were 20% who said to either move or remove it, but no additional comment given.
And that one specifically says record data from investigation using sensors to detect light, sound, and vibrations and communicate observations.
And that says this is a little much for kindergarten, but still cover the senses.
Any discussion around this particular one? Does anybody feel strongly that this needs to be modified, or given grade level specific expectations, could this be feasibly, conducted in a K-level classroom?
So this is where we had a gap previously, and we've added it in. It is supposed to pair with the senses. So we weren't really talking much about this progression before now. And so I can see if you got a comment, it's probably because it's a shift a little bit. But it really is just basic senses and starting to understand and detect these senses. So
And recording data could be
It could be
a
pictures.
flashlight on,
Yeah.
and we put a check mark here, or a flashlight off, we put it over here on the off column.
So
we could-
especially K through 2, data is not always quantitative in
No.
that way. Sometimes it's a picture, a drawing, or
Right.
collecting information.
Okay. Any other concerns about that? Okay. All right, so that's KPS4. What about KLS1? There's a comment to move it. It says that there was an agreement to add a phrase. So that was one, right, where we've already kind of discussed that. Any further discussion or concerns about KLS1?
I just think that when you have an 80% response rate to keep it, that kind of has a lot more weight for me.
Sure.
Because there's nothing in the comments that really can justify, nothing's articulated to justify any of the removal or the change. You know, we got 80% responding that they want to keep it. That's strong. So,
Agreed.
just want to say that.
Thank you. No other comments on LS1. Now we're down to ETS2. So this was brought up earlier as a potential move. It's a move to first grade.
Can I interject? Can we fix the clerical error on
Yes.
KLS 3.1? Is it supposed to be LS3 and then it just does a 1 underneath it, or is it supposed to be 3.1?
Good
Right,
question.
there you go. Oh, go back up. There you go. That heading, is that supposed to be a 3 point?
This is KLS 3.1.
Okay, so this one's different than,
Okay.
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 Get rid of
It
the
should
1
be
after
just
the 3.
LS3,
Yeah, it should be the,
correct?
okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hey, there we go.
Sorry.
So
Real quickly,
go ahead.
Joe, you're going through these, which I appreciate.
Yes.
Which means we're skipping ones here. We just not even. I'm sorry. I go in order head to toe.
Right.
Well, because you said because you're following the same document I am, and you went from LS1 to ETS2, unless I misunderstood you.
No, well, I did not mention LS3. That's correct.
Okay.
And
Or
ESS. That's
ES2 or ESS3.
That's correct. You're right.
Okay.
I
I just wanted to, I
No,
mean,
that's a good call.
okay. And it may just be we're good, but I just feel like we need to at least touch on them.
That's a good point. So
Okay.
any comment on LS3? We made the edit there on the title. Any other?
So you're talking about there's more here than there is here.
That's correct.
Because these are only the
there's not enough people
comments.
commented on them. They're not going to show up
Gotcha.
over there. So we're at the bottom of page 23. We just, on KLS3, we just removed the .1 on the title there. Any comments on LS3? There's nothing in our, Amy, is that correct? Nothing in our 20%?
There's not,
grade.
but now I'm wondering, now that we're getting the flow of this,
Yeah.
now I'm wondering if instead I need to be back here at all the comments and just quickly glancing at each of them, since everybody else is here. I'm not doing much good. Everyone else is
You can
here.
you can certainly do that if you want.
And then,
Hope you're
do
a
you
fast
trust
reader.
me?
I trust
I
you.
am, and do you trust me just to say, hey, here's something I think
That's
we
right.
might want to think
That's
about?
fine. That's absolutely
Well,
fine.
on this next one,
Yes.
I'd like to hear what our scientists in the room say about this, because it seems like it might be much for kindergarten.
Sure. Well, we'll come to that ETS2 in just a second. To Amy's point, I was skipping through on this larger document here. We've done LS3. Let's look at ESS2 and ESS3, and then we'll come to the ETS. Just general observations, if you don't mind to fix the spacing on those, the ESS2, or is that? Okay.
We're just discussing, I'm not
Okay.
sure. It got pulled from the web down, and so we will fix that.
That's fine.
I'm just afraid if I do it right now, things are gonna get deleted and I'm gonna have a panic attack.
That's
Okay,
fine.
thank you.
That's fine. Just make a note, just a few of those things.
Joe?
Any comments on ESS2?
I just have a quick clarification, because I'm flipping back and forth with notebooks, and the one that you all provided, I had already printed off round 2 comments that you provided.
Yes.
Are they exactly the same? Because, okay, this is what you already sent us. Perfect.
Reports.
You're so organized, Nisha.
There we go. There you go.
Sorry.
All right. Comments on any of the ESS2? I'll give Amy a minute
Yep.
to see if she sees anything coming out in the individual responses. Let everybody read those, and then we'll move to ESS3.
The only thing I see is 2.1, ESS 2.1 to
Okay.
move to first grade.
Make observations to gather weather. using tools,
Yes,
weather data?
I think it's fine in kindergarten. Okay,
I
think it's
that's
fine.
Only,
ESS 2 and then point 1.
only 2 people, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just throwing them out there.
Yep,
Yep.
yep.
We need that.
Yeah, I think we need that.
Thank you.
And same thing on the, so
I'm
there's.
good at secretary.
Well, we've commented on the spacing issues. I think we're good there. All right, any other thoughts on ESS 2? If not, we'll move to ESS 3. Okay, any thoughts on ESS 3?
On number 2, should we move the weather up to Earth systems? Number 2, should we move that one up?
Explain the purpose of weather forecast to prepare for, respond to.
I think
severe
the
weather.
reason it's there is because it's the purpose of weather forecasting, which is human
It's a
activity.
human activity, probably.
I think that's why. I think you'd be absolutely right if it were just talking about weather, but I think it's because it's forecasting.
Okay. No concerns about ESS 3. ETS 1, engineering design. There's no comments in the 20% or greater, and we'll give Amy a moment to look at the back matter.
So there's one comment that says that ETS 1.1 is the same as in first grade, that it's a duplication.
Okay.
First grade should be more rigor, I think that's supposed to be rigor, of kindergarten should change. Standards should not be identical. So do we want to put a pin in that and look when we get to the first grade, or does someone
can-
want to just maybe check and see, is it exactly the same?
It's exactly the same in several
exactly
grades.
the
Several
same.
grades.
For several grades.
So it's just the same statement.
Yes,
Oh,
that's the
it's just the
engineering
same
design.
statement.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
then and then you go to the curriculum to
Right.
decide, okay,
Yes.
then never mind,
Good.
ignore that.
I think that seems
Yep.
okay.
Right.
Good questions. Any other questions
That's
on
good.
ETS 1? Now, at long last, ETS 2.
Sorry.
It's not your fault. That was me. I was
We made
excited
it.
about moving ahead.
So the recommendation is to move for 20%. To Mike's point, that means 80% said keep it. Use appropriate tools to make observations and answer testable scientific questions. Any concerns or objections to that, knowing that, again, it's going to be grade level appropriate?
Yeah, my concern with that one was the linking aspect of requiring the abstract thinking, more of the abstract thinking for kindergartners. I thought maybe first grade might be a little more appropriate, even though you're still not able to think abstractly that much, but you're better to think more abstractly at first.
I agree.
So I thought moving it to first grade might be a good move. I don't know what the scientists think in the room, but that was my thought.
I'm trying to. I have a fourth grader and just finished fourth grade, just finished first grade, and I'm just trying to think about where they were as kindergartners. And I think they could have done those things in kindergarten. I don't know that all students can, but I don't
Well,
think it's totally
my
unreasonable.
grandson just got through kindergarten and he made it. He did fine. But my daughter called, Dad, I can't believe they're making it. This is pretty intense. I'm like, yeah, get it doing. Quit complaining. Don't call me. Call your own principal. But just a thought. I mean, if you guys are the science teachers and the scientists. If you think it's just
Leslie, why do you want to move it?
I just know what kindergarten teachers have facing them. Sitting down on the carpet is a big issue, and even throughout the year. So I know for them, for a little, I have a 4-year-old going as a grandson, moving to 5. And getting him to hold something for just a minute and look and make, I think that's a difficult task. What about your person who just left kindergarten or first
Yeah.
grade?
Yeah, I feel like first grade, it would definitely be
Yes.
something that could be done.
I have a comment to interject here.
Yes.
This standard really pairs nicely with the PS 1.1 in kindergarten and also the ESS 2.1,
Yes.
where students they're in PS 1, they are categorizing
Okay.
based on characteristics, and so they would be using tools possibly to look at
Okay.
those objects. And then in ESS 2, they're looking at weather. So they're looking at patterns in weather. And so that rain gauge is something that they actually might be using with that standard.
Okay.
And so I think that this standard really goes in tandem very well with at least 2 of the other standards in
Things
kindergarten.
that are already
Right.
being done.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was the intentionality of the previous
That was.
committees.
Good, thank you. That
Just
gives
so-
us
just
some
a-
insight.
Standing alone.
Right.
So a lot of these thinking about them teaching all of them. Just because it's last on here does not mean it would come in that order. It would maybe pair with other things.
Right.
What does an assessment look like for a kindergartner to link the connection between tools? What would that assessment look like?
So an assessment would look like, for me, would be a performance base. Like, so if I was doing an experiment and I said, we're going to look closely at these leaves, which tool would you want to choose to look closely at those leaves? And then hopefully they would pick up a magnifying glass, but actually magnifying glasses are really hard for them to use. So usually we use like a tripod or something that can hold above them and they can slide it underneath. And they see that we get a closer look using our.
Okay, well, and that explanation,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
I'm good with that.
Yeah,
I'm okay with it.
Thinking of that developmentally, my kids, by the way, would come home raving if they got when they get to do
Hold
things like
something,
this.
too.
So it's,
Sure.
yeah, hey, we got to do this today.
The
So-
other thing that I just want to encourage you guys, for those that might not be interacting with the classroom every day, is, right, the state of Tennessee made some significant gains in student achievement about 8 years ago, but we're still sitting pretty low when compared to the nation. And so we want to be pushing our students
Yeah.
and our standards.
That's great.
And so just keep that in mind, because if we make the standards too easy, then are we really helping students grow and develop? So, I mean, developmental appropriateness is still important, but we want to be, how are we pushing our students to improve?
Very good.
So I seem to note on the 29th page where there's more comments that
Yes,
there
please.
was in December, SD committee agreed to add thermometer to ETS 2.1, but I don't see it in your
29.
ETS 2.1.
I don't know where that is not what we agreed to. I was on that committee, so we did not agree to thermometer, so it never made it on
Because
there.
it is up in the ESS 2.1.
Right, that's, I see, I read it. Maybe, do you think maybe that's a typo? Maybe it's supposed to say
So wait, where are you seeing it? I'm sorry.
In
Page
ESS2, it says there's a thermometer?
Uh-huh.
I thought
Yeah,
maybe
but
it
we
was a
did
typo.
not put it down at the options at the bottom originally.
But I
if that's
think-
what you're saying for us to do.
I think
It says the
there's
December
a
committee agreed
typo.
to.
There's a typo. It doesn't mean, this should say ESS.
Got it. Thank
In
you.
the
In the column.
in the column of 29, there's just a typo, and that's what was confusing us.
Yeah,
I
we're
think we're good. It's not the Bible, so it's okay if there's a typo.
Always go to the Bible when in doubt.
So we're not going to include thermometer as one
No,
of
it
the,
already is. This is a typo. It's
Okay.
in there.
over here it is. It.
No, it's up there.
Right.
Oh,
It's
and
just
This is supposed
ESS,
to
I
say
see,
ESS.
ETS,
It's a
I
typo.
gotcha.
So, but I thought you were saying
it.
you didn't agree to do that, but it was
No,
already in there?
So
or-
we didn't agree to it in the ATS standard.
It's
So
not,
those are just some options. Like you could still do thermometer, you could do a pipette,
Yes.
you could do a dropper, you could do any tools really
page 20
that
on-
fits with your science.
on page 29, in the column that says standard, where we're talking about, where it says KETS 2.1, that's a typo. It should say
You're right.
KESS 2.1,
Yes.
because if you read in the comments, it's ESS. So the thermometer was added to ESS, it was just a typo in the first column.
But then it was grouped with the wrong thing too.
Right.
Because it was,
ESS
because of the
moves
typo.
up. Yeah.
Because of the typo. Yeah. And that's why I was saying, there's not a typo in the Bible, so we don't care that
Would
there's a
it,
typo.
let me ask this, would it be clarifying potentially to add into the language of the document, when you have those parentheses like that, just to put EG, that way we know this is not exhaustive or limiting, I don't know how, as educators, I would imagine that's
I
common
would put,
sense,
I would
but,
put EG there.
but maybe just add EG in there. Is everybody in agreement with that?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Well, and I would just say, is that a standard EG across everything back even to KPS1, where you have absorbency, color, texture, hardness, flexibility? So is that something that teachers want to have recognized as
Well,
an example and
yeah.
not as a
Right.
placeholder.
I think it would add some clarity. That way, it's not limiting, it's not exclusive. So you could do that on KPS 1.1. There's another instance in ESS 2.1, where you could add those in. Anybody have any objection to adding that?
And two.
Because this is an edit that then we can make later,
Yeah.
do you as a committee want to see that then across the board of when it is a non-exhaustive list?
Yes.
Add EG?
Yes. I think that would just add clarity, because some of the comments from the open feedback were, do I have to do all these, or you didn't include this organelle, what about that? So just,
We'll just make a note of that, and
yes,
then we will make those edits after this.
that's fine.
Because those are non-substantive.
That's fine, sure.
And that will be easier than us trying to do it while you guys are talking through.
Okay. Any further comments on kindergarten standards before we take a break?
I would agree that we need to push to get things into kindergarten sooner than later, to my earlier discussion about
Yes.
making sure we engage them early. And I have a second grader going into third grade, and I can tell you that he was looking at magnifying glasses when he was 4 and 5 and
Yeah, sure.
enjoying it and loving
Sure,
it. And
absolutely.
so,
One more question.
Sure.
Should there be more in the kindergarten? It's very short. Should there be more? Should they be presented with more stuff from a scientific, or were they good with that?
That's a good question. I think
That's a
this
lot.
covers a lot.
That's
I
a
think
lot.
it's a lot. I mean, I think this is good.
Right.
I don't think it's too much.
They're
We-
reinforcing.
We do want to push them, but you also want to remember that this is the first time lots of these kids have ever been in school,
That's
ever done circle
They're
time,
adjusting
ever
to a
had
lot
to
of
listen to
other
a
things.
teacher, ever had,
Social, a lot.
a lot of socialization.
A lot.
Yeah,
I think it's fine.
that's a good question. Okay.
That was good.
Any other questions, comments? We can come back to this later if somebody has, a real pressing concern, but seeing no comments on kindergarten, I take a motion to adjourn for lunch.
Second.
All right. So moved. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we're going to break for lunch.
Yay.
Assuming it's here.
Assuming it's here. And if it's not, we'll sit and talk.
All right, one quick note as we get back on, we're going to get ready to get into grade 1 standards. And we had a conversation to clarify, or a question to clarify. In a few of these cases, in the case standards and a few other places, we have parenthetical notes and lists. And the discussion was, in a list, if it's non-exclusive, then we need to probably put EG to clarify. But as was pointed out by our experts in the room, there are cases where those lists are intended to be exclusive or exhaustive. And so one suggestion would be to put IE, and then in the front matter explain that if it's a list with IE, that means these are the 2, 3, or 4 things, whatever it is, that need to be included. So I wanted to open that up, see if there was any concern or objection with regard to that general guidance for our content experts as they put these revisions in, to put EG in the case of a non-exhaustive list and IE in the case of a list that is intended to be exhaustive.
I think that will alleviate confusion.
Okay, so no concerns about that. Please, go ahead.
Do you need IE?
We just
with
thought it would alleviate
the
confusion.
solid and liquid? I guess I don't-
Well, that's where we're thinking that might alleviate any, so people know these are the ones we want you to cover. And in the front matter, explain IE means these are the ones that we intend for you to cover at this grade level, at this standard.
Number 1 is not an exhaustive
Right.
list.
And I don't know if Andrea or okay, if there's any other comment on that, any other thoughts on that? Do you feel like that kind of?
Like for PS 1, 2, so
Yes.
when we look at the framework, we don't introduce gas in K2 yet. Now some
Right.
teachers do. But as far as our guidance, gas is invisible. It's hard for students to understand and see, but solids and liquids are pretty visible. So it's not negotiable that they do solids and liquids. They have to do solids and liquids.
Yes.
So in that case, did you want me to put I?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. In those cases, put IE in that way. And then you can define that if you want. I think it would be appropriate to define that in the front matter. We can find a spot for that later, but define that in the front matter as EG means list is non-exhaustive, i.e. we intend for you to cover these examples. And I think that's reflective of some of the comments too along the way, because there were comments about, hey, did you mean to include this or not include that? Well, that gives us some clarity, like on PS 1.3, construct evidence-based account of how an object made of a small subset of pieces and blocks and snap cubes are given as examples, not necessarily as exhaustive,
Right.
Means. And so just put EG with regard to that list. Okay,
Not to belabor,
Please.
Mr. Chairman.
all right, then we'll move on. Go ahead.
Just asking on the solid and liquid, I mean, you could almost, parenthetically you could do it, or you could just do a comma and say, conduct investigations to understand that matter can exist in different states, comma, solid and liquid. And has appropriate, because
Yes.
Including solid and liquid.
including
So,
solid and
yeah.
liquid, something like that, so that the parentheses may be what is causing this discussion, and maybe that takes it off the table.
And from our experts, is there any concern about removing the parentheses and just making it part of the statement as a whole?
So, sorry, could you say it again? Because as long as there's not an option of opting out of solid liquid or adding, or unintentionally referring to that you would add in gases.
Oh, you could say exist in different states, in particular solid and liquid, and has properties that can be observed and tested.
That's what I'm suggesting.
That's kind of,
Specifically solid and liquid.
yeah.
Yeah. you need
Yeah.
including. Yeah, including.
So
Or
the wording you want
including.
me to use is particularly solid and liquid?
Or including?
I think including means it can also, that goes back to the
Right.
EG, including, but it could also mean other things.
The
So-
concern was at this level, they're not going to be doing gases. So if you say including, then some might want to go beyond, whereas in this case, we're just focused on solid and liquid. So different states, in particular solid and liquid, and has properties that can be observed and tested. Something like that. Is that a fair clarification? Their concerns about that?
I think it's the same thing.
Yeah.
IE means the same thing. We've been gently told that we're not going to get done in 2 days if we don't move. I've made it my
That's all right.
personal goal to move.
We'll get
We'll
moving forward, but that's, yeah, and that was the intention of the IE. It would be to have that as the in particular you know, these are the things that we're
I'm so sorry.
May
so
I-
Did you want me to?
Yeah, here. I'm going to offer a recommendation. So we're going to see parentheses throughout all grade levels
Yes.
and all high school courses. So one option is you can just give the standards development chairs the authority to just go through and add either EG or IE to any parenthetical statement, and then y'all don't have to like have a discussion about each individual one. You know what they know what the intention was. They can just go in and add those, and then that's like something that we can just cross off our list.
We did that.
Okay.
We did that.
So okay, great.
And that was kind of our intention, but I wanted to bring it back up because we didn't clarify for Andre and them exactly what we were asking them to do. And I think that's what we're asking is if it's non-exhaustive, make that clear. If it's exhaustive, make that clear. That's all. And I think, does anybody have a concern about giving them that ability since they know what's intended? Okay. I see no objections to that. So that's what. So we're gonna. Yes. So, Andre and Kelly, and if they have a question as they go through that they need us to clarify as well, please let us know if there's something we need to look at. Okay, let's move on to grade level 1. So we're getting to page 27 of the main document of the revised standards. And as we move into the comments on this, we're starting on about page 7 of the comments section. So, any observations from the top 20% while Amy reads through kind of the back matter and gives a perspective on that?
So about 80% of the comments in this entire thing are changed to more project-based learning. Ladies, help.
I can go ahead and just address that as this is for any subject. This is not curriculum. These are standards. There should not be projects or activities listed in here.
So that's curriculum, that's not,
Correct.
So ignore those
The teacher
comments.
can choose what projects or activities they want to do. They should not be listed in a standard in any subject matter.
very good.
Very good.
All right.
Okay, so 1.ps3 on energy, any comments on that? There's just we have the change to project learning, but that's really it. Okay. Hearing no concerns, 1.ps4, waves in their application.
It's
Yeah,
almost
kinda
all
same,
of it.
same
Yeah.
kinds of concerns.
Mhm.
I'm in favor of keeping things like this. It does, to the point made earlier, it kind of pushes forward the education of our children. I think it's a positive thing. Okay, no comments on 1.ps4. 1.ls1 from molecules to organisms, structures, and processes. See none in the 20% or greater. Amy, do we got anything in the back
Nothing
of substance?
of substance, that's a great phrase. I will use that.
I have a question.
Please, go ahead.
So, models, how do first graders understand models? And do they understand models? And is that
Are you saying, I'm sorry, are you saying molecules?
Models.
Models.
So
develop and use a model? And I want to make sure that, I know that there's a connection between the standards and then the curriculum, that the teachers have to then understand what we intended by models.
But I
Are-
think that's a situation, isn't it, where that's up to the teacher, what the model would be.
So with each one of the practices, and that's one of the practices, there's a progression. So same way. So if I was doing this one with, I would do explanatory models and have them draw what they thought those parts were. Use them to see how plants and animals depend on each other. I actually just did this yesterday. They drew a model of how they think a bee and a flower interact with each other, and we actually provided some of the information for them that they could put down, and then the students drew arrows and drew additional pieces to it. So a model actually just demonstrates their thinking. Explanatory models do. And then the teacher could use 3D models if they want to. But when they're developing a model, often it's an explanatory model to explain their thinking. It actually works great in K through 2. because it's a way for them to show their thinking without writing a lot of words.
And then in terms of like specificity of like, okay, they did that with how a plant and a bee interact. While this group is not voting on curriculum or offering recommendations on curriculum, the department puts out guidance documents on how to teach content. The curriculum and the textbooks and materials are going to offer recommendations on what types of models to use. So those like resources are often available to the teachers. It's just not listed in the standard. It's some other group in the state is like providing that.
Also, I'd like to direct your attention to the framework on page 58. It talks about the progression of students using models. It says modeling can begin in the earliest grades with students' models progressing from concrete pictures and or physical scale models to more abstract representations of relevant relationships in later grades. So it says young students should be encouraged to devise pictorial and simple graphical representations of the findings of their investigations and use these models in developing their explanations of what occurred. And I think this mirrors what students are expected to do in math, because with math tasks, we expect them to draw pictures so that you can see their thinking as a teacher. I think it's the same with science. Like we're just asking them to kind of draw a picture at early grades.
It's a different definition of model
Yeah,
for a
right.
teacher than it is for a scientist.
Sure.
Agreed? Yeah, because I read it, because
It's
I read
going to
it completely
progress
different.
in those later
But I'm
grades,
saying
in
your
those high school
definition, your
grades.
definition of model is completely different, which is fair.
Yeah.
Which is fair.
And it's more
just
about
when
how
I say
they
make 'em-
use it.
Yeah,
So it's more about how they're using it. If they're using it to communicate their thinking and understanding of what's going on, that we call that a model.
But
So
that was your initial thought, right?
That's
You were
my
thinking that
initial
we're
thought,
building
'cause
a bridge.
We do models.
I'm with you.
and
I'm
that's-
totally with you.
And so to that point, should it be better crafted so that it's clear, or does everybody
Well,
in
no,
their
because I think
world-
it's a teacher, I think it's an education thing.
I do think.
Yeah.
Education lingo.
Yeah, and I think in the education, and a
Education
teacher is
lingo.
going to understand that.
We need a glossary.
And the teachers just made up their own words, right?
Yeah. Got some Sue's over
That's okay.
here.
That's all right. That's all right.
Making up weird
The
words.
one
Hey.
comment that I will put in here, and I'm betting that our teachers are going to tell us, hey, there's a reason for this, but I'm just bringing up that there was a comment about why are we focusing so for the whole year on plants and not doing anything on animals?
Yeah, so that, I don't know if you remember when Catherine said some of the wrong standards were posted for
Yes.
a couple, it was like the older version.
Okay.
They are that way
Okay.
right now.
Okay.
We've proposed changes that bring in a lot more animals, so.
Very good. Okay.
So
Go ahead.
since you asked about the plants versus animals, then I also have a kind of a one more layer in understanding human. And so we talk about, at some point in this K through 5, I think we ought to also be looking at, and it was mentioned, that was one of the things I found really intriguing from the first set of comments, which we didn't see in the second, was human development. So if we're doing animals, why aren't we doing peoples? And how do we do that?
It shows up in the high school standards in at least one place, but
Right.
it could show up earlier.
Yeah, I feel like that should be much earlier, because kids are going to talk and they have questions and things anyway. And I know my kid in 2nd and 3rd grade, those things, when he sees monkeys with 4 fingers and that are flying from tree to tree and how that relates to human, that's his basic connection point is always going to be self. And so how does that relate to human? And not seeing human, but seeing plants and animals seems like there's something missing, because we're...
Well, we'll see as we go along, see if there's a place where
No,
it
go ahead.
naturally fits. It does make sense.
Andre, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, we do see pieces of that when we start with our senses, and when we talk about, and that's in kindergarten. So you're gonna see threads of that all throughout when it's developmentally appropriate for them, like Brian was talking about, external and internal parts. I think even in one place we talk about animals, including humans, making sure that they're including that conversation
I
with
saw that
humans.
somewhere.
So it's explicitly called out as we progress with sophistication.
In the comments it's called out, but is it called out in this document?
Yes, just like I said with kindergarten with the senses, that's where we start with calling out the senses.
see as we go.
Yeah.
Maybe a place where it fits kind of naturally in. We can
Thank
talk
you.
about that. Absolutely. So I don't hear any other comments. LS1, now 1.LS2, ecosystems, interactions, energy dynamics, bottom of page 27 of the standards document. Any comments on that? The only thing I see in the main comments is to potentially move that, I guess, to second or third grade is what's being said in the comment. It seems like on page 7 of the 20% or greater comments. But I imagine there's again probably logic for why to place this where it is. So unless we have a compelling reason to move it, I don't see any reason to move it. Okay,
Like a suggested recommendation,
go ahead.
if we get a high percentage of teachers who want to keep it, and then is it Amy?
Mhm.
And then if Amy flags anything, we'll go with what Amy's flagging, since
Right.
she volunteered for that role. But
Yes.
we don't really have to go through all the comments. If Amy flags something, let's vet it and then make a decision, and that way we can streamline it. Is that reasonable?
That's fair.
All right.
All right. No other comments on LS2. Let's go to ESS1, first place in the universe. Any comments on that? I want to open it. I do want to open it to comments in case someone caught something else outside of the
Comments
survey.
not
so.
allowed. No.
Got the enforcer here.
There's nothing more in the comments for grade 1 that isn't something about project-based learning.
And I just make a note again. This is another one of those funky spacing things, probably from pasting it in there that Kelly and Andrea can probably address for us.
2 and 3 there.
So 2 and 3. Okay. That takes us to ETS1, engineering design. The only comment in the main part is just about project-based learning, which we've already talked about. We've already kind of addressed that concern. And so that's not our committee's charge. Anything in the back matter that you see concerning, Amy?
It's all project-based
Okay.
learning.
Okay. All right, with that, we're going to move on to second grade. How about that? We're moving on up. So, all right, so we're now, I'm at page 31 in the main document. Second grade academic standards 2.PS2, motion and stability of forces and interactions. There's nothing in the 20% or greater comments. Does anybody have any questions or comments on this particular set? Yeah, the second graders like what they're learning. So.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
I have a whole bunch of move to kindergarten.
move.
That sounds like one person having an issue, because
I think where that is it with I think that was with PS3, right?
it's 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was once again a situation where the old standards were posted,
Okay.
and then we had a
Gotcha.
You were taking
Okay,
a survey on the wrong
excellent.
information.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so 2.PS3 is energy. So that's push or pull, observations regarding friction and heat. I don't see any major comments here. And then 2.PS4 is waves and their applications. Any comments or concerns of any of those? There's one here that just says move, but it's generic and doesn't give us a whole lot.
I have one that's asking about doing light and sound. Is that it says remove light and only doing sound. Again, that to me seems like that's a content thing you need both, don't you?
They both travel in waves, so
Right.
I
Yeah.
think
Right.
If I remember right,
They
the
go
concern
hand
was
in
something about the light waves are hard for a child at that age to understand. Is that correct? I don't know, content experts, any concerns on light
What is
at
it now?
second grade level? I don't have any concerns about it, but,
I don't either.
okay.
The idea of this standard is this goes with the component idea of using waves for communication.
Right.
So the big idea here is not the properties of the sound waves or the properties of the light waves, but rather that we use waves in communications.
Right. Which would be foundational to understanding fiber optics and, other things like that. So, sure. I don't have an issue with that. I think, again, there'll be guidance for how best to do that. This is another one of those standards with funky spacing for our ladies to help make sure we get those spaces removed. All right, 2.ls1 from molecules to organisms, structures and processes. So this kind of goes back to the previous discussion, talks about.
Here's a place we could add including humans if you wanted to.
I want to.
Under point 1, use evidence and observations to explain that many animals, comma, including humans, comma, use their bodies and.
Perfect. And I'm kind of doing similar to what you're doing, except with round 1, just
Oh,
to kind
excellent, excellent.
somewhat, because it's hard to flip between 3, but they address
let's
some
let them
comment.
debate it.
There are comments for it in that set of feedback as well. So I think it complements that, and I think it's a super appropriate place in second grade. I know that it can't be very inclusive, but I'm just thinking about a second grader, my kid, he knows human stuff. So awesome.
So the recommendation would be for 2.ls1.1 to read, use evidence and observations to explain that many animals, comma, including humans, comma, use their body parts and senses in different ways, et
They're
cetera.
ahead of you, they did it already.
Yeah.
So that's the motion. Are there any objections or concerns?
Now, wait a minute, are we doing that now, or are we doing everything at the end, voting wise?
Well, I'm just asking, does anybody have a concern?
Okay, because you said motion, so I
That's
thought
true.
we were voting.
That's true. That's a good.
Sorry.
Yeah, if we vote all at the end, we can, yes. Any concerns at the moment with that phrasing or adding that?
concern with that wording.
Okay. You have a suggested alternative phrasing?
Leave it as is.
Because?
Because from my teachers and what we've dealt with and adding in the human aspect of it, the age appropriate for a second grader is not at the mature level that an older elementary or middle school student can understand when it comes to the human versus animal and human. So we've seen issues with introducing that too soon. So that's my issue with it.
So go ahead.
I was just going to say, if we weren't including animals, I would say maybe I see that. But if we're including animals but not including humans, I don't understand.
Two separate entities.
They're not, though. Sorry.
They have
They're
limbs
not.
and they have heads and they have.
I guess the question I would just say is this observation and evidence of it's similar to the senses. It sort of expands upon the senses and the ways that those senses are used. So I hear what you're saying, but I guess I would just want to know a little more clarification of the objection. Is that? Because I see it sort of as a natural opportunity to connect the dots between K all the way through to the future levels in.
But a kindergarten and a first grader and a second grader aren't at a mature state yet to be able to distinguish. Correct.
I guess I disagree. My eyes are used to see just like a cat's eyes are used to see, just like a dog's eyes are used to see, just like a cow's eyes are used to see.
But unfortunately, what has been occurring has not been common sense body parts.
I figured that's where you were going. I did. And you're not gonna, that's always gonna happen. You can't help that.
Well, and then you'd be looking at that with animals too.
They don't in second grade, of course, but.
No, I'm saying whatever applies to animals applies to us as far as body parts go,
Right.
essentially. So at second grade, you're not going to talk about the things that are taboo for second graders until they've properly developed.
But that's teachers interpreting the standards. That's where some of the issue has come in because teachers interpret the standards different and they may go down that path when that wasn't the intended effect.
Then we need to clarify that in these standards so they
Yeah.
follow what we want them to follow.
Well, wait a minute.
what
Is
the
that
teachers-
our responsibility?
We can't determine curriculum.
Can you make a suggestion in there, I don't know,
I'm sorry, I have
That's
it in my
curriculum.
mouth, but
That's curriculum.
you can offer a list
there's parenthetical lists and other standards.
Like
of,
an EG?
Body parts, like example, consider these body parts.
Why don't we use the body parts that, like eyes, like the senses that follow the senses, maybe the general ones that the kids would follow, and then like eyes, ears, mouth, nose.
I figured by the way you were talking that that's the way you were going, and I was trying to figure out how to get around that. But no. But it's going to happen whether those words are in there or not.
We would like to weigh in, your friendly neighborhood
Yes.
content
Yeah.
experts.
Please.
We feel that the wording including humans might be redundant, that teachers should know that humans are animals, even if students don't know that, and they would be able to include humans under that category of animals. And then we also feel that when we say things like see, hear, grasp objects, that that lends itself to the body parts that perform those functions. And then when it says something like protect themselves, like we would not possibly be able to list all of the body parts that animals would use to protect themselves.
Right.
So
I respectfully disagree that my kid equates animals to humans. And we're on his grade, so I'm being more outspoken in that grade level just because I know that if I read that sentence to him, and I say name some animals, he's never going to mention human in that group.
Right.
So-
I think that an important distinction to make here, though, is that these standards, like the students really are not meant to be the consumers of these standards. The teachers are meant to be the consumers of the standards for their purposes of lesson planning, maybe writing objectives and writing learning targets from these standards that then would be shared with students. But I don't know that a second grader would ever, the standard would not be shared directly with the second graders.
That wasn't really
But
my
the-
point at all. My point was just when you're teaching about animals and you're saying that somehow includes humans to a teacher that's teaching to a second grader, I don't know that that's always the way that they're taught, to where they say, we're going to be talking about animals, and then the teacher is going to include humans in there somehow. I just don't see that. And I'm struggling with why this is so controversial, just because if we talk about the legs and the feet and the ears of animals, why are we struggling to say that about humans?
I think, so I would just also wonder, so I'm sorry, I might take this tangential, but use evidence and observations to explain the different ways to see, hear, grasp objects, protect themselves, move from place to place, seek, find food, water, and air. Is there a reason that it needs to even say
Be so wordy.
them? Yeah, be so wordy. Say the many animals and or use their body parts and senses.
So the key term is body parts, basically. Is that what we're worrying about?
Well, I'm
How
just,
humans
no.
use their body parts?
No, she's
Is that what we're
suggesting
worried
pare it down
I'm just
even
I
wondering-
more.
know, yes.
yeah, I'm just wondering, like, what's the
To
meaning?
minimize the.
Yeah, like
yeah.
to make it broad enough to be, like,
Include.
accomplish what we're trying to accomplish. I'm trying to understand
Right.
what the standard is supposed to do.
So, all right, let me pull it back here for a second.
Yes.
Did you have a comment, Mike?
Well, I did have a comment.
ahead.
So my comment is, what's the rush? We talked about abstract thinking. Why is it so significant to compare humans to animals at this stage of the science game? Shouldn't they be inquisitive to learn about the similarities as they progress in their science careers or education, to see that there are similarities that we breathe and that we have ears and we have hands, stuff like that? Why is such a rush at the second grade to confuse them?
Is this, I'll ask the content experts, is this LS 1.1, was this one that was in the original standards from last time? Did it change at all?
If there was change, it was just specificity. I don't think
Okay.
there was much change.
Okay.
I can check.
So it's a standard that's been, my point, I guess, in asking that is it's a standard that's been out there for 6 years, and there was not major concern or objection to it, just
Well,
generally.
Yeah, it didn't have that one part, the including humans in there.
Right,
It just
of
had
course.
the animals, but
Oh,
yeah.
we
it
added
didn't
that.
have any-
So we can strike that and be okay?
It's not in there now. No, she's
Well,
requesting
we
to
were,
add it.
yeah, the proposal was on the floor to add including humans into that phrasing of that, and there's some objection to that.
So it's exactly the same except for we changed use evidence and observations. Whereas before, oh wait, never mind. It was exactly the same.
Exactly
Sorry.
the same.
A couple of people suggested that change, yes. Okay, so that's the way it's been. All right. So I will entertain further comments if this is, you know, going to be divisive, obviously. We don't intend for it to be.
So where are we leaving it, is my question.
Well, that's the question,
We're
so,
gonna vote now and come back at the end.
so,
I make a motion that we don't include it in this standard.
I second it.
so we
The
have-
including humans part.
Correct.
we have a motion to not include and second. Any further discussion?
And since we're not doing votes, we're just talking, right?
Right.
Okay, so at some point, are you hearing that it's more comfortable for for teachers to talk about it?
Probably.
And when is that?
I don't know what's going on
Yeah,
as far as things in
Well, it's not just in our district,
Right.
it's in, overall, we've dealt with a lot of things on Capitol Hill this year, in reference to standards and curriculums.
Mhm.
But second grade is just, I'm with Mike, what's the rush? And I just don't think the maturity level is there for the majority of the students at this level to be trying to make that distinction. So I think in the fact that it's been the same way for a long time, and the fact that there wasn't a single comment to move it, change it, everyone said keep it.
So I think at this point, in order to keep moving forward, I suggest we leave it as it is unless we really find a compelling reason. And we'll see as we continue to go, there may be opportunity developmentally to bring in those concerns that you have.
We can
Nisha, as
put a
we go
pin
along.
in it.
yeah, and that's what I was asking, is just when would be
Yes.
appropriate is what
Right.
I'm asking, so that we
Right.
can touch back at that point instead of bringing it up every
That's right.
single time and then
Sure.
having
Right.
this
Sure.
we'll put that in.
discussion.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Because I think, and Jennifer, I'm just trying to understand so that I know, I have a kid in second grade, so if there are issues, I'm more personally
Your second
concerned.
grader may be more mature than some
Or
other
you may be
second
more
graders.
responsive as a parent
That's
than
right.
the average
And prepare
parent.
him.
Yeah, and preparing him to be, and then when he comes home and says, Mom, am I like an animal? And you're gonna take the time to really articulate the differences and the similarities where 90% of our parents won't and don't. So that's, then that child has a misconception moving forward, and maybe it does hinder his or her ability to move forward scientifically. Whereas I would do the same thing. Oh, well, y'all learn about animals and human. Yeah, well, we breathe, and this is the difference between mammals and, and fish and stuff like that. And you really take the time to continue to educate them. But I don't think in most cases parents are going to do that.
And I think we can at least make some assumption, at least some teachers are going to take this to include humans, because they're going to use that as an example as they're teaching. Look, this organism has a hand, and it's like our hands. Let's talk about how that might be used. So I can see that might be naturally.
Later in the standards, Nisha, they will get to learning the kingdoms, and they will learn that humans fall in the animal kingdom. And then they'll learn their individual classifications and what makes humans different than other animals in the animal kingdom, mammals, reptiles, blah, blah, blah.
So when does that happen?
I
Actually,
will.
I don't know.
We will see.
We'll-
Used to be my
we'll get
grade,
to
it's
that.
not anymore.
All right. There you go. So, uh-oh. Not to be territorial.
I just want to say, Jennifer, if there are things that are causing concerns
Yeah.
and consternation for teachers, that's not my intent. I don't want things to seem taboo, when it comes to our human bodies. And so I just,
Right.
but let me be really clear about this, and let me go on the record saying this. Any kind of infringement on or layering of information on top of what is scientific to try to interject things that are not appropriate for an age level is not my intent. I do not want anybody putting stuff in my kids' heads before they are ready to absorb it. So
Well said.
we're on the same page.
Right.
I'm just wanting not taboo topics. Like this is all creation that's scientific and that we can talk about openly. There are things that can be done that way, but then,
Very good. Thank you.
Is the world round or is it flat?
Your content experts can weigh in on that definitively and say the Earth is round.
Yes.
All right. So I think I'm going to say we're concluded on 2.ls1, and I'm going to move us to 2.ls2.
Sorry,
Unless-
it's the
hold on, Amy's got a comment.
the grammar is driving me crazy.
Oh,
Can we
please.
please remove the word themselves from number 3? It just doesn't belong there.
Okay, identify ways in which some
animals, both
animals-
parents and offspring, comma. Thank you. That's all.
Any objection to the grammar?
Sorry.
I don't see any objection to that. Okay.
My mother was.
All right.
Yes.
All right. 2.ls2 ecosystems, interactions, energy, and dynamics. I don't see anything in the 20%. Amy, anything in the back?
Nope.
All right. I'm going to move us to 2.ess1. So now we're at Earth systems, Earth's place in the universe. I don't see anything here.
The only thing I have is the one that is also in the 20%.
Okay.
The long one about engineering, technology, science on
Okay,
page 8.
that's a little
That's all
later.
I've got.
All right. So we're not there yet. All right. ESS2, Earth systems. Any comments on any of that? Hearing none. We're going to move to 2.ETS1, engineering design. There's a comment that there are too many ETS standards.
Okay.
I don't know if Nisha would agree with that, but then there's a comment on ETS2.
Saying to add one. So,
Yeah,
one person
yeah,
says
so
there's
that's
too
right.
many. And
So, okay. Any concerns about either 2.ETS1 or 2.ETS2?
as I'm reading the comments, the long comment about ETS2,
Okay.
again, I'm reading it and thinking, isn't this more curriculum than standards?
Yes.
I think you're right.
Right? Because it's about how to teach it versus.
Yeah, and I think we
Okay.
should err more on the side of leaving more
Absolutely.
freedom, right? Less
See,
constraint.
we're getting in the rhythm. We told you we
That's
would.
it. We're now third graders.
We're now third grade.
Are you smarter than a third grader? Here we go. Okay. All right, I'm on page 36 of the main document, 3.PS1, Matterance Interactions. Any comments on 3.PS1 there? There's a concern for which SCP is describe and compare fall under. Let our content experts, any comment on that? Is that? I gotta find in my book here.
Did they hear you?
I think they're looking, describe and compare.
Okay.
So this is, their concern was about third grade PS 1.3. It says describe and compare physical properties that can be measured. And the question under the comment, what SCP does describe and compare fall under?
I would agree with the comment that it doesn't necessarily fall with the SCP, so I would probably suggest a possible change there.
Do you have a proposed SCP that you would put that under?
I mean, I'm fall to construct an explanation,
2 or 3.
or,
ACP right here. PS.
give me 1 second.
2.
I have a suggestion
Number.
that somebody suggested identify and describe a model. Does that help at all?
Yeah, that still falls low rigor and not,
Okay.
identifies a model.
Identify and describe a model was suggested by somebody.
I don't know how they would do that with physical properties that can be measured versus fixed properties. Like, give me 1 second on that one.
That's fine.
You wanna?
All right.
The idea of this standard
Yes.
from the following statement. Measurement of a variety of properties such as hardness and reflectivity can be used to identify particular materials. So that's the content that you're looking at.
Okay.
Is that the material is identifiable by its physical properties. So if you're looking for practice, perhaps you could tie it to an artist.
I wondered about that one, but
Have you seen the comment that they make that third graders in math are not we don't have the math standards, but to know mass or volume?
I was gonna
And
bring that up.
so with mass or volume being listed there,
Yeah, we have, and it's not correct in the math.
You can do volume of liquids, but you wouldn't do geometric volume.
Yeah,
okay,
and this sets up a progression in fourth and fifth and on.
okay.
That if they didn't have this here, that there could, we just felt that it was a better progression to have it here.
Yeah.
But I do agree with that comment about the describe and compare, and let me come up with an idea
fine.
for you.
we'll let you work on that.
Okay.
I think I see the concern about mass and volume, but at the same time, it's not. I don't take this here to be stated that they're calculating
That's
volume.
what
Right.
Brian
right?
just said.
To
It's more
Brian's
like
point,
that.
yes.
Yeah. They're not doing height times width
No.
times length. Yeah.
That's right. So okay. We're going to move into, while they work on that, we're going to move into 3.ps2, motion stability forces and interactions.
I have a question. How is this different than the fifth grade standard? Of course, we haven't gotten to fifth grade yet, but
That may lend to what Andrea said
It could
about
be.
developing, you begin introducing it early
Yes.
and it develops as they get older.
There was a lot of people who asked to move this.
They asked to move it.
Yeah, there's 7 that asked for it to be moved.
So the
Which
statement is to explain, cause, and affect relationships of forces that cannot be seen, including interactions between two objects not in contact with each other. And the concern, if I remember right from the comments, was the concepts were a bit abstract and maybe a bit above a third grader in terms of their understanding. Do we have any, would this be another case where obviously it would have to be tailored to that grade level developmentally? Or is there a real concern that this does not fit here? 3.ps2.1, was that in here previously, or is this new?
I was just about to look at that.
Sure, thank you.
Also, if you look at the parenthetical words, they're there. Static electricity, all of them have walked around in their socks and seen that.
Yeah.
Magnetism with
Everybody knows how to
magnets, I think
magnet.
these are spot on for that age. I don't know.
Yeah, gravity, I don't know why that fell. I don't
The
understand.
2 previous standards that were, wait, is this PS2? Okay. The 2 previous standards were very simplistic, like very simplistic. Like explain the cause and effect relationship between magnets. So this was a spot where we found out that we had missed some content according to the framework, and we were building that in so the progression was stronger.
Okay.
Um,
I think for a third grader, it's
Yeah.
appropriate. I don't have a problem with it.
agreed.
Any other concerns? 3.ps2.
um,
All right, we'll go back to 3.ps1.3. Did y'all come up with a solution?
Construct an argument on evidence that materials have both fixed and changing properties.
I like that.
Mhm.
I think one of the challenges I had with that one up front, and it came out in one of the comments, was a measured versus a fixed property. I feel like was a bit of a, at least the categories that were listed here,
Yeah.
to me didn't seem as
'Cause the measurement is
inflexible,
fixed.
because some of them could kind of,
Right.
you can measure hardness, right, or you can measure flexibility in some sense, but I don't know.
Well,
So-
and also some of those physical properties are fixed.
Lem-
Sometimes you cannot change the length, sometimes you cannot,
That's right. Let me ask this question from the content expert perspective. Do you find that do teachers need that listing that you have there, or could we leave it a little more open?
I think we may have just fixed your problem that
Okay.
you just brought up.
Okay,
How does that look?
okay. Construct an argument based on evidence that materials have both fixed and changing properties, some of which are useful
Oh.
for identification of the material.
Yeah.
Anybody have any problems with that?
That's much better.
And then that could be within the curriculum, the state can provide guidance on examples of that. I don't know, Leslie, what do you think, educator?
Statements.
Jennifer?
There's also a table example, this is relevant to this exact discussion.
Okay.
There's a table on, Andrea, can you navigate to that?
Yeah, it's keep. This is in your front matter. Keep going. There it is. This table kind of outlines
Yes.
the properties
Yes.
so that teachers can see what is in their grade band that they need to cover, so
Which
it's not as
properties?
ambiguous for the standard.
Page 20.
Yep, page 20 of the document.
We have not had this table before. This is
It's new.
provides specificity teachers were asking for.
Yeah.
So
Well, all I want to know from the comments is that one in the Massachusetts standards? Because apparently the Massachusetts standard.
yeah, we may have seen that table in a couple of standards, including Massachusetts.
Sorry, I had to. Sorry. I got tired of reading that the last few days. I was over it.
So is it your all's recommendation we go ahead and change it to this?
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah. Any concerns or objections about this rewording? Okay, we're going to let that stand, and then obviously when we vote, we'll vote to confirm it. But we'll let that edit stand as it is. Thank you for highlighting it too.
The table. Because the table.
Okay.
You undid that.
All right. We were talking about 3.ps2.1, and that had interactions between objects. I think we kind of agreed there was no major concerns there. So we'll move into 3.ps3 energy.
The second one was where there was a big request to move.
Yes, the second one was concern. There was concern over this idea of electric currents in a system, and is that open or closed circuits, parallel circuits? There's lots of questions that came up around what's meant by that. I don't know what else was in the back. Amy may have additional comments.
Well,
from the back.
it's a lot of the same, but of course, I sound like a broken record, but
Yeah.
isn't that curriculum?
Yeah.
And not standards?
Well, I guess the question is it, are they prepared to enter into the discussion of electric current? So that's where I defer to our
Right.
content experts and say, what's the context of that one, just so we know and make sure that that's fits well.
So here's where I think some of those comments could be coming from, just for you, not saying right or wrong, just saying in the past, we've been very specific about the circuits and the kind of circuits, and then with strong limitations, which really was more about teaching these little parts of like you said, like the curriculum, versus the concept and the idea that this is a system that there's a current in that system, and the system works together for this outcome. And that's what the thinking should be more around, is this is a system, it works together, instead of know it if it's a simple circuit or if it's a open closed circuit, because that really wasn't the idea. The idea is that this current is moving through the system. So this is one we did change, and we tried to make it a little bit more of the idea of the student thinking of the conceptual understanding of it versus the curriculum piece.
So
you made it more broad, and now everyone's asking you to make it more specific.
Yeah.
And when
we make it
they all wanted you to
they
make
want
it
it
more broad.
broad.
So Andrea, when are they learning circuits? I know it was moved out of my grade. Do you remember by chance?
you're not bitter about it.
I know.
This is where you would see that, and with the electrical current of that. So yeah.
Wow.
That's a big drop.
Are we learning circuits, or are we learning that circuits are a way to transfer energy?
That's right.
The bigger idea,
What he said.
circuits are a way to
right.
can be,
Right.
So if I attach this light bulb to this
no
battery,
longer is this an open or a closed circuit.
Right. Or
The circuit allows energy to go from a battery to a light bulb.
so we are now just pushing parallel series circuits to high school for a physical science class? Because I don't think they get
I
it.
mean, I think you could still do that here, because you're teaching that. I mean, you still have
Yeah.
to show that this works this way in
Right.
some way, right? So you can
Right.
still do that. It's just not prescribed. It's not prescribed that this is the only idea is
Gotcha.
these three, okay?
Perhaps the idea is whether or not students recognize a circuit as series or parallel is less important than the student understands what a circuit
Yes.
does, which is to take energy and transfer it
From one place to another.
It's getting
Yeah.
away from the small idea of can you circle the series circuit to the bigger idea of what happens in the circuit.
Are they still being tested on
Not if it doesn't say in the standard.
for our TCAP testing, TN ready testing?
If it does not say.
But TN Ready is based on the standard.
I know
Correct.
it.
It,
So we aren't gonna put
It's not in the
parallel
standards.
series in there?
no, if it is not in the standards, it is not on the test.
And the term system, which, you know, is a physics and engineering term, right? Or do we feel like that's the correct term to use here rather than circuit or something like that? I don't know if there's thoughts on that.
I can weigh in on that one too. So that's one of our cross-cutting concepts,
Okay.
the systems,
The
and
idea
so
of
it
system.
crosses life science, earth science.
Yeah.
And so that's the intentionality of using that word was because of the cross-cutting concept.
And a circuit
Kind
is
of
a
the
type
same
a
question
system.
about her model, you know,
Oh, there it
as
is.
well.
Never mind. I got it.
Still, perhaps they're suggesting an idea that can move within a sentence to make more sense. I see what you're saying, I think about.
No, it's the word.
Well, I mean, I don't have a major objection to the word if that's how we're going to use it broadly as a circuit is a type of system, right? In that context of what you're trying to say here. I don't know, Nisha, you got any thoughts on that?
And I was just wondering if we need to, if getting too complicated is making it hard, if we need to say not to include or something, does that make them feel less stressed out if we say that? Because they think it includes more? Because we haven't done the not to.
Teachers?
What do you think about that?
No.
Is that?
The look on her face is
Winced. I
no.
mean, I know my kids aren't doing circuits anymore.
Well, I just would not want to cut off an opportunity that some students may be able to grasp, but
Right. Okay.
With
And
this-
back to Leslie's, I mean, I feel like you weren't quite, Leslie, it just seemed like you weren't quite, like,
I know it used to be a standard that was taught was circuits and energy movement and
But in sixth
electricity. It was a sixth grade standard. It's just not anywhere in here anymore. So if we've dropped it, that's fine.
but why?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, let's keep moving forward.
That's good. We might see it.
See
We
if
might-
see if we
we
find
might
it.
see it.
We might see
Yeah.
it.
We
We
just
might
gotta
stick
see
it
it.
back in
Remember.
sixth grade.
We might.
Okay, so I think
Okay.
we leave that as is. We understand it and we got the context for it.
This is why your idea of voting at the end was a good one.
That's right. Yeah, good,
So we
good
can
call.
jump back.
Yeah, if we need to come back, so someone needs to write that down somewhere.
You should write that
Because I need to come back to that. Okay. All right, so that was 3.PS3 energy. Now we're at 3LS1, molecules, organisms, structures, and processes. So we have species have unique and diverse life cycles, and analyze internal, external structures is bottom of page 36.
Hey, Jennifer. This may be the more appropriate language I was looking for, and maybe not body parts, but life cycle of humans.
I still don't agree with second grade.
Okay, well, we're in third.
Third grade.
Yeah, well, if, and I'm still looking too. I'm following on what the comments are coming in and if they like it and what's been going on. But I'm still in third grade. I'm still not comfortable in
Okay.
third grade. That's just me.
But it's
Is-
good feedback.
Yeah, and so life, we're talking about, I mean, it's already in there though, life
Right,
cycle.
right,
So are you uncomfortable with that being in there? Or
No, I'm
you're just
fine with
saying you
that.
can't have it say human?
I think life cycles would, just to me, in the teacher looking at that, I'm going to define that different. That definition is going to be different from it.
Can
In
you-
human body parts, I think life cycles is going to be different.
Yeah,
Right.
forget the body parts.
Right.
I probably misdirected my
It's okay.
intention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it would be like caterpillar
Yes,
to butterfly,
yes.
this,
Yes.
eggs
Yes.
to birds.
But
I
then,
mean, it would
like,
be that type.
Yes.
Puppies,
Baby,
puppy,
like
it could
human
be
baby.
human baby.
I'm just saying that that's similar, right?
life cycles, but what would you want to show to babies?
Well-
What life cycle to a baby?
Well, there's a whole embryonic developmental
Right,
stage.
Right, got that.
And that might be high school,
And
a
that's,
high school
that's
course.
farther down the,
Yeah.
yeah, that's farther down the path. And that's covered, I think that's actually 7th grade.
I
Do
think
y'all
they did
remember where
life.
that is, 7th grade?
All right, we'll keep
Okay.
moving forward and we'll.
So this
get
looks
to
good.
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because within that section, I mean, did I frustrate?
No.
It
I tell
talk,
you if I'm frustrated.
okay. Number 2 says analyze internal and external structures that aquatic and land organisms have to support survival, growth, behavior, and reproduction. So you're talking about animal reproduction, but we have a problem talking about human life cycle? That seems weird.
Well, maybe land organisms, maybe is the difference between, because it says land versus,
But it says
It doesn't say
aquatic and
We
human.
have
land.
I know,
trouble because
yeah.
third grade
Right.
boys are,
third
maybe
grade boys.
yours isn't, but I think they're concerned about
Their
third
bodies.
grade kids.
Yeah.
So
I know, I wish we didn't have to be, but I think we have to be. Just, you know, making crude jokes. Mhm.
but then you're limiting the girls to learn things that are.
Well, they do have boy time
I shouldn't
too.
have said boys.
No.
How about
But I
third
think-
graders, period?
I think both of these are general enough. Do you? That doesn't mention, it's
It's
just
not
life
exclusive.
cycles
It's not
and,
exclusive.
no.
In fact,
Either
there's a
way.
comment here that says that this teacher, I assume it's a teacher from what's written, specifically says chicken, frog, worm, butterfly, and human. So this one
Oh,
does,
this one
you
says
know.
human.
But my point is,
So people may
this,
already be
this,
using that.
this one uses human, is what I'm saying, you know.
So they may
It's-
already use
yeah.
that as an example.
They
in there.
wait. That was a comment though.
I'm just saying, so there are some teachers who are using human, is what I'm saying.
It's probably in,
Yeah.
supplied in their supplemental materials.
There were several comments that said that this, quote, "this is adequately covered in second grade." Are we repeating?
Which one in particular?
One.
One.
LS,
LS1.
LS1.
Graphical
.1.
representations to compare how species have unique and diverse life cycles.
Is it truly repeating, or is it just that you're building on a concept?
There you go. Okay. It's developmental
So it's out, external, and then this is
versus internal.
internal.
But that's not life cycles.
Life cycles. unique.
I'm talking about
I don't
1-1, not 1-2.
Right, I don't remember,
Yeah.
So LS1 is all about structure and function.
Mhm.
It's not about life cycle. So the idea here is that there are structures that allow organisms to do these things, to survive, to grow, to behave, to reproduce.
I'm sorry, LS1.1 is specifically about life cycles.
right.
That's the one that I have 4 different teachers that said we already covered this in second grade. Just point 1.
This is.
And I'm learning now that it may not be an issue at all. It may be I'm learning now that what that often means is
So at the bottom
they
of
cover
page-
it, but they're covering it differently,
Right.
which I get. But that's my question: is it a repetition that we need to get rid of, or is it a
And you know, going back to the framework thing that Brian was sort of alluding to, the whole thing where you see the same thing over and over. I think we should maybe just put a word or two in there that says with progression for third grade, so that it's a
teachers
build-up.
stop telling us that? Stop
Yes.
saying
They've already-
we already did
they've already-
this.
Yes, because you don't stop talking about something because you one
So-
time talked about it in second grade.
So I don't see in the
Hey,
second grade
Yeah,
standards.
it's not, it was moved, that's what I was trying to, I was
Okay.
looking for
Okay.
my inroad there. It's,
Okay.
it was moved
Okay.
to
Okay.
third grade. Yeah.
Great.
Got it, okay.
Was in second grade.
Was in second grade.
It
not
is,
third grade.
it previously or right now in the classrooms is in second grade.
Gotcha.
Okay, all right.
I feel like I cut off Heather at some point earlier, and I'm just coming back to you.
I think we're good.
You're good?
Yeah.
All right, so that's LS1, 3.LS2, ecosystems, interactions, energy, and dynamics. Okay, 3.LS4, biological change.
What happened to LS3?
Uh,
Did it get moved?
Oh, yeah,
I don't see a 3.ls3.
No, I know, that's what I'm asking. Did it get moved?
Top to bottom, you mean top to bottom, don't you?
I just,
Where's my missing number?
I mean, if it's omitted on purpose, that's fine. I just want to make sure it's not a mistake. Did it get moved?
LS3 is not in this grade level.
It got moved and you didn't want to renumber.
No, LS3 is all about heredity. There are not heredity concepts.
Yeah.
I think what she's saying is we go from
The
3LS2
standards are-
to
those numbers are the
3LS4.
same from K to 12.
Right.
They are.
Yeah.
Here you go.
So this is in another grade.
Educators, you got to tell us these things.
Sorry. we're trying-
Yeah, those are your disciplinary core ideas.
Yeah.
I
And so they are
understand now.
static
Okay.
K-12, so that
Okay.
disciplinary core idea just is not addressed.
That makes me so happy. That makes my organizational brain so happy.
Somebody say that statement once. Okay, so these same standards, these PS or LS, whatever, 2, 3, 4, is that number 3 is not being addressed in this grade level?
It's the same K through 12.
Yes, so every grade level uses these same titles. They just focus in different developmentally appropriate for each age.
See, I didn't know that either.
All right, we on
Fifth
task.
grade.
Now we know.
Everybody back together?
I'm so
Yeah.
happy.
So
I'm
yes,
so
there is
happy.
no 3.ls3 because it's not in this
Skipped
grade.
it. Gotcha.
So 3.ls4 is biological change.
So while we're on that, we'd like to direct your attention to this table that's in the front matter of the standards
Yeah.
that actually lists all of the
Awesome.
standards by the disciplinary core idea, so you can see the grade levels where they are not addressed and exactly which standards and which grade level are in each grade band.
So the attention to the progression and the sophistication of that progression is laid out in this table.
Mhm.
You'll see sometimes where there's a gray box like right here with the K through 2. That's because that's not a concept that is necessarily able to be grasped K through 2. So it's more appropriate starting in 3rd grade or on up.
Okay, we have anything for LS4? Thank you all. All right, let's move to 3.ESS1, Earth's Place. And there was some comments in here for ESS 1.1. Some concern about the clarity of the statement, not age appropriate. Physical properties of matter create patterns. Sort of implies cause-effect relationship between physical properties of matter and the composition of planets, which makes no sense. So the statement is, explain how physical properties of matter create patterns in the composition of inner and outer planets. So can we get some clarification on that, Brian?
I think this is speculation. I think this might be a bit vestigial.
Okay.
We used to have inner versus outer planet standards. What came to be understood over time is that the outer planets are solid, even though they're gas, because of extremely low temperatures. So that somebody was trying to preserve it, perhaps. There was a connection between, well, those materials that the outer planets were made of are gaseous at our temperatures, but not at the temperatures where those planets are located. So, but I think more than anything, it was trying to keep that inner and outer planet discussion in place.
I think it.
I don't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
I would like support in terms of
Yeah.
how to explain this standard out.
Well,
Also need a clearer vision.
Yeah, I think it probably needs a little rewording because I don't know that the properties of matter do create those patterns in the sense that the concern here is voiced. So, the emphasis of this particular one is on being able to differentiate between inner and outer planets. Would you say that? Okay.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's just worded properly.
yeah.
You said something that just made it
Yeah.
click, because I'm like, it's not
Yeah.
composed of inner and outer planets.
No.
But you're right, it's the wording.
And is the interest of this particular statement, and I'll ask this to the experts, right now the focus is on the composition, but is the focus more about just being able to differentiate the two types of planets?
Well, to be completely transparent on this one,
Yes.
which I am on all of them, so saying that. Well, anyway, there is a desire to hang on to the idea of inner and outer planets.
Mhm.
And I think the intention or the idea was if we connect it to like physical properties, and like that how they're different, then maybe we can still kind of have inner and outer planets. And I think that was the committee's thought. So as far as our framework for ES1, I believe it doesn't even really address the inner and outer planets. So
The wording on the comment, if you all see the first comment on page 33, they suggest, what about use physical properties such as composition to explain the patterns that are observed? In other words, these are the characteristics that this type of planet has, and look, they're all inner planets. And look at the outer planets. These are the characteristics they have. I think that's what, versus what it says currently on the document.
Where the patterns then represent the fact that these ones are solid matter, these ones are gaseous.
Yes.
Okay.
Rings versus no
Rings
rings.
versus no
So I
rings.
think that was the intention, to try to
Yes.
connect to that.
Yeah,
You know,
I think you're right.
a lot of people are having a hard time letting go of the planets.
What do you all think about that wording that's suggested? It's on page 33 of the comments.
It's the first comment there for this standard.
Because that is very poorly worded.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I think this would be much more understandable to the
It's,
teacher.
yeah, it's much, but create.
I'm open to
It's too
whatever
confusing.
change you guys
Yeah.
The way it is.
I think
To
it's
explain
create
the
patterns.
patterns. We don't
Yeah,
create the pattern.
create
The pattern
patterns is
there.
what makes
That's
it
right.
weird.
They see the pattern, basically.
That makes it sound too cause and effect. Yeah.
Use
But you
physical
could even
properties.
say explain how physical properties, so you could kind of keep it the same, but then just use the to explain patterns.
Say that again?
I'm 100%.
I mean, you can use this.
So there are 2 points within the grade band 3-5 where we get into the solar system.
Okay.
I think a lot of this might be the idea that we've always done a 3rd grade solar system activity, and if we don't have the standard in place any longer, we can't justify our 3rd grade solar system.
That's it.
It is.
Right there.
We still have a 5th grade opportunity for a solar system activity, where there are standards that are justifiable with respect to the framework. And there's not a lot of research to suggest, if we're leaning on the framework for research, there's not a lot of research to suggest that these particular ideas are big conceptual ideas. These are perhaps narrow ideas about which planets are inner / which planets
Yeah.
are outer. And just knowing the sequence of the planets without a definite purpose.
But that sentence begs to be revised.
Yeah.
Well, it either needs to be revised or removed from what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I think your options are, we need to revise it to similar to what they have suggested,
Mhm.
or it could be removed.
So
I like
So you-
to revise.
so we keep it there
But we just
rather
revise.
than, okay. So
Okay.
are we okay with revising? All right, so one option on the table is something to the effect of, what about use physical properties such as composition to explain patterns observed with the inner and outer planets. I think we're still struggling with this pattern
But that's a place to start.
phrasing, but that gives us somewhere to start.
And if you look at this, the other part of this particular standard, talking about asteroids, comets, and meteoroids, that is a grouping too. Each of those are named for what they are because of their location, which, and their characteristics and properties, which lends you to, those tag off each other very well, you know?
Yeah,
Don't you think?
Yeah,
So-
they do pair well.
So,
So,
To explain patterns observed within the inner and outer planets.
I like that wording.
all right, so
We would recommend a change from use to identify.
Yeah.
that's fine. Yes, identify physical properties such as composition to explain patterns observed with the inner and outer planets.
What patterns?
I guess I would,
I'm a biologist.
yeah, I would say use identify physical properties such as composition.
To explain observations with the inner and outer planets.
To explain
Maybe
similarities?
similarities? Instead of
Yeah, to
patterns?
explain
Is that what-
similarities
is that
and
what-
differences with the
Yes.
inner and outer planets.
Okay,
something
because I
like
didn't
that.
understand what patterns meant. Is it similarities and
Similarities.
differences?
Are we getting too
So,
far afield if we get rid of
Patterns
pattern?
is a cross-cutting concept.
That's it.
Okay,
Pattern is that
We're
word.
trying to use that word.
I just don't understand
might
that
be.
word.
I don't, yeah,
I don't under, what,
Recognize
That doesn't mean
in
it needs to be
physical
used, I'm just letting you know.
Did you say similar patterns?
well, no,
Maybe
and
what
if
do you say,
that's,
similar
no, she
patterns?
said the word, what, say
Maybe
that again?
similar patterns, instead of saying similarities or patterns.
Is
maybe
that
similar
redundant to say similar patterns? That's
Similar
redundant.
patterns.
If we just say, okay, I mean, if the teachers understand patterns and we don't, that's fine. Just tell me that I don't understand because I don't have an education degree.
Models and
Just make a solar system module.
I think, you know, to your point, as far as helping the teachers understand it, we just need to make sure that you know, when you communicate, you know. Okay. Yes.
So let's.
All right, so what phrasing do we have you typed in there now? I'm having trouble reading that screen.
Yes, this is the revised thus
So
far.
identify physical properties such as composition to explain patterns observed in the inner and outer planets.
Could one of the teachers in the room give us an example of what you would do for this standard? Please.
I will.
Thank you.
I would do characteristics of a particular planet. It has a solid core and a solid outer coating. It is located in what distance from the sun? Is it relatively close to the sun, or is it relatively far away from the sun? Where is it in relationship to the asteroid belt? So those would be things that we would do, and we'd slide them. Maybe you'd have little words, Saturn, and what do you know about Saturn? And you'd group them, kind of like we did our cards, so that they would start to recognize, oh, all of the ones that have this are, they all have similarities. They have, I guess, a pattern is our word we're going to use that goes along with that particular planet.
Does that help you some?
I think so.
Are you, as a teacher who has taught this information
Yes.
before, happy with that wording?
Um,
Does that make sense to you?
I think it would make sense to me, yes.
Okay. I'm going to make a note 3.ess1.1. We'll let that one percolate a little bit. If someone has a phrasing that they come up with, we'll come back to it. But I want,
Yeah, but shouldn't we just say teach inner and outer, or would it be?
They're books, but you've taught. So I've never taught anything. Taught this. Yeah, that's my point. That's why I asked.
so physical properties and composition are,
I wouldn't consider composition a physical property in the sense that we have been using physical property.
okay.
And so that's where,
What?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
so this seems to give composition as an exemplar of a physical property, and I don't quite think that's the way that we've been using the word physical properties in prior standards where we're talking about reflectivity or whether or not it absorbs water. Those have been our uses of physical properties before.
How about solid and liquid? We did that earlier, didn't we? Or did
Or just take it out, identify physical properties to explain.
Or could we use composition? Identify planetary composition.
That's what we were trying to avoid, remember?
I think before I spoke up, you voted to table this and come back later.
So, okay.
No, that's good. That's,
Okay, let's, yeah, we'll come back to this. I want to keep us rolling here. If someone has an epiphany along the way, write it down and we'll come back and revisit this. I've made a note to revisit.
No, I'm not really.
Okay.
I want to come to your class.
All right.
She would.
So that was 3 ESS1.1. I think we've already kind of addressed 2. Felt like that's pretty good. So ESS2, 3.ESS2 has 4 sub categories there. Any comments on those? Okay. Some minor comments here, but I don't see anything major. Actually, some compliments, so that's good. Okay. All right. 3 ESS3, Earth and Human Activity. Evaluate existing solutions that reduce the impact of natural hazards on the environment. I guess that would be a list, ladies. It would probably be a EG, like a for example list.
What number are you on?
ESS3.
What SEP does evaluate fall under? Here we go again.
Oh,
We'll be constructing explanations and designing solutions.
Okay.
So you're evaluating design solutions.
There you go.
All right.
All right. Go ahead.
one of the things that's in the first set of survey comments seems to kind of be repetitive, and I'm just going to bring it up here because 3 different times it gets said, is just how do they take that to the classroom? Like that, let's see how, we are in need of appropriate classroom-ready resources. So I know that that's not our job.
Right.
But I also feel like there needs to be, we need to make some kind of an overarching comment like we are about some of the other things that says that they need better connection to textbooks and curriculum, if provided, overall.
Yes. So this is one area where additional
It's
instructional
been a
aid.
bunch, and I haven't pointed them all
Instructional aid
out because it just seems to be a
It's fine.
consistent theme.
Okay. Maybe when we kind of sum up our report and stuff,
Yes.
we can bring some of that up. Okay. Great comment. 3.ETS1 engineering design. Let's see any big comments in the front part, Amy?
Nope.
Okay. All right, 4th graders.
Woohoo!
Clarifying question on for ETS 1.1.
Yes.
The language criteria for constraints. Is that criteria and constraints or criteria for constraints?
Design a solution to real-world problem that includes specified criteria for constraints. It's a good
My
question.
recommendation was, right, we should say and.
Say it again.
My recommendation is that we do and. We usually teach teachers to have criteria and constraints.
Okay.
Any
Any
concerns?
opposition?
Everybody?
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah. Good call.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
Glad to have them near the room.
There you go.
Something drives me crazy.
All right, so 3 ETS 1.1, change that, specify criteria and constraints. That. All right. We are at 4 PS3, energy. Sorry, Amy, there's not a PS1 and 2 in this group. So. Sometimes we got to skip numbers.
I don't have anything.
It's okay. All right. No concerns with PS3.
Can I just ask a
Nisha,
question?
go ahead.
There are comments about ETS2. Did that just get removed, or am I on grade 3?
Oh,
I'm
grade
sorry.
3,
I didn't.
Okay.
It's just, is it just gone?
I believe it was one that was removed, and it was probably from one of those postings of the wrong standard.
Okay.
Early on.
Okay, gotcha.
Got it. All right. 4 PS4, waves in their applications. One concern was that waves are a hard concept for students to visualize. Students in 4th grade should only have to focus on labeling a wave. Students should build on this in a later grade.
I have a lot of that here, too
Lot-
abstract for
lot of
4th
that.
grade.
So the standards are use a model of a simple wave to describe amplitude, wavelength, and explain how waves can add or cancel as they cross. Describe how the colors of light, available light sources, the bending of light waves determine what we see. And number 3, investigate how lenses enhance human senses and digital devices. All right, so on the 4.1, well, let me ask this to the revision committee. Was anything in PS4 revised in this from the previous standards?
It looks like we added a little bit of language to 3. This is decode information, so we added to 3. Otherwise, it's what currently is in the classroom. And just to give you a little history here,
Yeah.
we did not have a really strong, we didn't have a lot of waves previous to these current standards in the classrooms in elementary.
Yeah.
And so when I think about Leslie's job in 8th grade, are you 8th grade, Leslie?
6th, but I
Sixth,
see
but-
that it's in 8th grade.
Yeah, it's in 8th grade. So this is kind of their pre to that piece, the progression.
Yeah.
Add and cancel as they cross.
Yes, and
one of the things that the framework recommends is that you're not dealing with waves as in a standing wave where you are labeling frequency, wavelength, amplitude, but rather you're looking at the interaction between wave pulses. And so what was added here was looking at amplitude and wavelength and how, so what was added is how waves can add or cancel as they cross. So thinking of a single wave pulse introduced as opposed to a standing wave on or civil.
I don't think that's too much for 4th grade. Especially if they don't get it again till 8th grade.
My daughter just went through 4th grade. I think she could handle it, but.
The only thing, I mean, I'm going back to, I'm going to be a broken record because there it is again, talking
Okay.
about how they're having a hard time.
Yes.
So I'm wondering if it's not so much when people say this is too abstract or this is too hard, it's I don't have what I need to teach this.
I know
Nobody's,
examples.
yes.
I think you're right.
That's
I think
fair.
that's a big part of
So,
it.
yeah, it's like the consistent theme.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's
that came up-
frustrating for a
that came
teacher.
up
Sure.
quite a bit.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I think these are written very well.
But it's only frustrating for 5% of them. 84% want to keep the standards.
True.
So we're not going to make 100% of them happy.
No.
But we
No.
can at least request of the board that, hey, there something be done to help provide more.
Well, and if the
Examples.
public is, I mean, they've all taken the time to do this,
Yes.
so we can't, it's,
You don't want to negate it.
yeah.
I don't want to negate it, but I also feel if we sit and talk philosophically about how we all feel about this, that, and the other, we're going to be here till next Monday.
Well, but that's our job.
That's
Well,
what we're here to do.
No, our job is to decide if these are the standards we want to move forward and not, philosophically go into personal philosophies about how we feel about this, and this. 84% say keep them, and we're talking about things that don't matter to me.
Well, I
Don't
think-
matter that much.
I think at the
I'm
end of the
sorry,
day.
I know you're.
That's all right.
I know.
At the end of the day, what we do want to communicate to the board and to those invested in this that we need to make sure our teachers have what they need to implement these standards. So
That was my point.
So
If
that's
we change it, then we're going against the 84%. that
True.
wanna Keep it.
true.
I don't know that the 84% would object to having additional resources
Right.
that
No,
help
no, they
them
wouldn't.
do their
Right.
job better.
Right. The only thing I noticed, and it looks like you fixed it on there, there was a typo, received, misspelled. I think you've got that. Yep. So that's PS 4.3. All right, LS, so we're going to move forward here to 4.ls2, ecosystems, interactions, energy, and dynamics. So let's talk about food webs and food chains. That's a big one. I remember my daughter bringing home some of those assignments. So let's see.
What's INV mean, you guys?
There's a whole bunch of the INV.
Investigate.
Oh, investigate.
I don't
thank you.
know.
But see, I think this is all, again, this
same
is all
group.
curriculum.
Oh, yeah, it is.
This is all curriculum,
Yeah.
so,
CEDS.
not our job. Mhm. That's why I'm kind of just ignoring those comments as I'm going through.
Yeah.
That much I've learned.
Okay, let me go back here. Okay. So that's 4LS2. The only thing I caught was .4. Did you fix the environment typo in 4.ls4? LS2.4.
The last word.
I think we want to go back and
Okay.
look at 4 PS4 2.
Okay. Describe how the colors of available light sources and the bending of light waves determine what we see.
We're not sure which SCP is represented
Okay.
there.
So,
Okay, remind them, or us,
For-
SET.
for-
Science and engineering practice,
There's
sorry.
8 of them.
So we were thinking like construct explanations more than just describe. Like, what does describe really mean, you know?
sure.
But this is your all's choice and your all's.
Okay.
We're just making a
Con-
recommendation.
I like
We
that.
just, we just thought it did say describe and I felt like that was overlooked, so.
Construct and
Yeah.
describe.
So construct explanations of how the colors of available light or construct.
Construct explanations.
Is that kind of where you're headed with that?
Yeah, that's fine. Construct and explanation.
About the color. Construct, explain.
Yeah, Yeah, about how is not good.
About just the colors, don't need to worry.
About the
About the
color.
construct an explanation. No, but then that, now that doesn't make sense. And
I would say,
How
you could
bending
say,
of light,
Just remove about.
How the color, how, just
How
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 you're
bending
writing
of
it.
light waves.
construct an explanation, but that's not grammatically correct either.
I would say for how, construct an explanation for how.
Yes, that's right. That's it.
All right. Any objection?
That's right. That's right.
Sorry to kind of twitch on us here.
Got the English.
Okay. The only other thing under PS4 that caught my attention on number 3 was investigate how lenses enhance human senses and digital devices like computers or cell phones use waves. I was just trying to figure out, is that really parallel? It was more a grammatical thing.
Mm-hmm.
Conceptually, I think I understand where it's going, but just grammatically, it just seemed funny. But we can come back to that later if somebody has a better way to phrase that. But it just seemed kind of not parallel to me.
Would you put a semicolon between devices and like?
Or the
Or-
EG, or the
Or
IE,
a, parent-
IE or whatever. Yeah.
right.
IE.
I would put parentheses around like computers or cell phones.
Okay.
Investigate how lenses enhance human senses and digital devices use waves to receive and decode information over distances. Is
Would you
this
say
is the
which use
sentence?
waves, or just use waves?
Investigate how
you
lenses
go.
enhance human senses and digital devices use waves to receive and decode information. That's what's there is good, in my opinion.
Okay, and then you push that in there.
Mhm.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Okay. I'm good with that. Okay.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh. All right. So for LS2, any comments on that? We fixed the. Did you get for LS2.4? Did you fix the environment? Yeah, they got it fixed on there.
Yeah.
All right. Now we're at the top of page 42 for LS4.1. Communicate information about what a fossil is, ways fossils can provide information about the past. I don't think there's any major, I don't remember there being any. Okay. For ESS1, Earth's place.
Don't have to. You don't have to. Don't have to. Could. Don't have to.
For ESS2, Earth systems. Don't see anything. Okay. For ESS3, Earth and human activity.
Point 2, and this is a question for our content people. ESS 3.2. Would it make more sense to say engage in an argument versus create an argument? How do you create an argument? You create an explanation. Okay, so is that semantics or is that a good thing to say?
The SCP.
Okay.
I think that's a
So-
good recommendation.
Okay.
Same on,
Engage in an argument.
Using
Or
evidence.
just say argue the evidence from research.
Well, using their.
We're using their
wording,
wording
the
though.
verbiage.
Engage in an argument,
From evidence, yeah.
please.
And
It just depends whether you want the noun or verb conjugation. I think we would say an argument as a noun is going to be a claim
Oh, versus,
plus evidence.
well then, okay, engage in. Will then be arguing.
Like it, we're getting the kids to fight.
Right.
Engage in an argument. Okay, so any objections to?
So should we
engage in
take the
an
and
argument?
out?
Well, I was just, so the original interpretation, create an argument would an argument would have two components. It would have your claim as well as your evidence.
Okay.
So by creating an argument, you would be pairing your claim plus your evidence.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I
And
think
They
we
were
need to-
nodding at me when I was reading this comment, so I'm
To
guessing.
give you
that-
some reference, it's a big deal across all grade levels in language arts to have a claim, provide your
Right.
evidence, and give reasoning,
Right.
CER, and that is across all
I am
curricula.
learning so much.
So
today. I'm
that's probably
loving
why
this.
Brian mentioned claim, evidence,
Sure.
and then reasoning, so.
So ladies,
Yeah.
is that still okay
So-
then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and you're correct. The CER is very common
Cross.
language. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that gets us through ESS 3, 4.ETS1, engineering design. Seems like there was,
So vague.
There was-
Please
there was just-
provide examples.
Yeah. That's all I'm seeing here.
I'm seeing so vague. Categorize.
So categorize the effectiveness of design solutions by testing and comparing them to specified criteria and constraints.
I mean, okay.
It is pretty vague.
It is vague, but what do you want?
So, I guess
What are the
to the content experts, categorize the effectiveness of design solution. What
What are the
designs?
design?
What have we designed?
What are the designs?
And do we need to keep it vague? I guess is the question.
I think we have to be careful about the curriculum aspect. So this is one of those things where, we were talking about, earlier this week, we were talking about curriculum versus standards, and we were saying, different schools, different grades, different communities, like you have access to different kind of local assets. And so I know my daughter had Watermelon Day, and in Watermelon Day, they were calculating how far they could spit seeds, and they were making some data tables on that. And so Watermelon Day is not a standard. So we want to be careful about identifying exactly what we want them to do, because it could be Watermelon Day or Woolly Worm Day or.
Sure, but I think the concern is that we don't know what this is saying.
So to your point, when we teach, there are two lenses. There's the science
Yes.
lens, where we're asking students to construct an explanation.
Yes.
And the engineering lens, where we ask them to design a solution.
Right.
So standard like 4PS41, where you investigate how lenses, and then you get onto computers and digital devices receive and decode information over distances.
Yes.
You leave a space open if the teacher chooses to use a design task to introduce that content.
Okay.
If they do a design task, it allows them to wrap in this other thing
that's
where
what I was
you
gonna
have a
say,
design
but-
task. Now we're gonna wrap in this additional standard where part of your design challenge is going to be to actually evaluate the qualities of your solutions.
So design a lens to improve somebody's vision
So
or
curriculum
something.
leaves open whether you want to investigate a particular standard through a scientific investigation or through a design challenge. And
I
so-
think
And
for
this could-
ESS2, Earth Systems, those standards all lend a really good entry point to this design standard, where, for example, you're looking at weathering, you're looking at patterns of earthquakes, you're looking at characteristics of regions that are going to kind of support an ecosystem, like plants' roots hold the soil in place, beaver shelters in a river. Like, those are all things that students could design something around. So teachers could be addressing those standards as well as this engineering standard.
The idea of this engineering standard is to really focus on, did the solution, what was the effectiveness of whatever solution you created that pairs with this content?
So, I guess this kind of goes back to Nisha's point earlier, is we just need to make sure that the teachers understand the implementation of that, because hearing that, I'm tracking with you, I get it. It's just, it does kind of just, upon reading it at face value, it just seems kind of vague and hanging out there. But if you are able to give it that kind of context, then I say, okay, I get it. And I understand why we don't want to overly constrain it. So, Nisha, comment?
Yeah, so there was even one comment specifically in this section about the fact that they don't even, my district doesn't even give us textbooks. Our district won't even provide science textbooks. How do you expect us to teach this? That kind of stuff. Give specific details. That's why I'm really bothered, because I feel like there's a chicken or egg. It's like, well, this is, and I understand your point, Amy. Earlier you were saying, well, this is really curriculum. But I think what's clear about this is that they're really struggling with standards not providing enough to go into curriculum or curriculum vice versa.
Yeah, I do just want to add one point to that. It is in state statute that standards do not identify curriculum. So it's actually in state law. So that is part of the reason why we've kind of been
Separation.
harping on that point so much, because that's not just like an opinion we have, like it's actually in state law. So that's why we just are trying to be really careful from
Puts
that
the-
aspect.
And my understanding is that puts the power in the hands of the school systems to decide
Correct.
what their teachers teach and gives some more freedom with regard to that. So, yeah, I think my takeaway from this is I don't have an issue with that in and of itself, but we need to make sure teachers understand what's the intended implementation of that. What does that look like in a classroom?
And once again, that's something you could mention in your supporting document that you submit, and then that's a note to the TDOE, like, oh, maybe they should provide guidance documents for teachers on X, Y, or Z. So if you can like flag that as something to add in your additional documentation.
Okay. Moving to 4.ETS2, unless there's other discussion on 1. Okay. Catherine, we're aiming for 3:30-ish. Okay.
Yeah, we can be in here until 4, but
Right.
yeah, 4 is the hard cutoff.
Sure, no problem. Okay. Any comments on 4.ETS.2? There's a few removes, requested remove, but no real commentary on that in the main comments, or the 20% comments. Okay. Seeing none.
I don't even understand that sentence very
Okay.
well.
All right. It says, explain how existing technologies have been designed or improved to increase their benefits, to decrease known risks, and to meet societal demands. Okay. So this would be one, again, where you would want some examples, directions given on how to.
Well, I think they did.
Yeah.
Artificial limbs, seatbelt, cell phones.
Like seatbelts now, your car beeps at you forever if you don't put your seatbelt on. Those kinds of things, would that be increased technology? Yeah, something like that maybe.
So maybe if everybody else gets it, I'm
Okay. All right. And that might be another spot where you add in the EG.
Yes,
In
they
that
did.
little
They
parenthetical
did.
note. Okay, great.
That's
Sorry,
what I-
I've got a glare. These screens are glaring.
yeah, I can't see that one.
I can't see that one.
We have to change their angle a little bit. That
Yeah.
might help. Okay. All right. So that gets us through 4th grade. Anybody need to take a break for 5 minutes? Get up, stretch your legs. Okay. Let's do a break. We'll come back in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pat.
Start it up again.
I don't know. Well, we are partners with Nissan and Vex Robotics and then Universal Robotics, and they do such a good job. They come up.
Get into, if y'all are ready, we're going to roll into 5th grade. Isn't the show? Aren't you smarter than a 5th grader? Is that the show?
6th grade or 5th?
5th grade? I can't remember.
Some of that stuff is hard.
We're almost out of elementary.
Almost out of elementary. So this is my daughter's about to be a 5th grader. So very relevant, very excited.
Are you smarter than
Ooh, she's pretty smart. She's pretty smart. Yeah, they're all the time bringing home these random facts. Dad, did you know?
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I didn't know that.
He was when they were doing the math, and I was like, I don't remember.
Yeah, how to do
I
that.
was good up to a certain point.
Yeah, that's right. And now it's passed. So, all right. So we're in grade 5. I'm on page 46. So 5.ps1. Matter and its interactions. There is a comment. So the standard reads, evaluate the results of an experiment to determine whether the mixing of 2 or more substances results in a change of properties. There is a question on what is the intended SEP for evaluate. So is that...
So that's valid. You could do plan and conduct in an experiment,
planning and carrying out controlled investigation.
or
Analyzing and interpreting data.
yeah, you could do analyze and interpret data too,
So analyze the results.
or plan and conduct.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, I guess the question is to y'all, what do you think is needed at this moment in the, is it more about interpreting the information, or is it more about planning and carrying it out?
Looking at the other two there, I'm thinking that, and I kind of remember this now, that we were wanting, it's hard not to analyze and interpret data or analyze and evaluate data. I think we were looking at something different to start a standard with because the other two were analyze. That doesn't mean that it would be wrong to do analyze, but we were just looking at variation there.
Yeah.
Construct an explanation.
You do plan and conduct an experiment to it.
Lots
I don't know that
Lots
planning and
of
conducting an
analyzing
experiment is the
going
work
on.
of that
Oh, that's true.
content.
But if that's what you're doing, I guess the question is if
Construct an explanation.
if analysis is what is needed there, let's just use the word rather than
Yeah.
worry about it. Right, just so we're not repetitive, yeah. So if that's the intention, is to teach them that, I guess the question I would have, I'm looking at the other ones. So you got first one is kind of physical properties of matter, right? Second one is change of states of matter, right? Energy and then the third one is you mix two, what do you find out? So they are separate concepts, but you're asking them to do essentially the same thing with all of them. Is that, do you agree with that? Is that, Brian, is that?
Yeah, I was also noting overlap in that 3rd grade standard that we revised earlier,
Yes.
where that 3rd grade standard is now really redundant and in the same grade band, so we're kind of covering the same concept twice.
Okay.
But isn't it progression?
It is, but we're within the same grade band. So
Okay.
you progress K2, 3, 5, 6, 8. So having
Okay.
3rd and 5th grade getting the same concept,
Okay.
the same complexity.
Does that just apply to number 3, PS1.3?
Yes.
I
So-
said strike it all together, and they started making faces.
We're discussing.
We're
Okay.
discussing, yeah.
Because I don't want to take something out that needs to be
So this,
there.
I
is
think
this,
that needs-
Kim, is this a basically like getting them ready for identifying a chemical change.
This is gather evidence that a chemical reaction has occurred based on change in physical properties.
Well, I think it would be construct an explanation, and I think it would be an explanation because an explanation you're coming in with that CER framework is kind of what we say is a good explanation. You have a claim, you have evidence, and you have reasoning. And so the claim would be whether or not a chemical change has happened.
To push in on that though, CER is about argumentation, not about explanation.
Okay. You'd have evidence from your experiment, and then you would have this idea of what a chemical change is.
Mike would push in on us to stop our discussion.
Okay.
Oh, don't bring Mike into this. Again.
So I guess I would make a suggestion about construct an explanation or engage in argument.
What was the thing you said, Brian? You said gather data?
Gather evidence
Gather.
to support that a chemical reaction has occurred based on change in physical properties. I think it wasn't constructed ahead of time.
Is that an explanation though?
Is that an explanation, or is you're saying that's a standard?
They don't want to hear this argument, we'll have it later.
Okay, I will just say that there was an intentionality from the committee to repeat 3rd and 5th grade because matter.
That's fine. I was
Yeah.
almost, I didn't
But,
mean to open a
but
can
that
of worms by
doesn't
saying,
mean
should we
that,
strike it?
that doesn't mean that it is twice in the framework.
The
So-
original question was, what is the intended SEP for evaluate?
Right.
For the word evaluate. That was the original question from a teacher. I didn't mean
And
to
if it's
start a whole thing. And if
constructing
it's
an
okay as it
explanation,
is,
that's
then
fine,
that's
but-
fine.
Can you argue the result? I don't know what
Can
that-
you what?
Argue, what
You can't argue with results,
No, but argue the results, like argue for them.
No, you can argue for a conclusion, but not results.
You don't
Results
actually
are
introduce
results.
chemical reactions
For the
until 7th grade, just to walk back my discussion of chemical reactions. It would be premature to it.
Do you want to strike it?
I
No.
will strike my own recommendation.
Yeah, because he was giving language.
Okay.
To talk about chemical reactions.
So I'm still back to, should we leave it as is, or should we
Okay.
reword the word evaluate?
I'm gonna let our experts mull on that,
Mull on that.
and we're gonna keep moving. So let's let the experts mull for a minute. Let's go to 5.ps2. It sounds like we don't need to strike it, but probably just to rephrase the beginning of it.
And
So,
maybe not, but
all right. So 5.ps2, motion and stability, forces and interactions.
yeah, but see, they probably don't want to do that. Because
I
of,
want to keep a standard, but add it in.
no, but what I'm saying is I'm betting that,
You think they're doing it?
I think they didn't put Newton's law specifically
purpose.
in so that
I
you could be
gotcha.
more broad.
Okay.
Because there's more to it than just Newton, is what I'm betting that's what they, yeah.
All right. Any other concerns? 5.ps2.
Okay,
Okay.
did y'all move on, or are you waiting on us?
We're
I'm so sorry.
We were discussing.
moving forward while you were
No.
discussing. Did you come up with a solution?
Well, I don't know that it's a solution everybody's happy with, but it's a solution. We do think that you could tie this to practice number 8, which is obtain, evaluate, and communicate information. So they're evaluating the information or the results of the experiment.
Okay.
So
Okay,
So we
That's
just leave it worded as
That's fine.
is. Okay.
Brian, does that make sense?
I don't think that adheres with fidelity to practice 8, which is about looking at.
it does not, but it is
from
it,
multiple sources.
yeah, it's a stretch.
That's the easy way.
That's
I
so.
almost got called on it.
We can come up with a better solution. Do you want us to do that?
Okay. I'm gonna make a note to revisit 5ps1 3.
they
but
were
we're
gonna
keep
keep
rolling.
working, they were gonna keep working on it if you want them to.
Yeah, please keep working on it, and we'll make a note to come back. Okay. Okay. Any comments on 5ps2? Then,
Use
okay, go ahead. Use evidence.
evidence.
Mhm.
I hate that phrase.
Okay.
Use evidence to support the gravitational force. Provide evidence to support the claim that gravitational force. That's semantics, I guess. Correct. Is use evidence a problem? Okay, good, never mind, on you go. I'm just,
Why did you think that?
the teacher, I was reading the notes. I was reading the notes. Yeah.
So what did we decide?
They said it's fine. They said it's
So we're
fine.
good?
They said it's fine.
We can use evidence. Okay. All right, 5LS1, molecules, organisms. Go ahead.
On that one, just on the use evidence part, is it
Oh.
fine to say provide evidence to support?
They said use was fine. I just wanted to make sure it was, since there was a question. Anytime there's a question that comes up about an SEP, I'm like looking at them and saying, is this okay? Because I don't know that.
Provide versus
Here's a nice question.
provide versus use evidence. 5PS23.
As far as fitting with an SEP, would it better fit with obtain, evaluate, and communicate information, or would that not fit in this context?
Use evidence to support the gravitational force.
Are you thinking?
You say leave
deciding.
it as is? No.
Okay, we'll leave it.
All right.
We'll leave it.
5LS1, compare and contrast animal responses. Let's see, any? Yeah, it does seem wordy and long, but
Grammar seems poor on this.
we'll keep
You
rolling.
could just cross out everything after the comma if you wanted to, but that's fine.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe shorten, I mean, do we feel that there's a real need to keep the last phrases of 5LS1.1, which is then processed in the brain, stored as memories? There is a reason to keep that? Okay.
So you're progressing from the earlier idea, the instinct, from the general idea of learning, so there are learned behaviors, to the specific.
Yeah, he's
Memory and,
the brain.
okay, okay. That's fine, that's good context.
We're going to see a similar standard in biology
Okay.
that talks about the brain too.
And
Sure.
this is very specified language from the framework.
Okay.
So
5LS3.1, so 5LS3, which is heredity. So we got 2 subpoints under that.
I'm almost afraid to ask these SCP questions. I feel like that's all I'm asking. But I know, but I feel like I'm bogging us down. But what SCPs do distinguish and apply fall under? Direct intervention with environment, isn't that supposed to say interaction? It does say interaction. Okay, that was fixed. Never mind. What distinguish and apply? This makes sense to me.
One just interesting note that was made in the first set of comments on, and I want to make sure we're on the right one, at 5LS1. Expand to include being able to identify instincts in certain animals and humans and the relationship between nurture versus nature. Any comments on that at all from our resource?
What was that with respect to which standard?
LS3.
LS3. LS3.
Sorry. Scratch.
That was 3.1. I think the idea here is that some organisms look exactly like their parents, and
and some look less like their parents, and the degree to which they look like their parents may be influenced by their interactions with the environment. So a lizard that's lost its tail will look less like its parents than a leather lizard that hasn't lost its tail. So I think that taking this into a nature-nurture discussion is really in line with the intent.
No, I referenced them on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that, I was looking at one for LS1 instead of LS3.
Okay.
Looking at the wrong comment.
Any other thoughts with LS3?
No.
All right, LS4. All right, so use evidence to construct an explanation for how variations, characteristics among individuals within the same species may provide advantages to these in their survival. Okay, I don't know that there's really. So, looks like that fits. All right, 5 ESS1, Earth's place in the universe.
How long is that lesson?
That's a lot of subpoints here. Was this changed at all, by the way, from previous?
It had 6 standards previously, like currently
Six
right now.
previous.
And really, like, 1 and 2 kind of go hand in hand.
Oh, sorry, it had 7. It was
Yeah.
reduced.
It goes quick. You can have those
Okay.
done in 2 days.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah.
There's a lot of bundling of these standards. There are a lot of interdiscipline. I mean, they just connect, so it looks like a lot, but they connect.
But you're really teaching, when you teach 1, you're teaching 2 or 3 of the things at the same time. These used to be my standards too.
And those were, and I mean, those are critical components,
Yes.
obviously, for understanding Earth and
Day and night.
day and night, all of that.
All of that.
All right, we have, at the end of 5th grade, we got ETS1 and ETS2, Engineering Design and Links Among Engineering Technology Society. So these, again, I'm envisioning these a lot like the 4th grade ones where they're kept intentionally vague to enable the teachers to apply them if they see appropriate. This would be another one where, again, we
Yes.
want to make sure teachers have the tools they need, because I'm sure.
Because one of the comments is, unless you're going to provide the supplies for these projects, teachers are paying for them out of their own pockets. Elementary schools don't have the supplies needed to do these standards over and over.
They could do, I know,
They could.
there's a lot. You could do hop on 1 foot versus hop on 2 feet. I mean, there's some that, it's just, we've got to have some professional development. And I know that is provided by, I've had professional development from the state, so thank you. So just putting that in our report at the end.
Yep.
That we need to
Can you
include.
demonstrate for us one?
I'll come and speak. But yeah, so PD for the teachers.
Well, and I'm getting a lot of, I've got tons of this should be in STEM, this should be in STEM, this should be in STEM classes, but I think that they're reading this and expecting that they have to build a bridge.
Right.
And you don't have to build a
Something
bridge.
major, yeah.
You can build a bridge in engineering in high school. You
And
know, you don't have to-
some schools don't provide a STEM opportunity for kids. I mean,
I
it's in
think
the
that-
science classroom.
Right,
So,
right, right.
yeah, you're
But
right.
but my point is,
Yes,
it can,
they're seeing it at a higher level.
Yes.
Needs
When-
to be.
Can I ask a general question for anybody board or anybody to comment? You know, a lot of these comments on this talk about this should be taught in STEM classes. What do we consider when we say it should be taught in STEM classes? What do we consider a STEM class, and what grade level does that begin in?
So it can look a little different district to district. So I know, for example, let's take MNPS at the middle school level. They have a related arts period. They might take gym. They might take music. They might be in band. The school I taught at also had the option to take a STEM class. It was, I think we had one that was specifically focused on coding and one that was specifically focused on robotics. STEM standards do also exist for K-8. So if the school wanted to offer a STEM class, we do have state level standards. But the majority of students are going to get those STEM experiences in their traditional science classes.
Right.
Because, I mean, we already talked about how there's not enough time in the day
Right.
to even talk about some teachers aren't even covering science to the level we want. So, yeah.
And I really feel like the science part has to get covered.
Yeah.
That's why, these are important. And it's just, like you said, it's just a matter of explaining to the teacher. It doesn't mean that you don't have to build a working aqueduct.
That's right.
Correct.
You know?
In social studies, they do.
No.
I'll make 2 quick points, and it might be common knowledge, but as you know, districts are different. All of them are different.
Sure.
Some actually follow the state rules and guidelines very closely, and some don't. And so you run into those headaches. I'm in a district that we do everything we can to follow state guidelines. Also, at the high school level, there's a state level STEM accreditation process that you can go through. So is there one at the middle school level? All grade levels, you can go to STEM accreditation, right? So I think most middle schools are at least offering a STEAM class, STEM or STEAM class, so for what it's worth.
Okay,
you know.
that's helpful.
right.
Yeah.
I saw that language several times, and I thought, okay, I need to understand that context, because when I was in high school, in grade school, that wasn't discussed.
Right.
Okay, let's become 6th graders now, and see if we can get a little bit further. Go ahead.
I think we're ready to go back and look at
Okay.
5 PS 130.
5 PS 1.3. Thank you. 5 PS 1.3. That's on page 46.
Yes, and
And-
we've got construct an argument using the physical properties of matter that combining substances may or may not result in a new substance.
I like it. I like it.
You work, ladies.
Mm-hmm.
You're tired.
Now it's your job when
Now, is
the
Brian
5th grade
happy?
teachers ask what that means.
He's happy, okay.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's right. We'll make sure they email you with their questions.
Do you want us to put to bed the 3rd grade one that was, so that we can put all K through 5 done?
Yeah.
Or
If you could wait.
Which one was?
Okay, yes, the 3rd grade one, ESS 1.1.
So,
You have a solution?
remember, this, just to refresh everybody, this was the inner and outer planets.
Yes.
Oh,
It's not necessarily in the framework called out as inner and outer planets, but several of the committees did not want to lose the idea of the inner and outer planets. We have an existing standard that is written for that we could put in there.
Okay.
You want
Um,
Rod, tell me. what
Like
it
from
is
a
and I'll-
previous document or from this document?
It's from the current document that's out there.
Okay.
That means,
Like
It
the
does
current
not-
standards
again, this
are
is-
being taught.
yeah, this is going outside of the framework a little bit. Where is it? Okay, is this it? Yes. Use data to categorize the planets in the solar system as inner and outer planets according to their physical properties.
Oh, I like that.
That's
Beautiful.
I like
genius. It's
That's
brilliant.
it.
That's it.
We
So-
like
Now, I know you say that goes outside the framework. I'm not as concerned about it going outside the framework. Framework's more guidelines, right?
I mean, you kind of remind me of
Right.
that.
So does that throw a major wrench in anything? Because that says essentially what was already there.
Yep.
It just puts it in language that's a little.
No, it never throws, this certainly would throw a wrench. I think
Yeah.
a challenge that we have had, but this is just a challenge for us to work out, is when you, 3rd grade, our standards are assessed. So how many different ways can you assess that standard?
Okay.
And you end up with questions year in and year out that look just about the same,
Mhm.
but that's also a function of the broader system,
Yeah.
not something for us to resolve.
Okay. Any objection to that? Concerns about
Like
that?
that.
I think it's beautiful.
I like it.
That's the only standard. So we're actually coming with two standard rules that were formerly, in other words, right now, there's 3 ESS 1.1 as you see it here.
Mhm.
There is no, unless we moved it from another grade, there is no 3 ESS 1.2.
There is on ours.
There is on
There
our
is on
document.
ours.
I'm not talking presently.
Oh,
In the current standards.
well, we didn't add it, the people before us added it.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
Right,
added.
okay.
But these do look very similar in the way that they're starting. Now that you brought that up. So we'll get back to y'all.
So,
Well,
why,
it's
why
okay,
is, you've said that a
because-
couple times though, why is that a problem?
Right. Because we're planets and then other bodies.
Yeah.
Is that, I mean,
It's fine with me. I just,
I think it's okay.
there's different ways to teach this, I guess, besides just using the data, so.
Yeah.
But I
Do
just
you
want to
just,
make
do
sure
you get negative feedback when you have 2 or 3 things that start with the same couple of words?
maybe it's PTSD from that.
Okay,
Past.
and that's fair, and that's fair, because you've expressed it as a concern, and I'm sitting here going, it looks fine to me. I see it as an advantage, actually.
Well, one question I was going to ask is, could those two collapse into one and still get the point? In other words, use data to categorize different bodies in our solar system, including inner and outer planets, moons, asteroids, comets. I mean,
I will come in and say,
would that get the point across and collapse?
I
it
just
down?
think
I
it gets
agree.
wordy.
but I've had several. Please split this. There's too
Yeah.
many. There's too much for one standard here. I get that more than I get combine them.
They're
for what
so
it's worth.
identical though, like as far as standards goes, those
Right.
are pretty close.
That's what I feel like. We're asking for the same thing, and
And-
it already says
Oh, I
bodies in
see.
our solar system.
I see what you did.
So
And this was one standard where we had put 2, so you're actually reducing their standards for them, which they may appreciate.
So now change number 2 to 1 and
that
just omit
becomes
1.
that becomes
Okay. Good job. But I did see that a lot as I was reading through. I saw a lot of don't put too much in one. standard.
Is it wise to highlight these changes as we make them to keep a record of that, Catherine?
I will have 2 different files, so I can always do a cross
We can
comparison
do
between.
it. Yep.
The other thing I will say, we definitely encountered this with math. It was brought to the awareness of our educator teams that there are some individuals in the legislature that are more concerned about cutting down the number of standards versus actual content.
Okay.
And they made a big deal about it with math. I think that our educator teams were trying to avoid that in some cases with science.
Yeah.
And I will leave it at that.
Okay.
Well, I think that was a common sense combination. We haven't lost the information. In
That was
that.
a good- that
other
was a good call.
standards that we've left with multiple.
That's a good call.
Okay. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
We were trying to close the loop on K through 5, so I was just gonna mention
Yes.
that I had 3 jotted down items to
Yes.
come back to. One,
Okay.
the one we haven't talked about is circuits. We were gonna
Circuits.
come back to circuits.
And I think the context was the standard references currents, and I think our concern was is that enough for our educators to run with, or did we need to specify because there's not specifically open closed circuits, that kind of discussion in the context of it. So
Brian, when do atoms get talked about? Electrons, protons, and neutrons? Do you? Yes,
high school.
in high school. So, wow, they're not getting any of that. So the idea of a flow of electron through a circuit is not going to make any sense because they don't know what an electron is.
You're only describing current as
Energy.
Energy movement.
Just-
Yeah.
You keep it
Wow.
real, just energy movement.
Right.
So I think we have to leave it
Yeah.
currents in a system and let the guidance from professional development help provide, context for what that's gonna look like.
You good?
So that was 3 PS 3.2 for those keeping track. Anything else from that, Nisha? Okay. Anything else K through 5? All right, let's see if we can get through 6th grade. And see how we do. So 6th grade starts at 6.PS2 on page 51. There are some concerns with this one.
Move to 7th grade.
Some people want it in 8th grade, some people want it in 7th grade.
Is it
Yeah, it's in sixth grade, and so I guess the question to our educator experts, was this moved at all? Is this where this already resided?
I'm pretty sure it doesn't reside there. Now, currently.
Brian's got it. Sorry. PS2-1, I'm sorry, say it again.
All right, PS21 is a new standard.
The new standard.
It was
Okay.
added to fill in the gap as a component idea.
Okay,
There was no coverage of this in the past, so maybe if it was covered in the past, it was because it came out of some of the other ideas from this.
can you unpack it just a little bit? There's a lot of questions about the
Me too.
system and things like that, so kind of give us the context of what's intended here. Explain the relationship between the components of a system that contribute to the stability.
It's
or
a lot of
instability
system. I'm gonna let Brian do this for us.
Good.
You wanna step up, Brian?
Oh, no. Brian just got thrown under the bus.
Yeah,
I dropped everything and ran.
That's okay.
we understand.
Rebounding here.
That's fine. Take a look at that, and we'll have a conversation when you're ready.
And Brian, can you also incorporate the math component? Because they're saying I know seriously, like, a lot of the kids don't have the math, but they're going
Right.
to seventh grade before they take this, and they need that math knowledge.
Yes.
And that's the main information I got from my district, that my science department in my district was the math. And I know it's hard because you can't, every district's different, but if you can talk to that, that'd be great.
Yeah, so unpacking that particular comment, that probably comes from 6 PS3 specifically.
Yeah.
Because mathematically, and this would be a big change, as you all can consider, but it would be a big change. This standard 6 PS3 has been there. The problem we've had with it in this location is that to look at the mathematics of kinetic energy, you have to square. Sixth grade students have not moved to squaring numbers yet. And so we have a standard where you can do it, and we've been working for 6 years with this standard in this position, and you have to evaluate it more as ratios. And seeing that it's not a one-to-one increase in energy and velocity, what you can't do is get into the true formula and looking at 1/2 mv squared. So that's probably what they're speaking to. When we look at other states and other standards, they move that exists in 8th grade because students have squared values by then. So that's probably the mathematics concern in 6th grade. I'm speculating.
So
the-
more related to PS3 than
What's that?
PS2. More related, you said, to PS3.
Correct,
than PS2.
PS2 would not have been there
Yeah,
previously, so
right.
there
So
would
that's
have
not the
been, unless there was
concern.
a teacher that was looking at
Okay.
the public feedback, they wouldn't have seen that.
Okay. Yeah, once you kind of get that PS2.1, I'm just curious what that was added. Obviously, it was thought to be important, but we really want to understand what's trying to be said there, so we make sure that fits in that spot. All right, comments around PS3,
I'm
2
sorry.
and 3.
What are we doing with that one, 2.1? Because I certainly don't understand it.
I was
We're
waiting on.
waiting for
We're gonna
Brian's-
wait for Brian,
waiting
he's
for-
gonna, okay,
Waiting
we're
on his
still waiting.
comments.
Thank you.
While we're waiting on that,
Sorry,
let's
Chad,
talk
that's
about
fine.
PS3, 2, and 3. So he says these have been
Yes.
here.
Yes,
Is there not a 1 to this? Okay.
yeah.
Okay. So if it's just 1 and 2, let's make it 1 and 2. But
I have that one is what is labeled as 2.
okay. Okay. So it may have just been a
I think that should just be
auto
1 and
numbering
2.
or something
Yeah.
like that came into play. Could be. Okay.
There you go.
She
You
fixed
did it.
Okay. Well, let me ask Leslie. You've been teaching
Yes.
from PS3, 1 and 2 there for the last few years.
Sure.
Comments, concerns?
I think they're
You think it works?
very useful.
Are students coming to you without the math knowledge they need to be successful?
No, by the end of the year, we don't use formulas at all for any of this.
Okay.
So it's just recognizing changes that are occurring and teaching them that energy is, one thing I don't remember where it was, I made a comment to add the law of conservation of energy in this, and that needs to be specified so they understand
So
that.
you still like
Yes.
it here in the 6th grade?
Yes, I'm okay with those two, yes. I don't understand the one above it that Brian's gonna talk to us about,
Right.
so. I really don't. But it's something new,
No,
so
but,
that's
but
good.
we need your input on this one,
Yeah.
so that's good.
Yeah, comments, so,
And then there's some questions, Leslie, about
yes.
electric potential being difficult. which is included in here.
And to be honest, that's a term that they have not used. So I use elastic potential, chemical potential, and they learn EPE, CPE. They learned all of those in EPE. So
Did you say electric?
That was in there, so electric potential was in the prior version.
Okay.
I think it's been removed here.
it's supposed to be elastic.
Perfect.
It
Got
It is
said
elastic
there is
potential.
elastic.
They've corrected it, I
Elastic,
think.
okay.
So.
Could that fit?
And I had a note to add law of conservation of energy somewhere. I don't know where my note is, but
That's a good.
It's actually right here.
I think-
add
I think we need to hear what's
CPE,
intended
radiant
here.
and
No,
sound, and
these
then law
obviously
of
fit
conservation of
underneath
energy.
Here's your comment right
So-
there.
She's confused
Right,
there.
that's right.
But again, is that one of those things that they want to
That's
keep
right.
broad? Or is it
Well,
not?
to be honest, CPE, EPE, and GPE all go together. I know it sounds weird. Elastic potential, gravitational potential, and chemical potential all go. They're three. They are always together in any text,
But
any
it's
topic
there.
you would see.
It's there. It's under
Chemical
number one.
potential.
Yeah, it's there.
Well,
Oh, chemical potential,
Yeah.
chemical energy.
yeah. So just to have all three, elastic potential, gravitational potential, and chemical potential
Okay, so put the word
So
potential
wording-
after chemical.
after chemical.
What does that mean, chemical energy?
Usually kinetic also grouped in that?
And then kinetic, all right, so potential energy and kinetic energy, it's like a light switch. Either it's on or off. So potential is off. It's holding energy to be used. This is a long time ago for learning. And so kinetic stays kinetic. And then the other three are the main areas of potential energy that would be there.
May I make a
Does that make
suggestion?
sense? So,
May I make a suggestion? During transfers of kinetic, comma, potential, parentheses,
Yes.
elastic, comma, gravitational, comma, chemical, end
Second.
parentheses, and or thermal energy.
That's
why
yeah.
asked, because kinetic looks like it's a dangling
It does feel dangling.
Does that make sense to
Feel
you?
dangling with that list.
Is that
Yeah.
okay?
that's good.
Did you catch that?
Okay, so we have a suggestion,
Right, no, that's fine.
But
That's fine.
I'll just tell
are
you
you all
this.
ready for this?
But go ahead.
Okay.
Thermal energy.
ES3,
Maybe you add the three
PS3.1.
potentials and put kinetic over there on the
In the
other side.
list, it says kinetic, elastic, etc.
These are
Put
all
it kinetic,
energies.
comma, potential, open parentheses, elastic, gravitational,
There are
chemical,
three
close
different kind of potential
parentheses,
energies in the others.
comma, and or
And
thermal
kinetic
energy.
state. Yeah, it is. It's in food before it's being used. Like if your food's sitting there, but then you use it, it becomes kinetic, chemical kinetic energy. So,
It's not the translation. We have a biochemistry. So, where do you stand on chemical potential versus chemical
The way you're using it
Yes.
makes sense to me, and
Yes.
the fact that we have in the sugar molecule a
Yes.
certain amount of energy
Stored.
available,
Yes.
stored, and
Mhm.
if the textbooks call that chemical potential
Yes.
energy, I don't have an issue with
Yeah.
that conceptually. I mean, obviously, I'm going to trust you that that's
Yeah, that's what they
the
call
right
it,
words in
but-
the textbook, but
it's okay.
yeah, I don't have an issue with that. All right.
So
I mean, thermal's just its own.
I think of potential energy is elastic and gravitational. You're doing work against a system, which is what gives them potential energy. In chemical energy, you're not doing work against a system, and so I don't think of it as, you have stored energy,
Yes.
and those, so elastic,
Stored in the
gravitational,
bonds, yes.
are all stored energy, but I don't know that potential would apply there.
You know-
Leslie just said it's called
No.
chemical potential energy.
It's okay. I mean,
Okay.
I won't argue with you.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
yeah. It does.
we're not sure.
I looked up and then something.
I mean, it could depend on the textbook. I mean, who knows? Sometimes textbooks do try to do that so that there's like consistency
I mean,
across ideas.
I'm seeing definitions for that in different contexts and texts and things like that.
I'm coming to your class. Teaching the class.
Right.
I told you already.
No, thank you.
Told you already that.
What?
I'm going to her class always.
Yeah.
Yeah, but as
Chemical
Brian
potential
says,
energy
yeah.
forms potential energy related to the structural rate of the atom.
What edit do you want us to make?
So the revision on, at hand was to write it as transfers of kinetic, comma, potential, and then in parentheses, elastic, comma, gravitational, chemical, would we say and chemical?
Mhm. In parentheses.
In parentheses,
And-
comma,
and/or
and/or
thermal
thermal energy.
Tell me if this is getting verbose, but because there's so many commas and there's gonna be parens for the elastic, and is that what we were saying? Elastic gravitational chemical will all get in a paren, right? Okay, because I can't see that very well.
Okay.
I'm sorry. That you could say kinetic energy, potential energy, paren, elastic gravitational chemical, comma, or paren, comma, close paren, and thermal energy, so that each is energy. You're just adding the word energy there to make it clearer. Have I
I
lost?
mean, that's fine. It says sources of energy. I mean,
Oh, at the
you did
beginning.
that. I was going blind there. Oh, to try to keep the glare.
Oh, thank you.
Come up with a solution for us.
I thought I was going blind.
I also think, everyone else, I add also, because as we continue to go through the rest of the standards for the year, we end up talking how energy affects us with the ocean currents and with our biomes, and why you're in a different biome, why you're hot, because you're receiving more radiant energy. So I also include radiant energy and sound energy as the other types of sources of energy. The textbooks also support that, and so it seemed to flow well.
But are those
with-
required or are those extra?
Well, if you talk about a system, which is what we're talking about, you talk about why does a biome have the characteristics it has. It does because of the different energy sources it has.
Teachers
You
going to look at that
receive-
and say that's too much?
No.
Okay.
Well, I don't think they would. I think it gives them that data.
Yeah, but you're
to
like
talk-
top 2%.
No,
so-
no, really, I truly, I think so. I think those are, if you'll look at the comments that are in here also, they're supported through the comments. Why is energy from the sun not included in there? And why is sound energy not included in there? I mean, those were the questions on that, so.
So, would.
I don't remember what this, I'm sorry.
No, I'm fine with
What
sound.
the previous, Andrea and Kelly, I don't know, or Brian, what the previous standards said. I just have always included that because our energy from the sun,
Isn't that thermal?
well, part is, but when you look at the electromagnetic spectrum, it's part.
Okay.
You've got heat energy and you've got light energy, so coming from the sun. So okay. So I don't know. It's whatever you all think. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes.
And that was my question.
Yeah.
Is that PS 3.1 deals with storage mechanisms for energy.
Yes.
So kinetic potential. So whereas PS 3.2 goes into transfer mechanisms,
Mhm.
radiation would be a transfer mechanism of energy from point A to point B,
Right.
as opposed to a storage
Right.
mechanism.
And that's why I did radiant energy to tag on to radiation, is why I used that as one of the energy sources. So it kind of all went together that way, so.
Okay, so, any further revision to this particular statement? Do we want to make it kinetic energy, comma, potential energy? Would that be clear?
I think it's good.
So it's good as it is? Okay. Any objection? Okay. So we still have outstanding our question about PS 2.1. I'm going to make a note, come back to that.
That might take us a minute,
But-
since it's new.
Yeah, since it's new. So 6LS2, ecosystems.
I don't have anything.
I like that one.
Mm-hmm.
There's a concern that LS2.4 is too wordy,
Oh,
should
there
be
it is.
broken down to two standards. let's see.
Oh, no, I lied. I have a lot on 2-4.
Okay. Construct an explanation that describes the differences in biodiversity patterns in Earth's terrestrial and oceanic ecosystem and use data about the completeness or integrity of an ecosystem's biodiversity to measure its health.
A lot of split the standards.
So just make it two different standards? Is that what they're asking?
That's what it sounds like. That's what I'm seeing.
So just use data about the completeness as a 4 or 5 and then add 6.
Okay. So we would split it at the and use data, and so the was this one revised previously?
Yes, and it looks like the feedback the last 2 rounds were that they wanted more specificities, which then would lend itself to being more verbose.
So they made it more wordy, and now we got to split it into 2.
Now they want it, now they don't want it as wordy. But so yeah, I think
Okay.
that was the mechanism behind making it a little bit more detailed.
Maybe explain what the biodiversity is. They evaluate.
You took out the standard that was specific and defined exactly what biomes to teach and replaced it with a standard that is broad and generic. I preferred the specific list to the broad terrestrial and oceanic. The differences in biodiversity between the two is that some organisms live in water and some can't. How do we judge the completeness and integrity? What is the baseline? Also, are we leaving out fresh water? All good questions. I have to admit that when I first read it, my first reaction was, wow, that's a lot.
That is a lot. It does
That's
feel
like
a lot.
an entire ecology
Yeah.
semester. I'm
Right.
not even kidding.
Right. That's
So
pretty packed. Do we have the wording of the original one
maybe
somewhere?
we do need to go back to a little more specific.
6.ls2.
This is a combination of multiple standards, one of which was 6LS24. This
Okay.
is what's presently in classrooms.
Okay.
Using evidence from climate data, draw conclusions about the patterns of abiotic and biotic factors in different biomes, especially specifically the tundra, taiga, deciduous forest, desert, grasslands, rainforest, marine, and freshwater ecosystems.
That's better.
I know.
That's way
This
better.
was a- This was a activity that was, so this was basically your go to the library and research a biome standard,
Okay.
without really understanding the interplay of the things within the biome.
Okay.
So as a way to turn this into something more meaningful, we ended up here in the last round of revisions. So the first half of the sentence is trying to keep in place, so biodiversity patterns in Earth's terrestrial and oceanic ecosystems is really trying to keep in place
The biome
project.
research. Okay.
And the second part is really biodiversity as a measure of ecosystem's health.
We just split it?
One is more conceptual and one is more research-ish, project.
Okay, so your first comment was, the first one is understanding about the biomes. And then the second, what did you say? I didn't hear.
The second half of this, where you are looking at the biodiversity pattern, so the completeness or the completeness or integrity of ecosystem biodiversity to measure its health. The idea there is that the more biodiversity you have within an ecosystem, the more health you have within that ecosystem. The first part of it is look at all the different types of ecosystems we have.
Right.
Yep.
So how would they recognize that, the healthy ecosystem? The population
Yeah, how do you-
numbers
Yeah, how do you
or
measure the health of an ecosystem?
what would they, yeah.
Species richness.
I mean, that, but,
Number of different species that you have in a given area, and the amount of genetic, we're
Right.
in middle school.
Right.
Typically, at a high school level, you look at genetic variation.
Right.
right. I mean, that seems like a arbitrary measure of health being biodiversity, but I understand where you're going with it. Right.
Stability defined as the ability to encounter a disturbance and have that disturbance buffered out.
Right,
Disappear over
but
time.
implicit in that is, the implication you're making is that biodiversity increases the stability,
Right.
which may or, may work, but may also, I don't know.
I'm just gonna be honest, I think teachers are gonna get lost in that.
Yeah, because you're
Yeah.
kind of,
I
you're kind of
am.
proving that in number 3.
Yeah, I don't know.
I guess as a tangible example, if you live in a subdivision and your subdivision is selected to plant only arborvitae trees as your decorative tree, and you get a case of bagworms in your
Right.
subdivision, you have seen the instability due to a lack of biodiversity.
Right.
So you lose all those trees. Whereas if you have a variety of different trees, now you have more species, a larger variety of species.
Yeah.
And that disturbance, the bagworms, doesn't have a significant impact on your microsystem.
And see, that's number
I can
5.
follow that.
I do that when I teach biodiversity with introducing the wolves into Yellowstone.
Okay.
And how the populations, so I know I teach that with biodiversity, I just don't know if they're gonna recognize I don't know. What was the wording of the standard right now?
What's the reason?
Like not this standard, but the standard that the teachers are teaching right now?
Do you want me to read it all?
It's
No,
the one
just
about
that
all the
one
different
that was,
biomes.
that one that you read about biomes.
Using evidence from climate data, draw conclusions about the patterns of abiotic and biotic factors in different biomes, specifically, and then lists a number of them.
Right, it lists the biomes. So that gives the
list
kids
them.
the understanding of learning biotic and abiotic. I mean, they've never heard those words before. They understand now putting an A in front of a word, what it means not. And is there a way we can reword it to meet the construct or using evidence?
They're working
You
on it
go,
right there.
Kelly. I
There we
see
go.
somebody typing fast.
Yep, do you see it up there?
Thank you.
I guess I'm wondering, what's the connection specifically of climate data to,
So.
okay, so, okay, yeah, I guess it makes
So the
sense in
high
light of
low.
all that, yeah,
The amount of
Yeah.
rainfall,
yes.
precipitation that.
So
you
what,
know.
what type of life
Yes,
life
right.
forms are going to be
So
viable?
it's the
in
data
those-
of the
those
climate,
areas?
and they
Yeah.
start to recognize that.
I
It's
like this
amazing.
much more.
Simple for them to understand.
Yeah, I think it's way better.
And the criticism of it previously was too much, too wordy. Is that correct?
Reword the whole standard. I'm unsure what the students have to understand. I'm just reading
Is
this.
that,
Right.
was that the previous criticism?
There's a lot of previous books.
There's pages, literally pages. I really like
This
what's
is,
up
but
there.
this, but what we're looking at is criticism of the revision.
Right. Not of
Not
what's
of-
in
not of
pages
what's in yellow.
133.
The other,
Right.
the criticism before was there were too many, didn't he say it took like 5 standards and put them all together? No, did you not say that? Did I make that up? I made that up, sorry.
No, I just didn't communicate clearly.
I could have
What I said
misunderstood.
was not respected criticism.
Oh,
The
gotcha.
For your helpfulness, I just emailed all of you a link to the science standards as they are currently taught.
Thank you.
So that you can access that easily if that
Okay.
you would find that helpful.
Thank you. All right.
Would this
So the question at hand is, do we keep the revised standard, or do we go back to the previous version? So the previous version is italicized on our screen. The new version is not
Is it?
italicized. And so you can see that on the screen now.
The previous feedback was there was considerable feedback on the clarity of that standard, and
Okay.
using climate zones instead of biomes strengthens the connection of the weather standards.
Well, if they think that one's not clear, wait till they see the new one.
I know it. Is there biodiversity mentioned anywhere else in this new set of standards? We might need to include that.
Well, is biodiversity not part of the patterns of biotic factors in different biomes? Doesn't that include biodiversity?
I teach that,
Right.
but I don't know if it's worded anywhere in
Terms of
here.
Biotic factors in different biomes.
I mean, but biodiversity is a factor
Right.
of biomes, so I don't think you need to say it again. You're nicer than I.
I don't know, Brian, what do you
We
think?
can,
Include biodiversity, because that is part of the healthy. I mean, I branch off and talk about it with the introducing the wolves and how it messed the whole ecosystem up because of that.
I mean, you
know,
could say
yeah.
about the patterns of abiotic and biotic factors and biodiversity.
I'm going to suggest leave these two highlighted right here.
Okay, good
And let's
idea.
table this for a moment.
Yeah.
And that we can come back to this if we need to in the morning. But, so the concern is, do we keep the revised? Do we go back to the old? Do we revise the old? I think those are all options on the table. I think the concern is, as it's worded now, it's pretty dense. There's a lot of comments about this, about the clarity of it. So clearly there's interest in fixing this particular one somehow. So we're going to come back to that. I welcome the content experts as you all dream and vision. If you think of other ways to phrase it to still get at the points you want to get at, we welcome that. Y'all are earning your keep. So, let's move into biological change, LS4, and then we'll see if we can get through these last couple in 6th grade before we break for the evening. LS4.1 is on biodiversity. Hey, there's biodiversity right there.
I know, it's just
There it is.
Impact human resources.
Would it impact human, this one in particular
I
looks at,
don't have anything.
human
any comments on
resources.
LS4.
okay.
I don't have any comments on that, so.
Okay, there's a bunch under ESS2, Earth Systems. We got a lot of standards there. Did that get expanded? I got to check my email. Catherine sent it out. Let's see here. Huh.
Okay, so now I understand that when someone says, can this be grouped with ESS3, the answer is no, because those are unchangeable. These are unchangeable.
Yeah, we can't.
Right.
Those are the bigger.
Yeah, okay. So I'll ignore those. All right.
All right, any comments on ESS2? So a lot of Earth Systems.
It's not here.
Leslie, any concerns in teaching any of that?
The comment was made on this asking about qualitative data
Yes.
versus quantitative.
Okay.
So that's number 5.
Yes.
Wonder where do they obtain that? Qualitative data on water. Cleanliness, I mean, what do you think, Brian? I'm sorry. It's ESS 2.5. The comments that were made on here was qualitative or quantitative. Unclear regarding the qualitative data. Is qualitative data graphs? Where do we get the qualitative data from? The quality of life from a 6th grader's perspective versus an adult's. And then they mentioned something about landforms aren't,
Motorcycle landforms. Yeah.
and I haven't taught landforms before, but, so,
This one shows in the history that it was due to public feedback. Some of that wording changed.
Okay.
huh.
There wasn't a whole lot of huge revisions in this whole section for the amount of standards it is.
Are you asking about why is it specified, why are we specifying qualitative but not quantitative data? I'm not so sure I have an explanation.
Yes, I don't either. And where does that data come from?
My wondering is if it was public feedback and they were,
Trying to,
yeah,
Maybe just say
I mean,
data?
yeah.
I was about to say, is it necessary?
Just take
Data
out, just
might
take
be-
out the
Yeah, just take
qualitative?
out-
qualitative
take out the
or
qualitative.
quantitative, just data.
Just take out the qualitative?
What do y'all think?
I'm okay with that. Peace.
Got a quorum. No.
See you in the morning. Okay. Other concerns, so we said to remove qualitative from ESS 2.5. And so now we're
And
at,
what's the idea about landforms? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm not ready to go on either. Go ahead.
that's fine.
You probably are teaching landforms, maybe we just need an exemplar there, so.
Like erosion?
Rain shadow effect would be.
Yes, I teach rain shadow, yeah.
That would be an example. of a
Okay,
landform.
gotcha. So the landform with the mountain or some type of erosion that would occur with the water
I was
cycle.
about to say, what would be, the EG
Gotcha.
there?
I think it would be helpful.
Anything you can do to.
Rain shadow effect for sure.
So landforms, and then parenthetically, for example,
Rain shadow effect.
rain shadow effect. Any others?
I guess you could do erosion. What do you think?
Good, Marley.
See you, brother.
You think erosion?
I don't know, I think you know.
No, I know. I'm worried, still worried about it.
See you tomorrow. Drive safely.
Be careful.
Okay.
Sorry.
I can see how you.
Yes.
So I guess my only reluctance to put erosion in there, or to just jump on that one, is I see how it's connected to landforms, but it doesn't feel equivalent to something like rain shadow effect.
I'm fine with
That's
that.
fine. Okay.
I teach it with the water
So
cycle.
close
okay.
parentheses there. Right. Yeah. Close parentheses after rain shadow effect and that. Yep. Yep. That's it.
Looks good.
Is that helpful? Good clarification?
Very nice.
Amy, did you have others?
Yeah, there's a lot of questions, and I don't understand the questions. Because there's a lot of questions about 2.6, ESS 2.6, that's asking about the 4 spheres. And there's nothing in, I don't know what the 4 spheres are, and there's nothing in there about them. So
Maybe it was on the previous.
I think they did that in.
is that,
So the 4 spheres are like the hydrosphere, and that is now in 5th grade.
okay.
And it was supposed to be in 5th grade, I think, based
Okay.
off of our framework, and we just didn't do it the first time. So
Now it is.
So it's there now? Okay,
Yes.
good, on we go.
Somewhere.
All right. ESS 3, Earth and Human Activity.
I don't have anything.
All right.
I know. In fact, I don't have anything till grade 7.
And ETS 1, 6.ETS1, top, bottom
There's your
52, top
biodiversity again.
53. Yep, you got it.
Got it.
Which is important. I'm
Okay.
with you.
All right. So
Sixth
no
grade.
further comments. So the only thing we'll have to go back and revisit that I have down, we need to hear about 6.PS2.1 and make a decision on 6.LS2.4.
This 2.1 falls under the discussion of stability. So first of all, it's kind of centered down. PS2 is all about forces,
Yes.
whether it's identifying forces, how forces change energy. And that's where it I think that's why, if I were speculating, which I'm doing, I'm speculating that the reason that this is in 6th grade is because we already have energy here. And so now we're looking at stability of systems. So the big idea here is that there are properties of a physical system that can make it either more or less stable.
Okay.
Stability, again, well, we're getting back, actually connecting to biodiversity as well. Stability in giving, meaning that if the system is disturbed, does it change significantly as a result of the disturbance, in which case it's an unstable system, or does the system change only slightly and return to its prior state, in which case it was a stable system? One of the challenges we have is that we kind of have a gap in the 3-5 grade band to set some prior knowledge for this one. So it might feel a little bit foreign. In 3-5, so I'm going to read directly from the framework. This is a conceptual gap that we might have. A system can appear to be unchanging when processes within the system are occurring at opposite but equal rates. Like water behind a dam is not at a constant height because water is flowing out of the dam at the same rate as flowing into the dam. Changes can happen very quickly or very slowly, sometimes hard to see, like plant growth. Conditions properties of objects affect how fast or slow a process occurs. So the big theme here is some systems are stable, some are unstable, some change quickly, some changes are slow and you don't see them as easily. When we get to 8th grade, here's the big idea that this standard now is specific. So when we get to 6th through 8th grade, this is the big idea that this standard is attempting to capture. A stable system is one in which any small change results in forces that returns the system to its prior state. For example, a weight hanging from a string. A system can be static but unstable, like a pencil standing on one end. A system can be changing but have a stable repeat cycle of changes, such as observed regular patterns. These observed regular patterns allow predictions about the system's future, such as Earth orbiting the sun. Many systems, both natural and engineered, rely on feedback mechanisms to maintain stability, but they can only function within a limited range of conditions. With no energy inputs, a system starting out in an unstable state will continue to change until it reaches a stable configuration. Sorry to do that to you.
No, that's okay. That gives us context. And so this just to kind of recap. So this is a new statement being brought in, correct? In other words, this was not previously in here, and the tie-in is that of the stability or instability of systems. And so I guess, Leslie, I'd kind of defer to you for a moment here and say, how do you see this fitting in? And maybe that helps us get an idea of how best to phrase it or word it.
While you're thinking, can I ask Brian a question?
Yes, go ahead.
While you're thinking, I give you a minute. So I thought I'd give you a moment there. One of the,
Page 120 if it helps. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm on page 120 of your framework.
if you need that.
Framework. Yeah.
One of the comments that came up multiple times about this was move it to 7th grade due to the phase change standard that's in 7th grade. But I think that maybe what I'm hearing from you, correct me if I'm wrong, is that this is sort of meant to be a precursor to that? Okay.
It might sound smart, and I should think about it. But it wasn't intentional.
Okay, then I'll go back to the, what do you think about that comment about this should be in 7th grade with the phase change standard that's in 7th grade? And I'll let you, whoever gets done first can speak.
I'll say we got 5 minutes, so
Okay.
we may have to finish the conversation in the morning so we can get out on time for Catherine's deadline for us.
I will say I gave you the 4 o'clock deadline because the real deadline we have to be out of here is 4:30.
She's a parent.
Keeps rolling on.
I am not a parent.
Yes, but I'd like to get on
I was a
I-24
teacher.
before 4. I've got to go I-24 east, and I'd prefer it to be before 4:30.
Yeah.
So,
But we do have to be out of this building at 4:30 because that's when this building closes.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, let's, all right, so let's make a note. We need to come back to 6.ps2.1 and then our revision of 6.ls2.4. Those are 2 things that we need to come back to in the morning.
Hey, Joe, we can come back with some recommendations if that's
Yes,
okay.
that would be helpful. We would welcome that. So, yes.
I could see another reason to connect it perhaps in 7th grade, which is that one of the biological concepts here is homeostasis. And so that idea of feedback mechanisms within an organism would be another connection in addition to chemical reactions.
homeostasis is in 7th grade? Or 6th
Static,
grade?
I think.
Yes. We can't do a good job of homeostasis in 7th grade because we're just introducing cells.
Okay. Here we go. Okay, any other comments? So we need to come back to those 2 things, and then we'll get into 7th grade and keep rolling. Yeah, I mean, hey, we're making our way through school.
And a couple notes. One,
Yes.
high school. I know it seems like a lot of courses. However, a lot of those courses received no public feedback and no changes with the educator teams. They have once again received no feedback. So I think you're going to find with at least several of the high school courses that you won't necessarily need to do anything with them. They've been the same since the last round of standards review. That being said, there are some courses like Bio 1, like physics, that you will want to take a look at. Also, for those of you that are staying in the area tonight, if you need any recommendations for restaurants nearby or anything like that, I'm happy to offer them. But I'm sure you all have spent time in Nashville and have thoughts and ideas of where you want to go. And once again, breakfast will be at 8:30 tomorrow morning, and we will start promptly at 9 with work time. Anything, questions, concerns, comments that you have?
Okay. Well, I don't know about that. But thank you all for your work today. We'll call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.